Originally, Immemorial City was already on the verge of destruction. When He Wuxian joined, Immemorial City and Burial Garden suffered even more casualties. Endless chains wanted to stop He Wuxian from escaping. However, it was pierced through by the black lines. He Wuxian was originally stronger than Qiu. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Now Qiu was right in front of him. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, black lines pierced through Qiu's body, forming a black flame. Qiu roared and the chains covered the sky. The ancestral world, inescapable net, wrapped around him and He Wuxian. Let's die together. With that, he dragged He Wuxian towards the flames below Immemorial City. Although the flames were contained by the river of divine power, some of them were still burning. Qiu dragged He Wuxian towards the flames, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a wisp of green smoke. The void distorted, and He Wuxian stepped out, looking down coldly. You want to die with me? How is that possible? Behind him, xuanhuan suddenly appeared and kicked He Wuxian. Countless black lines appeared behind He Wuxian to block, but they could not stop the kick and he was sent flying. Xuanhuan's eyes were ferocious. Old Qiu is dead, so you should die too. He Wuxian sneered, a deserter of the era wants to kill me? Around Xuanhuan 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 5 corpse kings appeared, staring at Xuanhuan with their scarlet eyes. Kill. In the past, Immemorial City and the corpse kings in the bone ship fought fiercely, and they were almost evenly matched. If Xuanhuan was surrounded by 3 corpse kings, he would definitely die. But now Xuanhuan was surrounded by 5 corpse kings. In the distance, a corpse king with a triangular head appeared in front of Big Sister. It tilted its head, almost lying on the ground as it looked at Big Sister. It let out a series of strange laughter which was terrifying. Run, that's one of the top 5 monsters in the bone ship. An expert from Immemorial City shouted. Big Sister stared at the corpse king with a triangular head. Under the dark red light of the divine power, it was like a painting of death. Chu Yi and the ancient god fought fiercely and a figure walked out. He had no arms, only 2 legs. His legs were 5 meters long and looked extremely uncoordinated. However, it was this person that made Chu Yi's face sink. This person was enough to rank in the top 5 on the bone ship, and he had the strength to fight the ancestor of giants. In other words, he was in the primordial realm. He was not a corpse king, and no one knew where the Eternals had found such an expert. With the true god's ability to transplant bones, he possessed unparalleled battle prowess, but he just happened to not appear in many battles. Now, in the final battle he had walked out of the bone ship. The ancestor of giants fought the corpse god, while he targeted Chu Yi. Surrounded by 2 primordial realm experts, Chu Yi was in dire straits. It was not just them. Ancestor Ku, Ancestor Qin, and other experts from the bone ship had appeared around them. These experts could have been fought by the experts from Immemorial City, but because Di Qiong and the others had revived and stalled the experts from Immemorial City and Burial Garden, a group of experts from the bone ship were free to kill them. The entire Immemorial City was in dire straits. A woman walked out from above the progenitor. Her face was delicate and her eyes were lively. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed like a young girl around 20 years old. However, the appearance of this young girl made the man beside the progenitor completely pale. She was called Xuanhuan and she was ranked 2nd on the bone ship, only 2nd to primordial qi. Muzhu, come out. Immemorial City is about to be destroyed. How much longer do you want to hide? Xuanhuan, your opponent is me, the progenitor called out. The young man beside the primogenitor roared and rushed over. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Xuanhuan with a speed even faster than him. This was also a young woman and was the same as Xuanhuan, looking extremely young. The only difference was that this young woman had a cold aura, completely different from Xuanhuan, who was filled with vitality. She was like a pool of stagnant water that would never flow. With a boom, space was destroyed. The world of nothingness spread out from underground, spreading in all directions. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The man landed helplessly. He stood beside the progenitor and stared up. Muzhu was the last force protecting the progenitor. Once Muzhu took action, it meant that there was no one left to protect the progenitor. The man clearly could not hold on. Numerous gazes were cast towards the underground. The bone ship moved in outer space, charging towards Immemorial City once again. Ancestor Chen had pushed it out earlier, but this time, no one could push it away. There were no more experts in Immemorial City. The only true god clasped his hands behind his back. It's over. Taihong, look at Immemorial City's last moment. It's also Inception's last moment. The Grand Empyrean looked past the only true God and saw Immemorial City being torn apart. His resolute gaze was filled with sorrow. The humans had persevered, but in the end they had still lost to the Eternals. No matter how resplendent above heaven's sex development was, or how ruthlessly Lu Yin had suppressed the Eternals, they had forgotten that the Eternals relied not only on their absolute strength, but also on their intelligence. They had caused the extremely resplendent above heaven to collapse, and even though they were at a disadvantage, they had still managed to turn the situation around. This was the true Eternals. Immemorial City, Inception, the above heaven, and the humans. Everything was coming to an end. The bone ship charged towards Immemorial City. Along the way, human powerhouses tried to stop it, but they were all stopped. Whether it was Ancestor Ku, Ancestor Qin, Chu Yi, or even Mr. Mu, none of them could stop the ship. The bone ship was the final attack that would destroy Immemorial City. Below the primordial city, flames engulfed the area. Ancestor Qin struck with his palm, but it was stopped by Di Qiong's martial god scripture for a moment. Count of Wind used the god of defense of the nine heavens to envelop Ancestor Qin. Ancestor Qin's palm struck the outside of the tower and penetrated it. Count of Wind was shocked. How many flames could there be under Immemorial City with just one palm? Ancestor Ku charged towards the bone ship. Butterflies flashed past, making him feel like he was in a dream. The 4 captains of the undead regiment were stopped by the powerful corpse kings in the bone ship. Even the mausoleum keeper appeared and charged towards the bone ship with all his might, but he was still stopped by the undying god. Mr. Mu looked at the bone ship and felt powerless once again. Once upon a time, his universe had been like this as well. In the end, they had lost to their nemesis. Now, the people of this universe were still like this. Humans were the most intelligent creatures in this universe, but they were also the most targeted creatures in this universe. Primordial Origin laughed. Old Mu, your persistence is a joke. I've said it before, it's useless. Ah. The sound of bells echoed, sending off Immemorial City. This place that had suppressed the sequence's string and protected this universe for countless years was finally facing its end. The bone ship crashed into Immemorial City. At this moment, the battle stopped. Everyone looked at this scene as if they were witnessing the moment Immemorial City was completely destroyed. At this moment, a huge force crashed out from the darkness and knocked the bone ship to the side, causing it to deviate from Immemorial City. The only true god's gaze turned cold. Mr. Mu heaved a sigh of relief. It had finally arrived. Beneath Immemorial City, the primogenitor smiled. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. A ship emerged from the realm of nothingness and slowly appeared in the starry sky before everyone's eyes. The words "boundless" were carved on the ship. Blackless God's eyes narrowed. Boundless? That ship is still here? The Eternals were no stranger to this ship. If Burial Garden was an item left behind by humans during the first battle of the Divine Commandment, then Boundless was an item left behind by the people of the Daosaur sect during the second battle of the Divine Commandment. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3259. In the past, the Fifth Mainland had fought fiercely against the Sixth Mainland on the Boundless Void. They had fooled the Eternals into thinking that the Boundless Void was just a battleship. Only later did they realize that the Boundless Void was the same as the Burial Garden. And now, the one who came out of the world of nothingness and knocked the bone boat away was Boundless. Boundless could travel through the world of nothingness just like the bone boat. Above Wujiang were Lu Yin and the other above heaven sect masters. Their terrifying auras soared into the sky. Lu Yin looked at the dark mother tree. Eternal, sorry to keep you waiting. Kill, kill, kill. The remaining experts of Primordial City were stunned. Why were there so many experts on that ship? Black Wuxian's mouth was wide open. Impossible, how could they have broken through his path? Impossible. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, Wu Tian, Sapphire Zhilua, and the rest of the experts charged towards the Eternals. 3 realms and 6 paths, 3 suns and 6 lords, 8 paths and 8 paths. More than 10 sequence precepts experts and a few progenitors, a total of more than 20 experts emerged from the boundless void and charged towards Primeval City. Lu Yuan stared at the ancient god and said, "Leave De Chang to me. We haven't decided who the winner is yet." Hongyan Mavis, Sapphire Zhilua, and Wu Tian all looked towards the underground of Primordial City. The ancestor saw them and was delighted. They finally came. It was good that they didn't die, it was good that they didn't die. Above the ancient city, Zhan Yan and Mu Zhu both looked over. There were actually so many experts? The abandoned ones, Yi Ro, and the others realized that this was the most magnificent battlefield in the universe. Even the second battle of Disaster Region could not compare. Xuandi charged towards the corpse god and slashed down with his sword. He was now the one controlling Xuandi. Wo's gaze was ferocious. After Erji's death, he replaced her and became one of the outer 8 paths. Mimi Na rushed towards Immemorial City. Teacher Babar, where are you? On the Eternal's side, Sorcerer Spirit God was stupefied. When he died, how could the Above Heaven sect have so many experts? Where did so many experts come from? Fengbua stared at Lu Yin with a ferocious expression. Brat, I found you. He gave up on Progenitor Qin and charged straight at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood at the bow of Boundless and surveyed the entire battlefield. He had finally caught up. Black Wuxian had sealed off their path, making it impossible for them to find Primeval City. However, in the critical moment, Endless World appeared, and the person who brought Endless World with him was none other than ancient Mist Ancestor. Not only did Shi Wei bring Wu Jiang, she also brought the location of Immemorial City. Wu Jiang was just a tool. It was impossible to rely on Wu Jiang to find Immemorial City. The one who truly helped them find Immemorial City was Ancestor Hui. Ancestor Hui had always been in contact with Shi Wei. The method of communication was Shi Wei's mist. The mist in the past wasn't real mist, but rather the micro-lead technique. Anyone who cultivated the micro-lead technique could use the micro-lead technique to change the form of the mist. For example, it could turn into words for another cultivator to see. Through the Wei incantation, Ancestor Hui was able to connect with Shi Wei. Of course, the number of times they contacted each other was extremely small. The reason why Shi Wei went to the Six Directions Guild was not only because of Long Tu's death and the battle in the primordial space, but also because she wanted to connect with Ancestor Hui. This was a tacit understanding between the 9 mountains and 8 seas that no one knew of. Shi Wei brought Wu Jiang here under Ancestor Hui's guidance, so Wu Jiang's timely arrival was all part of the plan. He Wuxian had pretended to join the humans, and Lu Yin and the rest had not been able to tell at first. He Wuxian could fool everyone and pretend to join the humans, but he could not fool Ancestor Hui. Lu Yin had always tolerated He Wuxian's existence because he wanted to see what He Wuxian wanted to do. He Wuxian definitely represented the one true God's plan, and if this plan could not be figured out, then it would continue to exist. Only a plan that was exposed could not be called a plan. Otherwise, even if He Wuxian was exposed, this plan would continue to exist. The endless path led Lu Yin and the rest to truly be trapped. Lu Yin had not expected He Wuxian to have such an innate gift that could prevent all of the experts from finding Immemorial City. This was not a comparison of strength, but rather more like He Wuxian had pulled an endless parallel spacetime path together. They would eventually reach Immemorial City, but it would be too late by then. This was He Wuxian's final plan to join the humans. Fortunately, everything had gone according to plan, and Wu Jiang had arrived in time. This matter caused Lu Yin to sweat profusely. He had been careless and underestimated He Wuxian. However, the Eternals had also underestimated the humans. The Grand Empyrean had given the Eternals the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, and Lu Yin had also given the Eternals a gift through He Wuxian. Now that he had arrived at the Immemorial City battlefield, the first person Lu Yin wanted to find was Progenitor Hui, who was also at the Immemorial City battlefield. Progenitor Hui had exposed Immemorial City's location, which made it easy for the Eternals to target him. Suddenly, Lu Yin looked at the shattered city wall. Lu Yin's body vanished. Fengbua had ascended Wu Jiang, but where was that brat? The timely appearance of the Above Heaven sect's experts had reversed the situation, and the Eternals had been suppressed. The humans had too many experts. Previously, it had been several Eternals fighting one human, but now it was several humans fighting one Eternals. Atop the shattered walls of Immemorial City, Big Sis panted heavily. The Phantom of Pluto had long since disappeared, and she had reached her limit. She had killed 2 corpse kings from the bone galleys, and both had been powerhouses of the sequence laws. It had been a difficult fight, but there was an endless supply of corpse kings. And now, this triangular-faced corpse king was ranked in the top 5. The corpse king had the ability to break the sequence laws, and the moment he stared at Big Sis, she felt as if her body was being stripped away. An indescribable pain spread through her, and even though she was clearly not injured, the pain was real. This was the sequence law of the triangular-faced corpse king, body stripping. He could strip away the body of any creature he saw in another form, or rather, in his mind. Once he completely stripped away the creature's body, it would be equivalent to having its body stripped away and dying completely. This was an extremely cruel sequence law. There was an agreement in Immemorial City that once the Corpse King appeared, it had to be killed no matter the cost. Unfortunately, no one had succeeded so far. The Corpse King was ranked in the top 5 of the Bone Galleys, and there were very few in Immemorial City who could fight against him. In fact, quite a few had died at his hands. This was the Corpse King that Immemorial City wanted to kill the most. At this moment, Big Sis was enduring the pain of her body being stripped away, a pain that could make one's soul tremble. At this point, Lu Yin appeared behind the Corpse King and pressed a hand on its shoulder. The Corpse King's sequence particles shot towards Lu Yin in an attempt to strip him of his body as well. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as an indescribable force crashed down, instantly shattering the Corpse King into pieces as blood splattered across the ground. Big Sis stared blankly at Lu Yin. One attack. Just one attack. How had Little Seven become so powerful? When they had first arrived at Immemorial City, Lu Yin had not used Mortal World to break through his ancestral seal, but now he was completely different. Big Sis, rest for a bit. Leave the rest to me. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy as the Divine Seal catalog appeared above his head. He waved his hand and Hongyan, Wu Tian and Hongyan walked out. The strength beast leapt down from his shoulder and charged towards the corpse god under Lu Yin's orders. Su Wang also charged into Immemorial City. At this point, Fengbao arrived. Die, brat. The tower-shaped sword slashed towards Lu Yin, who looked up. Will I revive if I die again? He then raised his hand and stabbed out with the soil spear, colliding with the sword. With a bang, the sword shattered and Fengbao's pupils shrank. How could this be? Lu Yin's footsteps lightly brushed past Fengbao, who hurriedly expanded time to avoid Lu Yin's attack. But in the next moment, his body shattered and Lu Yin did not even look at him. He charged towards Huiwu, who was behind the river of divine power. The only true god's gaze landed on Huiwu. So it's you. The moment Blackless God appeared, Huiwu froze on the battlefield. He was trying to contact Shiwei. It was difficult to communicate with the outside world in Immemorial City, and Huiwu could not do so, but Ancestor Hui could. Ancestor Hui had predicted some things a long time ago. He had schemed against the sorcerer god, causing him to die tragically. He had also schemed against the Sixth Mainland and the Eternals. He had even schemed against the Wang family and the Yellow Springs out of curiosity. Immemorial City had been the most important part of his plan. In order to send messages to the outside world in this endless battlefield filled with sequence particles, he had spent his entire life creating a sourcebox array. He had used this array to contact Shiwei, allowing Limitless to rush over at the last moment and knock away the Bone Galleon, saving Immemorial City. However, he had been exposed. The only true god had observed the entire battlefield, so how could he not see Huiwu's abnormality? Huiwu looked up at the only true god. Eternals, I said that if someone can make up for the human race's lack of martial power, then I can make up for the human race's lack of wisdom. I won. The only true god's expression sank. He had missed a step, and this step had always been under Huiwen's control. A long time ago he had tried to rope in Huiwen because he had taken a liking to Huiwen's wisdom, but Huiwen had rejected him. He had invited him several times, and Huiwen had rejected him several times. Not only had Huiwen rejected him, but Huiwen had even made a bet with him. Because of these words, the only true god had tolerated Huiwu's existence. Even though the only true god believed that Huiwen had schemed against Huiwu, the only true god was willing to tolerate it. He was confident that he was the only true god, the most powerful person in the universe, regardless of whether it was in terms of martial power or wisdom. Humans could not defeat him. Therefore, even though Huiwu had been exposed, he had not died. Instead, he had been thrown into a divine power lake and transformed into a berserk corpse. All of this had been done under the only true god's instructions. He could not tolerate Huiwen's arrogance, and he wanted Huiwen's son to personally witness the universe being rebooted. Therefore, even if he had to escape from the tragedy zone, he had taken Huiwu with him. However, he had never imagined that Huiwu was actually Huiwen. More accurately, Huiwu was indeed Huiwen's son, but this son had only existed to expose himself. From the beginning, Huiwen had never believed that Huiwu could hide from the Eternals and scheme against them. Even if he did, how much of a threat could he pose to the Eternals and the only true god? Huiwu's true plan had been after Huiwu had been exposed. In order to make the only true god keep Huiwu, Huiwu had deliberately made a bet with the only true god. He had calculated step by step, and if he had made a single mistake he would not have been able to achieve what he had today. However, he had been confident that he would succeed. Huiwu had been kept, and even though he had been exposed, he had only been thrown into a divine power lake and transformed into a berserk corpse. The moment Huiwu had been thrown into the divine power lake, Huiwen's plan had succeeded. He had told Lu Yin where Chu Chen was, and he had even given the location of Immemorial City to Wu Jiang. All of his calculations had been for this moment. He had succeeded. The only true God had been completely tricked by him. The Eternals had failed at the last moment, and Huiwen had retreated. The only true God sighed, "You even gave up on your own son." Huiwen's eyes dimmed. "I have not let down the entire human race, but I have let down little Wu. He has never enjoyed the happiness of his peers since he was young. His entire life he has been running around for my schemes. From the moment he was thrown into the divine power lake, his consciousness was gone and I replaced him. Even if I am his father, this debt still has to be repaid." He then looked at Lu Yin, who was rushing over, and smiled, "Master Lu, I'll leave the rest to you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Follow Wind is working hard to make up for the chapters 1-0. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3260. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Wait, Huizu." Boom. Huiwu's body exploded and he died completely. Lu Yin stared blankly at this scene. Huiwu's body wasn't the only thing that had exploded. Huizu's consciousness had also disappeared completely. An indescribable feeling spread through Lu Yin's heart. Huizu was not strong in terms of battle power, but without him the current battle would not have happened. He was the person who had truly changed history. He had contributed greatly to the human race, but he could not overcome the barrier in his heart. Regardless of whether it was Huizu or Huiwu, they were both great people in Lu Yin's eyes. However, there was no time to be sentimental. Several corpse kings appeared around him and charged towards him. These corpse kings all possessed great strength because of bone grafting. Bone grafting was too miraculous. Even the laws of sequence could be grafted onto these corpse kings, allowing the bone galleon to face Immemorial City head-on. Lu Yin clenched his fist and punched out, shattering a corpse king in front of him. This corpse king used sequence particles to block Lu Yin's punch, but Lu Yin had the strongest power in this universe. The only ones who could compare to him were Di Qiong, who had used the martial god transformation, and the one true god, who had used the true god's freedom technique. Other than that, Lu Yin was invincible in terms of strength. After killing the corpse king with a few punches, Lu Yin raised his hand. Countless black dots appeared in the sky and spread out. More and more of them appeared like continents. In the distance, Di Qiong, who was fighting Progenitor Qin, was shocked. "Watch out." Everyone looked up and saw spears of soil stabbing downwards. Those who had participated in the second realm of calamity were all too familiar with this scene. Lu Yin had used this technique to suppress the entire battlefield and silence the Eternals. Now he was using the same technique to attack the entire battlefield of Immemorial City. When he had disguised himself as Yi Bo and entered the Immemorial City battlefield, Lu Yin had never imagined that he would one day use absolute strength to attack the entire Immemorial City battlefield. The corpse kings were pierced through one by one. If the sequence particles that covered the entire Immemorial City battlefield were like fog, then these soil spears could pierce through the fog. Each of these soil spears had the power to tear apart sequence particles, and their destructive power was close to that of the primordial universe. The soil spears fell down like raindrops. Su Wangtian stared blankly at the 5 corpse kings surrounding him. 4 of them were pierced through by the earth spear while the last one fell to the ground. Further away, the corpse kings were pierced through one after another. Some of them had their heads pierced through, while others were pinned to death within Primeval City by the soil spears. This scene was extremely spectacular. Other than Mr. Mu, the colossal giant ancestor, and a limited number of other powerhouses, who else could strike down the entire ancient battlefield, especially when facing so many powerhouses? Primordial fiends stared at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. The spear of soil posed no threat to him, but Lu Yin's move had rendered the bone galleon useless. Aside from the top 5 on the galleon, the rest of the corpse kings were rendered useless. "Old man Mu, is that your little disciple?" Mr. Mu let out a rare laugh. Primordial origin, the true battle has only just begun. On the other side, the Witcher spirit god and the undying god were both stunned. Lu Yin's strength had completely refreshed their understanding of him, and they wondered just how much time had passed since their deaths. Even they were injured by the soil spear. No one had expected surpassing Celestial to be so irrational. The one true God's strength was still a mystery. Only the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the great heavenly venerate understood. No one else knew the one true God's bottom line. Under the premise that those 3 could not act, even Lu Yin had not thought of finding trouble with the one true God. Everyone thought that Ancestor Ku had been able to survive the one true god's attack because things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, including Lu Yin. However, after Ancestor Ku had awakened, they realized that Ancestor Ku had been able to fight the one true god alone without dying because things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was also because of his sequence rule, vanish. Although the desolate ancestor had lost his memories, he was still aware of the sequence law that he had comprehended. Even if it was the other way around, he was certain that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. He still did not have the ability to survive the one true god's attacks. Only his sequence law could do that. The so-called disappearance meant that everything, including people, things, and objects that were enveloped by the sequence law would instantly disappear from the universe. If the one true god had known about the desolate ancestor's sequence law, then the desolate ancestor would not have been able to survive. With the one true god's strength, it would not have been difficult to disperse the sequence law, but no one had known about it beforehand. No one, including progenitor Chen's generation, knew what kind of sequence law the desolate ancestor had comprehended. This was the only way for the desolate ancestor to escape from the calamity zone. Unfortunately, he had encountered the butterfly Tianan and had been killed once. If not for the mountain sea battle technique, he would have really died. The desolate ancestor had been able to create the sequence law that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. In everyone's opinion, his sequence law should be inclined towards killing or immortality, but no one had thought that his sequence law would be most suitable for escaping. This was the desolate ancestor's greatest secret. If not for the fact that he wanted to remind Lu Yin and the others not to impulsively fight the one true god, he would not have revealed it. The desolate ancestor watched as surpassing celestial charged towards the dark mother tree. The one true god remained calm. The great heavenly venerate shouted, "Fool, back down!" The great heavenly venerate was furious. He did not want to defeat the one true god. He wanted to save the great heavenly venerate, his master. In the reincarnation spacetime, everyone referred to the great heavenly venerate as their master. This was because the great heavenly venerate's reincarnation ancestral world could bestow power to others in the reincarnation spacetime. However, the great heavenly venerate's only true disciple was the great heavenly venerate. For example, Chu Jian by Xiener, and the others were not true disciples of the great heavenly venerate. The great heavenly venerate was the only true disciple she had truly accepted. Even though this disciple had turned against her, she had never expelled the great heavenly venerate, much less hurt him. The great heavenly venerate did not like the great heavenly venerate's way of doing things, but he had to admit that the great heavenly venerate was his master and was like a mother. Now that he saw the great heavenly venerate in such a pitiful state, he rushed forward to save the great heavenly venerate. "I told you to back down, fool," the great heavenly venerate shouted angrily. Even when she had been injured by the one true god and the others, she had not lost her composure. The great heavenly venerate raised his golden staff and stepped into the 6 paths of reincarnation. He swung his staff at the one true god. The one true god looked up. No one saw him move, but his hand grabbed the great heavenly venerate's golden staff without anyone noticing. This prevented the golden staff from smashing down. At this moment, the one true god was less than a meter away from the great heavenly venerate. He calmly looked at the other side. "You should have listened to her." With that, he exerted force in his hand and the golden staff cracked. The great heavenly venerate's pupils shrank and he roared. The great heavenly venerate circulated like crazy and self-detonated his body. His blood flowed and his sequence particles shot into the sky. His body continued to expand. He only had one chance. He knew that he only had one chance against the one true god. He would use everything he had learned in his life to launch that attack. A terrifying aura spread out from the dark mother tree. Golden shockwaves swept out and the great heavenly venerate was drenched in blood. He clenched his fist and punched the one true god. The one true god raised his left arm and placed it in front of him. The great heavenly venerate's fist landed on his left arm. The void trembled and waves swept out. Following that, the void shattered, revealing a world of nothingness. The one true god did not take half a step back. This scene left the great heavenly venerate in disbelief. How could the one true god not even move when he erupted with his full combat strength? The one true god's pupils disappeared. The eyelash transformation. At this moment he was extremely powerful. No matter what, the great heavenly venerate had not reached the limit of this universe's strength. How could he so easily shake the one true god? The one true god loosened his right hand and the golden staff shattered. The one true god grabbed at the great heavenly venerate. Before his palm even arrived, The terrifying destructive force that caused the void to collapse had already shattered a small portion of the great heavenly venerate's body. Just as the one true god was about to grab the great heavenly venerate, a figure appeared behind him and punched the one true god. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3261. It was just a single punch, but this punch caused only true god's expression to change slightly, and he raised his right hand to block. Bang! The dark mother tree shook, and the cracks on its bark widened once more. Only true god was forced back several steps. Next to him, Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis phantoms that had been conjured by the god-sealing catalog charged towards the sole true god. Lu Yin pushed the celestial out of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm's range as spears made of soil appeared in front of him and stabbed towards the sole true god. Only true god smiled as he faced Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, and the spears of dirt. His gaze swept past the 3 attacks and landed on Lu Yin. You're finally here. This was the moment he had been waiting for. If he did not kill Lu Yin, then this battle would not be resolved. Only by killing Lu Yin could he win. Myriad Daos, return to sword. A sword slowly condensed in only true god's hand. It looked very ordinary, but in the next instant, it slashed out and shattered the power that Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis had summoned from the god-sealing catalog. At the same time it cut through all of the dirt spears. This scene stunned Lu Yin. He knew that only true god was extremely powerful, and even the Grand Empyrean had warned him not to attack. However, he had never imagined that only true god would be this powerful. Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis were experts of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and they were only second to primordial realm powerhouses. No, to a certain extent they could even contend against primordial realm powerhouses. Only true god took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin, slashing down with his sword. Lu Yin's arm shook the void as he tried to use his absolute strength to stop the sword, but the sword seemed to be unstoppable. It cut through the void and cut through the power as it continued towards Lu Yin. This scene was all too familiar. That blood-red figure had heavily injured Hongyan Mavis and Star-Toad in the Mirage domain. Was only true god that blood-red figure? No, the sword shape was not right. Lu Yin stepped backwards in an attempt to avoid only true god's sword. Everything around him stopped, but the sword did not stop. It slashed into Lu Yin's shoulder, almost severing his arm. A piece of land formed by the mortal world appeared in front of Lu Yin. The one true god casually slashed out with his sword and sliced apart the land. Behind the land was a punch that Lu Yin had unleashed with all of his strength. This punch surpassed the strength of the strength beast and the void, and it was the limit of this universe's strength. The one true god continued to slash out with his sword, and an indescribable sense of danger appeared in Lu Yin's heart. Mr. Mu's warning rang out in his ears, retreat. Lu Yin forcefully twisted his body so that his fist did not collide directly with the sword's edge. The sword brushed past Lu Yin's arm and slashed right below his neck. The only true god's lips curled up, and just as he was about to turn his sword and behead Lu Yin, 2 people appeared behind him. One of them was Progenitor Qin, and he struck out with a palm at the only true god. Within his palm, a scorching fiery light could annihilate everything in the universe. This was a battle technique that Progenitor Qin had created for the only true god. The other was Lu Yuan. His eyes cracked as he pushed the stage towards the sole true deity. The only true god did not care, and his sword continued to spin. Lu Yin felt a chill seep into his bones from his neck. Suddenly, the 6 paths of reincarnation realm turned golden, and the only true god's movements paused as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, Progenitor Chen's palm and Lu Yuan's stage slammed into the only true god's back, sending him flying and crashing into the border of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Lu Yin panted heavily. He had just escaped death. The battle had been very short, and he had not even seen the only true god's power, but he had almost died. The only true god had used a single sword strike to destroy all of Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin did not even know how he had managed to survive. In the distance, the only true god coughed up blood and gripped his sword tightly as he looked in a certain direction. There, the Grand Empyrean lowered his head, and his golden robes turned into motes of light that merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Tai Hong Yu. The only true god's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin and the others all looked at the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Self-sacrifice. Progenitor Qin was shocked. Merge with a battle technique? Lu Yin stared at the Grand Empyrean in a daze. The Grand Empyrean's golden robes turned into motes of light that slowly merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, causing it to turn golden. Based on his many years of cultivation, the Grand Empyrean seemed to want to merge his entire body into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. This was self-sacrifice. Tai Hong, you would actually do such a thing. The only true God was surprised. The Grand Empyrean looked up at the only true God. Either you die or I die. Eternal, I told you before that you don't understand me. The only true God narrowed his eyes and gripped his sword tightly. I understand you, but I didn't expect you to be so crazy. You're a powerhouse who survived the bitter adversity. In your eyes, victory is already within our grasp, but you're still willing to sacrifice yourself. Aha, victory is within our grasp? If we don't get rid of you, how can we win? With that brat? The Grand Empyrean laughed and looked at Lu Yin. Brat, this is payback. Lu Yin looked at the Grand Empyrean. The Lu family's debt? I said that I don't owe your Lu family anything, and I really don't owe your Lu family anything. Everything in the cultivation world has a cycle of karma. Has your Lu family not harmed any innocent people? Why should I care about your Lu family? What I'm paying you back is Do Sheng. You saved his life, so I'm paying you back. She looked at Lu Yuan and then at the entire immemorial city battlefield. I thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation realm could strip away Eternal's power, but I miscalculated. He is my bitter adversity, and I will never be able to overcome it. However, I will not be defeated. Even if I die, I will drag him down with me. Tai Chu, do you hear me? I will not be defeated. I will never be defeated. Beneath Immemorial City, Tai Chu looked up at the sky without saying a word. Mr. Mu sighed. Chu Yi Wu Tian Jialan Zhilua, and the others all looked at the Black Mother Tree with complicated gazes. This crazy woman had never changed. Even if she died, she would not admit her wrongs, much less admit defeat. Master. Heavenly Sovereign Doshin collapsed in the starry sky. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted with great difficulty. His injuries were too severe, and if it weren't for the fact that things tend to go in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme, he would already be dead. The Grand Empyrean raised his head and his eyes blurred. His body turned into golden light and slowly entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, she was the most beautiful scenery in the universe. I'm Tai Hong. All of you are dead. Only I can protect this universe. I'll kill the Eternal. I'll definitely. His voice gradually faded away and Tai Hong completely turned into a golden light spot that merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Golden rain fell from the dark universe, dripping onto the battlefield of Primeval City and onto everyone's faces. Lu Yin felt the bone-chilling cold of the rain. A Grand Empyrean was gone just like that. How many times had he scolded this crazy woman? How many times had he hated her? But why did he feel empty in his heart now? Below ancient city, Absolute Beginning closed his eyes and golden rain formed before his eyes. The Grand Empyrean appeared and squatted before Absolute Beginning, looking at him. Absolute Beginning looked at the golden rain in front of him. You won't lose. You won. I lost. Wait for me. I'll find you. The golden rain slowly fell and seemed to wash away the blood in Primeval City, causing the city to regain its ancient color. Master, Father. Dual Victor shouted, but no one answered him. On the Black Mother Tree, Lu Yin and the others looked at the one true God. The one true God sword was stained with gold and then cracked. The mottled gold on his body came from the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Grand Empyrean had sacrificed himself and completely merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation, causing a problem with the one true God's power. The 6 paths of reincarnation was originally created for the one true God. Now was the best time to kill the one true God. Lu Yin took out Death God Golian. The starry sky around his heart spread out as he prepared to kill the one true God. Lu Yuan and Progenitor Chen's expressions changed. Everyone looked at the Black Mother Tree. If Lu Yin died, it would be a disaster for the humans. But if the one true God died, the Eternals would completely disappear. The one true God let go of the sword hilt and let out a long breath. He looked around the 6 paths of reincarnation. Tai Hong, the outcome has not been decided yet. But you will never lose. Then he looked at Lu Yin and the others. You want to kill me? You can't do it. He raised his hands and drew a circle above his head. A dark red power covered his entire body. This was the true God sky switching technique. Tai Hong's 6 paths of reincarnation does prevent me from using many of my powers. But can you break the true God sky switching technique? Lu Yin used Death God transformation. He took out Death God's left arm, held Golian tightly and slashed. Lu Yuan pushed horizontally and knocked the stage out. The God Sealing Catalog's golden light burst out. Progenitor Chen struck out with his palm. The weak flames below Primeval City were drawn out again. The three's attacks all landed on the True God Sky switching technique. Just like how the second disaster zone was sealed, the True God Sky switching technique couldn't break it. The one true God was unmoved. His gaze was cold. Who do you think I am? You want to kill me with just Tai Hong? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. If I can't kill you, then I'll deal with the Eternals, the Bone Boat, and the Black Mother Tree first. Eternal, let's see how long you can hide here. With that, he turned and charged towards the Primeval City battlefield. You two go to your work. Lu Yin shouted into the distance. He was naturally shouting for Su Wang and Li Shou. The two giants were pressing the zombie god to the brink of death. When she heard Lu Yin calling for them, she turned around and praised him. The surrounding people were dumbfounded by what they saw. Not long after, the Black Mother Tree shook. The one true god looked down and saw Su Wang and Li Shou. These two giants were holding the Black Mother Tree back, preventing the one true god from uprooting the Black Mother Tree like in the second disaster zone. The one true god frowned. These two were the strongest in this universe. If Tai Hong hadn't sacrificed himself, the one true god could have used the True God Freedom technique in martial god transformation to force his way out. No one would be able to keep him here. But now he couldn't use that power. He looked at the Primeval City battlefield with a piercingly cold gaze. The one true god couldn't escape. What the humans needed to do now was to completely annihilate the other powerhouses of the Eternals and gather everyone's strength to think of a way to kill the one true god. Lu Yin looked forward and saw that the giant ancestor had completely suppressed the zombie god. The zombie god was very close to death. Lu Yin reversed his steps and appeared directly above the zombie god's head. He slammed his palm down, and a terrifying strength forcefully pressed the zombie god into the ground of Primeval City. He then snapped the zombie god's neck. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3262. The ancestor of the giants was stunned. He looked at Lu Yin and clicked his tongue. Master Lu, is it? Your strength is a bit exaggerated. He had been forced back by Yu Wei earlier, so he could imagine that Lu Yin's strength wouldn't have made him feel any better. Even though he was in the primordial realm, he had no advantage against a monster that hadn't even reached the level of the sequence laws. How did this kid cultivate? Lu Yin looked at the ancestor of the giants. Back then, he had disguised himself as Yebwa and taken Qi away with a single arm. He should have been the one to fight primordial eccentric. Senior, please hold down the bone ship. The ancestor of the giants looked outside Primeval City. Understood. Please wait a moment. He looked underground. It's over. From the moment you joined the everlasting race, our race removed you. With that, he clenched his hands and smashed down. Primeval City shook and a huge crack appeared. Underground, the corpse god's head shattered. She was completely dead. The ancestor of the giants sighed and walked out of Primeval City, heading towards the bone ship. Lu Yin headed towards the primogenitor at the center of Primeval City. Just as he left, an oval-shaped seed flew out from where the corpse god had died and headed towards the Black Mother Tree. The corpse god's corpse had completely disappeared. He had originally come from the immortal art. That seed was the immortal art's seed. Lu Yin looked back and saw the seed. He hurriedly chased after it, but it disappeared and then reappeared before the true god. The true god looked at the seed. The first seed. Lu Yin frowned. Don't kill those who have come back from the dead. Just control them. The true god was calm and expressionless. Lu Yin felt that something was off. The three ultimate techniques of the true god had their own uses. He already knew that the corpse god and the others had been revived by the immortal art, but since they had been revived and died, there was no corpse. Only a seed remained. There was definitely something wrong. The only thing he could do was stop those who had come back from the dead from becoming seeds. Lu Yin looked deeply at the true god before heading to the center of Primeval City to meet the primogenitor. A person stood beside the primogenitor. His name was Yi Wei. He was the first force that protected the primogenitor, while Mu Zhu was the second. Lu Yin had come to find the primogenitor to return Chu Chen. When he saw Yi Wei, his eyes narrowed. Yi Wei was confused. Have we met before? Lu Yin looked at him, thought for a moment and then shook his head. I've never seen him before. He then walked towards the progenitor. The progenitor looked at Lu Yin. Zhuzi, you're here. Yi Wei laughed. Pillars? Progenitor, my name is Lu Yin. I know. Zhuzi, well done. Without you, Primeval City would be finished. The primogenitor's voice rang out. Lu Yin sighed and suddenly attacked Yi Wei, placing a hand on his head. Yi Wei reacted quickly, as he was an expert who was qualified to protect a primogenitor. However, Lu Yin had already predicted his actions, and he used his absolute strength to push aside the particle and place his hand on Yi Wei's head. Yi Wei subconsciously stood in front of the progenitor and stared at Lu Yin. The progenitor watched calmly as Lu Yin attacked Yi Wei and bit down on the sequence's string. "What's your relationship with the ancient gods?" Lu Yin asked. He had met Yi Wei before, but Yi Wei had never met him. In the Mirage Domain, when he was fishing the River of Time with his strength, he saw ancient. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The ancient gods were fighting with someone, and in the end, that person was knocked unconscious but not killed. Instead, that person was thrown into a parallel universe. That person was Yi Wei. Lu Yin had not expected to meet this person here. There were only two possibilities for this person to be spared by the ancient gods. First, this person had betrayed humanity and joined the eternal race, so the ancient gods spared him. Second, there was something wrong with the ancient gods joining the eternal race. Otherwise, why would they let this person go? Since this person could protect the progenitor, Lu Yin's worst guess was that this person was a spy of the eternal race who had approached the progenitor in an attempt to attack him. Of course, this possibility was not high. Otherwise, the ancient gods would not have waited until now. However, Lu Yin had no choice but to guard against this situation. Yi Wei stared at Lu Yin. "Guiji? I saw Guiji sparing your life and throwing you into a parallel universe," Lu Yin said. Yi Wei understood, "So the aura of time back then came from you. You were the one who saw our battle through the River of Time." "You knew?" Guiji said so. Lu Yin was stunned and looked at Yi Wei. The progenitor's voice rang out, "Zhu, let go. He's fine." Lu Yin looked at the progenitor and slowly released his hand. "Guiji joined the eternal race. Is there a problem?" The progenitor sighed, "My disciples are all very good, and De Chang is no exception." "He's being controlled by the one true God," Lu Yin said. The progenitor was helpless. Yes, so a lot of sacrifices were made. Lu Yin understood that there had always been human spies in the seven sky gods. This was the truth. When He Wuxian had pretended to betray the eternal race, they had believed that He Wuxian was a human spy. However, this was not the case. He Wuxian had been ordered by the one true God to act against them at the critical moment. The real human spy was the ancient god, Guiji. Lu Yin had thought of many people, but he had never thought of the ancient god. The ancient god was one of the top powerhouses of the three realms and six paths. Why would he deliberately seek refuge with the eternal race? If he had not sought refuge with the eternal race, the human race's situation would have been much better. Later, when he found out that the ancient god was being controlled by the one true God, it was even less likely that he was a spy. How could someone who was being controlled by the one true God be a spy? Even the one true God would not have thought of this. However, the ancient god really was a spy. He was the highest-ranking spy that the humans had placed in the eternal race. He was the leader of the seven sky gods and one of the three chiefs. What was he trying to do? Humans were a strange race. Their weaknesses were obvious, but their strengths were also obvious. When humans were above the rest of the universe, they would unconsciously look further and higher. They would not be able to see the darkness that grew in the dark corners of the universe. As a result, they had been schemed against by the eternal race and destroyed continent after continent. However, when humans faced a desperate situation, there would always be someone who would stand up. Even if they had to pay a heavy price, whether it was strength or wisdom, they would always be able to make up for their losses. There were two words that were branded in the human spirit: inheritance and sacrifice. When the human race appeared in the universe, it was destined that it would not be a flash in the pan. "What is Senior Gu trying to do?" Lu Yin asked. The progenitor's gaze was melancholy. "He wants to find the truth." "What truth?" "The truth behind the destruction of the first continent. The truth behind my defeat to the protectors." "Does Senior Gu know that you were besieged by the protectors?" Lu Yin asked. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." The progenitor looked at Lu Yin. "I didn't know at first. He was a very pure person. The above heaven sect was destroyed and the continents were destroyed one by one. The eternal race was the only one who benefited the most from my disappearance. When he realized this, he let go of everything, including the third continent, and allowed it to be destroyed by the eternal race. He betrayed the humans and joined the eternal race just to find me. By the time I found out, it was already too late. He would rather be controlled by the eternal race to find the truth behind my disappearance. He believed that no one in this universe was my match, even if the protectors worked together." Lu Yin could not help but ask, "Then what was the truth?" The progenitor smiled. "He guessed right, but he also guessed wrong." The The protectors of the four directions? They were just four pieces of trash. Even if they were in the primordial realm, they weren't worthy of my name. Their siege was laughable and they were no match for me. They couldn't even break out of Sky Palace. Dechang guessed right on this point, but he was wrong on another point. My defeat had nothing to do with the eternal race. Wuda was the first to find out. He personally experienced what it felt like to be watched by that existence. That existence, I call it fate, Luin continued. The progenitor nodded. Yes, fate. It's a very appropriate name. That existence is fate, and it stopped me from breaking through to the eternal life realm. When those four besieged me, it was that existence that allowed them to succeed. My hands were sealed and I had no choice but to cut them off to save my life. If it weren't for Old Man Mu, I would have been dead. Speaking of which, Old Man Mu is still very experienced. After all, he had encountered it before. Luin was surprised. Master? Yes, your master. He is not from our universe. The universe he was in was also destroyed in the final battle. Humans were defeated, but in his words, if it weren't for the intervention of fate, he could have stepped into the eternal life realm at the last moment and turned the situation around. Unfortunately, he was still defeated. I quite admire him. He was defeated by fate, but he was still able to escape and retain his current strength. I was defeated by fate and lost my hands. I am half dead here. I owe your master my life. Luin had not expected things to turn out this way. He finally understood what had happened to the first mainland. The guardians surrounded the progenitor and Wu Tian arrived. He experienced the extreme coldness of being watched by fate, and the progenitor sent him flying so that he could not get close. The interference of fate caused the progenitor's hands to be sealed by the forelocks formation. He had no choice but to cut off his own hands to save his life. Fortunately, Mr. Mu arrived and took him away. After the progenitor was taken away by Mr. Mu, Jialanjilua arrived and saw the aftermath of Tianfeng's attack. He followed Tianfeng and was sealed in his body. The destruction of the first mainland had begun the process of the above heaven sect's destruction. This was the truth behind the destruction of the first mainland, and it was a cruel truth. The root of everything was fate. In order to find the truth behind the progenitor's disappearance, the ancient gods had targeted the eternal race and betrayed the humans. They were willing to be controlled by the only true god to join the eternal race. How long did Senior Gu know that you were in Immemorial City? Luin asked. The progenitor recalled. He was brought here by the Welcoming Mountain. Welcoming Mountain? Luin was puzzled, but then he thought of something and blurted out, that tree that escaped. The progenitor laughed. It is very good at escaping. It is a tree that was planted in Immemorial City. It can guide the flames of Immemorial City and travel through various battlefields. Those who are fated can follow the tree to Immemorial City and preserve the human legacy. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3263. Once, Dechang followed the tree to Immemorial City. At that time, there was already a battlefield in Immemorial City. The Eternals didn't seem to trust Dechang, so they didn't bring him here. They didn't know that Dechang was already here, and they met me and learned the truth. But it was too late. He was controlled by the Eternals, and even I couldn't break free. Old Man Mu and the others couldn't either. He didn't want to break free, he wanted to find his destiny. Luin understood. Senior Gu has always wanted to find out who harmed you. Whether it's the Eternals or your destiny, he wants to find them. The ancestor's eyes dimmed. I don't want him to find them. If he does, it'll be over. Destiny is the eternal realm. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was the first time since he stepped into the cultivation world that he had truly learned that someone was at the eternal realm. It was also the first time he had learned that the eternal realm could be reached. Destiny, the eternal realm, was a realm that made people despair. Even the ancestor and Mr. Mu couldn't resist it and could only escape. Lu Yin didn't understand. It's impossible that Destiny doesn't know about Immemorial City, but why did it keep it? He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was obvious. The ancestor smiled. Keep us. Lu Yin fell silent. The ancestor was confused. I've thought about this for a long time, but I still can't find an answer. I thought that there would never be an answer, but your appearance gave me one. Lu Yin didn't understand. The primogenitor looked him in the eye. If the humans are defeated by the Eternals, this answer will disappear forever. However, if you can win and lead the humans forward, then fate will appear one day. Even if you want to kill us, you should at least let me know the answer, haha. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. The ancestor's words were playful, but they were like the abyss of death that wanted to drag him down. It was as if he was saying that they would all die, and that he was working hard to get an answer. Juzi, are you afraid? The ancestor looked at Lu Yin with a smile. Lu Yin took a deep breath. A little. Don't be afraid. If we die together. You won't be alone. The ancestor laughed. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Your hands are the burial garden and the Wang continent, right? The Wang continent? Oh, did the Fifth Mainland's Wang family get it? The ancestor seemed to only know this now. Lu Yin asked, 4 seals, how can I help you? Also, the 6 grains of inception dust are with me. I should return them to you as well as the ancestral sword. The primogenitor stopped him. Don't. Dying together is the end, but I don't want to face this end so soon. Once I recover my strength, fate will target me. Senior Wu Tian is also worried about being targeted by fate, which is why he's trapped himself in the eternal race's 3rd region of calamity, Lu Yin said. The primogenitor sighed. This child is too honest. Why is fate targeting him? He hasn't even reached the primordial realm, let alone overcome the calamity. However, from his perspective he's not wrong. Fate has seen him before and I understand that feeling. He's just worried about bringing the gaze of fate to the humans so that they won't even have a chance to resist. As a result, no matter how great of a price he has to pay, he's still trapped in the Eternals. Even if it's only a 1 in a billion chance, he still wants the humans to have the ability to resist. This is very similar to you, Zhuzi. When you first saw the Eternal 6 zones of calamity and learned of their full strength, you also felt despair, right? But you still wanted to fight them. Lu Yin stared at the primogenitor, suddenly understanding what the primogenitor had meant. He headed toward the stars, wanting to destroy the Earth spears. Mr. Mu was the first to block him. Primogenitor, it's embarrassing to attack a junior. The primogenitor stared at Mr. Mu, no longer as smug as before. He had thought that Immemorial City would be destroyed, but the tables had turned so quickly. Zhang Yin and Mu Zhu stood opposite each other. The 2 women were the beautiful scenery on the battlefield. Ever since Zhang Yin joined the Bone Galleon, her opponent had always been Mu Zhu. When one of them appeared, the other would inevitably appear. It seems that this battlefield is about to end. Zhang Yin retracted her gaze and looked at the other side. Mu Zhu, you and I are still undecided. Mu Zhu's aura was lonely and cold. You are not from the Eternals. Where did you come from? Zhang Yin smiled faintly. What's the point? I will die here anyway. She pointed above her head. Your young master has no intention of letting me go. As soon as she finished speaking, countless earth spears pierced down from above. The target was very clear. Apart from the 4 gods and primogenitor, all the other Eternals were within her attack range. Darkness enveloped the battlefield of Immemorial City. Black rain completely replaced the golden rain as it fell. The entire space was ripped apart and even the void world struggled to form. This was the greatest power Lu Yin could unleash with the mortal world, enveloping the entire battlefield. Butterfly bore the brunt of the attack. Her opponents were the Desolate Ancestor and Jianghu. She might have been a primordial realm expert, but her presence on the battlefield was actually not that great. She did not possess great killing power, nor was she hated by the humans. Compared to the Eternals, not many people paid attention to her. However, to a certain extent, the protectors of the 4 directions were even more detestable than the Eternals. They were the fangs and claws of fate, the stumbling blocks that prevented the rise of the humans. They were the main culprits who wanted to replace the humans. Butterfly flapped her wings. Several dozen earth spears pierced down from above her head. The Desolate Ancestor grabbed Butterfly's wing and allowed her to create illusions. He did not move at all. Extreme matter backfires. Jianghu used her 8-star innate gift, directly grafting the Desolate Ancestor's extreme matter backfires onto herself. She grabbed Butterfly's other wing. Butterfly was startled as she forcefully endured the earth spears. Multicolored light flickered from her body, similar to human blood. The hell-suppressing arena appeared above the ancient god's head, blocking the earth spears. Wu Tian retreated, and a large area in front of him was torn apart by the earth spears. Bai Wuxian was here. Up until now, no one had seen Bai Wuxian's true body, but that was no longer important. Bai Wuxian could not turn the situation around. Her strength was not enough to completely block the earth spears. The earth spears were endless, and coupled with Wu Tian's primordial universe, Bai Wuxian's whitewater ancestral world was directly destroyed. Red spread through the void as her aura rapidly declined. In the end, her figure was revealed. She raised her head and looked at Lu Yin in the distance. This person was Luotian. Lu Yin surveyed the entire battlefield and he was not surprised to see her. He had suspected her a long time ago, and the most suspicious point was how she had been able to pass through Jupiter to reach the astral tree realm. Jupiter was not a place that just anyone could enter. She was only a melder, so how could she have chased him to the astral tree realm? Even if she had gone to the astral tree realm, how could Lu Yin have coincidentally saved her? The probability of that happening was far too low. After that, Lu Yin had plotted to lure out Bai Wuxian and had ordered people to keep an eye on everyone, especially Luotian. However, she had not acted strangely, and Bai Wuxian had still appeared. At that time Lu Yin had been shaken. After that, Luotian had not acted strangely. It could be said that aside from that one time on Jupiter, Lu Yin had not had a chance to suspect her. However, one time was enough. Although he had not been able to confirm that Luotian was Bai Wuxian, it was not surprising that he had found out in the end. Now that he thought about it, many things could be explained, such as Zirong. Back then, Zirong had wanted to absorb Bai Shui's innate gift, and this had been exposed because of Luotian. She had purposely allowed Zirong to expose this, which had led to Lu Yin's attempt to steal the bride. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3264. Actually, Zirong's corpse king transformation had been arranged by Goddess Luo, and everything had been under her control. Also, she had blocked the calamity for him and kept getting closer to him. Also, why did Feng Mo attack Madame Nalan when he was on Aegis? If he hadn't been on Aegis, Feng Mo would have succeeded. Goddess Luo must have been the mastermind behind all of this. Everything Hero Luo did was to get closer to him. On the distant battlefield, Lu Yin and Goddess Luo looked at each other. There was blood at the corner of Goddess Luo's mouth as she looked at Lu Yin with a complicated gaze. For a moment, Lu Yin couldn't understand that gaze. Did Goddess Luo really like him? How was that possible? She was Bai Wuxian and she had lived for a long time. How many times had they met? Lu Yin wasn't so narcissistic as to think that Bai Wuxian would fall in love with him. Everything was fake. The earth spear pierced through Goddess Luo's body and stabbed into the ground, causing blood to spurt out. She looked at Lu Yin and said something. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched her body being pierced by dozens of earth spears. Lu Yin stood there in a daze. Goddess Luo's words had completely confused him. I know you're Long 7. You owe me a life. Long 7 was the fake name he had used the first time he had gone to the astral tree. At that time he had indeed encountered many dangers such as the backside battlefield, Dragon Mountain, and killing his way back to the Fifth Mainland. When had he owed her anything? Had Bai Wuxian ever helped him? At that time she had used Goddess Luo's identity to come to the astral tree through Jupiter to meet up with him, but had she been at Mount Supreme most of the time? When had she ever saved him? The black rain was still falling, constantly piercing through the immemorial battlefield. Bai Wuxian's death was just a small part of it. Corpse kings walked out of the bone galleys one after another, either killed by the ancestor giants or killed by the earth spears. Of the top 5 powerhouses on the bone galleys, Lu Yin killed a triangular-faced one. That long-legged creature had been enveloped by rune lines that constantly erased its body, but the rune lines weren't the symbol progenitors. They were just remnants of its power, so it was impossible to kill it. The earth spear pierced through the creature's head and killed it. The arrow god managed to block the earth spear, but he couldn't block Yi Ro's attack. Abandoned Path was surrounded by Su Wangtian and was slapped on the head by Su Wangtian's slipper. He had no choice but to use his innate skill to escape death. Yi Ro and Abandoned Path hastily chased after him. Su Wangtian didn't know about the arrow god's innate gift, so he was one step slower than Lu Yin. The spear of soil shot out towards the arrow god, drowning him in a rain of black spears. Muji's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the wheel of life and death. He didn't even look up. Spin, spin, spin. In the next moment, the spear of soil descended. Not far away, Wang Xiaoyu stared blankly at the earth spear falling from above her head. Was she going to die? Lu Yin looked at Wang Xiaoyu. Various signs indicated that she had not betrayed the humans, but if he did not act against her, the Eternals would notice. The best way is to. Progenitor Qin appeared beside Wang Xiaoyu and grabbed her by the waist. He then slammed his palm into the air and knocked the soil spear away. His body was pressed down by the impact and he turned to look at Lu Yin. Master Lu, let her go. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. She's the main culprit behind the war between the 5th and 6th mainlands. She's the greatest redback in the history of the 5th mainland. If I let her go, how am I supposed to answer to my deceased ancestors? How many people died in that battle? The rune ancestor died in that battle, and all that's left are the remaining rune lines. Progenitor Qin took a deep breath. She didn't betray us. The Eternals used her to incite the war. I'll pay the price of that war. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Progenitor Qin protecting her was the best solution, and it was up to Wang Xiaoyu to reveal her identity. In Progenitor Qin's embrace, Wang Xiaoyu slammed her palm against his chest and left his embrace. He stared at her blankly. He trusted Wang Xiaoyu for no reason other than trust. There was no need to investigate. Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu slowly retreated towards the Black Mother tree. Suddenly, the Forgotten Ruins god swept past and brought her towards the tree. Progenitor Qin did not chase after them and simply watched. The Forgotten Ruins god looked back at Progenitor Qin. Xiaoyu is a member of the Wang family. The wound you left on my face is destined to never return to her. In the distance, Lu Yin frowned. How could the Forgotten Ruins god escape from the mortal realm's assassination? He looked in a certain direction, where the Forgotten Ruins god and forefather Tianyi had been fighting. At this moment, Lu Tianyi looked at his own hands and fell into a daze. He did not know how the Forgotten Ruins god had escaped. The Forgotten Ruins god was one of the 7 sky gods who had revealed her identity the earliest. Logically speaking, her strength should have been exposed long ago, and Lu Tianyi should have been able to suppress her completely. With the Earth Spear, killing her would not have been a problem, but why was she unscathed? Not only had she escaped from Lu Tianyi and the Earth Spear, but she had also silently approached Progenitor Qin and taken Wang Xiaoyu away. This should not be the Forgotten Ruins god's strength. Lu Yin suddenly recalled the Forgotten Ruins god's words. The wound that Progenitor Qin had left on her face should have been caused by that flower. Did Progenitor Qin want to kill her? Of course he did, but the Forgotten Ruins god was still alive, and only a flower had been left on her face. This meant that Progenitor Qin had not been able to kill her. What kind of strength did Progenitor Qin possess? Every era had its own supreme powerhouses. In the ancient era of the Above Heaven sect, the primogenitors, the 3 realms, and the 6 Daos represented the supreme powerhouses. In the modern Daosor sect era, 9 mountains and 8 seas was just a title, and such a title was not considered the strongest in the Above Heaven sect era. However, Progenitor Qin and Desolate Ancestor were different, as they represented the peak of the Daosor sect era's power. Desolate Ancestor had killed his way into Calamity Zone and faced the one true god without dying. Progenitor Qin was confident that he could create a battle technique that could face off against the one true god, and he could obliterate Desolate Ancestor with a single palm strike. They were all absolute powerhouses. Even so, Progenitor Qin had not been able to kill the Forgotten Ruins god. They had clearly underestimated the Forgotten Ruins god, as this woman had never truly exerted herself. In other words, she had an extremely powerful life-saving ability. However, even if they went to the Black Mother tree, Lu Yuan was still blocking their path. Atop the Black Mother tree, Lu Yuan looked at the battlefield as the Forgotten Ruins god brought Wang Xiaoyu over. In another direction, Xuanhuan was also heading over. The ancient god and primordial eccentric were also present. Even further away, Desolate Ancestor and Jialan Zhilua were still holding Butterfly back. Currently, the everlasting race only had a few powerhouses left on the battlefield. There was also a dog. The one true god opened his eyes, and the golden 6 paths of reincarnation realm flowed with brilliance. It looked beautiful, but to him it was a cage. This cage not only trapped him, but it also trapped the entire everlasting race. Under the current circumstances, if there were no accidents, no one other than him would be able to survive. There were too many human powerhouses. As he thought of this, he stood up. Lu Yuan stood up at the same time and stared at the one true god. The one true god did not even look at Lu Yuan. He and Lu Yuan were both in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, and he was enveloped by the true god sky switching technique. If not for this technique, he would not have been able to withstand the attacks of the human powerhouses. Everlasting, you have lost. It's better to fight fair and square than cower like a turtle. Lu Yuan was alert. The one true god's mouth was bleeding. If not for Tai Hong, you would have lost long ago. The outcome is not decided yet. There's no need to rush to a conclusion. He looked past Lu Yuan at the Undying God Ruins, Di Qiong, and the Witcher Spirit God. In front of his forehead, 2 seeds of the true god's immortal technique floated. The Undying God and the others all looked at the one true god. Then they exploded. Boom. The void trembled and endless cracks spread out in all directions, one after another. The power of the 7 sky gods' self-destruction almost overturned the battlefield, and even the rain of black soil spears was stopped. Lu Ying was shocked. Not good. The seeds flew toward the one true god. Would God, Void Master, and the others wanted to stop them, but the seeds passed through their hands and flew through the void. Lu Ying used the reverse step and instantly appeared in front of one of the seeds. He reached out to grab it, but the seed also passed through his hand as if it was not solid. Lu Ying punched out, and a terrifying power shattered the void and directly punched out of the primordial universe. This was the destructive power of the three realms' six daos, which was enough to reach the primordial realm. However, this punch still failed to leave behind a seed. The seed was not solid at all, but a projection of the one true god's power. The seeds appeared before the one true god. Lu Yuan also tried to stop them, but it was useless. The 6 seeds floated before the one true god and then imprinted themselves on his forehead. At the center of his forehead, the image of 6 seeds was engraved. At that moment, the golden 6 paths of reincarnation suddenly shrank and swept past Lu Yuan. In the end, it was like a golden coat that covered the one true god's body. The 6 paths of reincarnation could not restrict the one true god's power to a greater extent. This was already the limit of what it could do. Fortunately, the one true god was still unable to break through the 6 paths of reincarnation. As long as the 6 paths of reincarnation existed, his power would be restricted, and he would not be able to truly fight. Lu Yuan threw a palm strike at the one true god. The palm strike passed through the 6 paths of reincarnation, but it was still obstructed by the true god heaven switching technique. The one true god's body was the true god heaven switching technique, which was used to block external attacks. The second layer was the 6 paths of reincarnation, which trapped his power. Enveloped in red and golden light, he slowly raised his head and swept past Lu Yuan with a single step, appearing beside the Forgotten Ruins god and Wang Xiaoyu. Let's go. The one true god gave up on the Black Mother Tree. The Black Mother Tree was blocked by Xu Wang and the Power Beast. It was impossible for him to take it away with his current strength, so he could only give up. This battle had clearly started because of the Black Mother Tree. The one true god's actions were equivalent to him being forced into a corner. He had truly reached his limit. The Forgotten Ruins god and Wang Xiaoyu were carried by the one true god. They traversed the battlefield like it was flat ground. Everyone attacked them together. The Eternals died one after another. There were far too many human experts, but none of them were able to hit the one true god. It was like he was walking on time, allowing everyone to attack him without any hindrance. Lu Ying stepped forward to parallel time. The one true god walked in front of him without being affected at all. Lu Yin's understanding of time was far inferior to the one true god's. The one true god appeared beside the butterfly, knocking the desolate ancestor back and taking the butterfly away. He appeared beside Zhan Yin. Mu Zhu attacked, but it was difficult to shake him. He disappeared in an instant. He appeared beside the ancient god and looked at Chu Yi, passing by like a phantom. He appeared beside Black Wuxian, and black lines wrapped around him before he disappeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3265. No one could stop the sole true god, and he led the remaining Eternals to the bone boat. At this moment, the bone boat was being held back by the ancestor of giants, while Limitless was on the other side. The sole true god led the ancient god and the others onto the bone boat. The ancestor of giants slapped down, but it was like nothing had happened. What kind of power was that? The sole true god had clearly been restricted, or else he would have been able to dominate the battlefield with his sword alone. Even so, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. You don't seem to understand that the immortal art of the true god does not make others immortal. It makes me immortal. The sole true god stood on the bone boat, facing the entire immemorial city battlefield. Seeds appeared on his forehead once more, transforming into the undying god and the others. The 6 dead powerhouses reappeared. To Lu Ying and the others, it was useless even if they were revived. The Eternals would definitely be defeated in Immemorial City, but the sole true god was not stupid. What the humans could see, he could see even more. Fenghua and the others had been revived a second time, but not for battle. Instead, they had done something that no one could understand. They had used their own strength to pierce through the void. Lu Ying did not understand, but he knew that he had to stop them. Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Chu Yi, and the others all attacked the bone boat. Tengu appeared, and its body suddenly expanded until it was about the same size as the bone boat. It howled at the sky. Many attacks landed on Tengu's body, and although its expression was pained, it still managed to hold on. Corpse Kings appeared outside the bone boat and unleashed attacks that pierced through the void. Gradually, a familiar building appeared. Lu Yin looked at the bone boat and his eyes trembled. Was that unlimited power? Undying God, who had been resurrected from the dead, had joined forces with the corpse king who had walked out of the bone galleon. Together they had constructed a sourcebox array, unlimited power. Unlimited power was the sourcebox array that the Fifth Mainland had used to resist the Eternals' invasion. It had come from the Hui ancestor, and it had helped the Fifth Mainland block the Eternals for countless years. No one had expected that the Eternals would eventually learn unlimited power and use it to block the bone boat. Tengu howled as its body shrank and was thrown into the bone boat. At this point, unlimited power had completely taken shape and enveloped the bone boat, making it much smaller. The one true God clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the battlefield in Primeval City. Huiwen's infinite kinetic energy has blocked us, but it's not like we haven't done anything over the years. We've tested it time and time again, and finally figured out the composition of infinite kinetic energy. Lu Yin recalled what had happened in the top realm. The corpse god had attacked the entire cosmic tree realm. Many half-progenitors and even progenitors had poured endless amounts of astral sources into the cosmic tree realm to resist the Eternals. Back then he had been suspicious. The Eternals clearly knew that it was useless to do so. Otherwise they would have broken through infinite power long ago. Why did they still do it? Only now did he understand that the Eternals were trying to figure out the composition of the infinite kinetic energy. The fact that the infinite kinetic energy could help humans resist the invasion of the Eternals showed how powerful it was. At this moment, the infinite kinetic energy constructed by the 7 sky gods and the corpse kings in the bone boat, who could fight against the immemorial city, must be far more powerful than the one in the starry sky tree. They were not on the same level. Beneath immemorial city, the flames were absorbed into progenitor Chen's palm, and he slammed his palm into the limitless power source box array formed by the Eternals' experts. The cosmic tree realm's infinite kinetic energy had 5 array bases, and the infinite kinetic energy in front of them also had 5 array bases: Ruins, Emperor's Dome, Undying God, Sorcerer God, and Windmaster. The cosmic tree realm's infinite kinetic energy was built on the mother tree, and the infinite kinetic energy in front of them was built on the corpse god's body. The Eternals' corpse kings walked on top of the array bases and faced the outside of the bone boat. Outside the infinite kinetic energy, a barrier formed by the combined power of all the Eternals' experts appeared. It was similar to the barrier that separated the battlefield behind the cosmic tree realm from the top realm. No matter how one looked at it, aside from the difference in power and size, there was no difference in the infinite kinetic energy. The difference in power was the biggest difference. The cosmic tree realm's infinite kinetic energy barrier could at most prevent those from the top realm from seeing the battlefield behind it, and it also blocked out divine power. However, the infinite kinetic energy barrier in front of them had been able to withstand progenitor Chen's palm without being damaged. This infinite kinetic energy barrier had absorbed the power of all the Eternals' experts, and the infinite kinetic energy source box array converged and circulated. Just as its name implied, the infinite kinetic energy was a single entity. Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Chu Yi, and the others all attacked together. They used the power of the giant ancestor Hongyan Mavis and Lu Yin. None of the human experts could break through the barrier. There were many human experts, but it was impossible for them to form a single entity. They were all scattered, and they were at a disadvantage against the infinite kinetic energy. Who invented this source box array? The flow of power is endless and natural. The giant ancestor bitterly slammed his palm against the bone boat, but his attacks were all blocked by the infinite kinetic energy. At most, the giant ancestor's attacks only caused ripples. The giant ancestor's own strength formed a counterforce that pushed the bone boat even further away. Lu Yin frowned. At this moment he finally understood what it felt like to be progenitor Hui's enemy. The feeling of being targeted by progenitor Hui's wisdom was very unpleasant. It could be said that the humans had been able to turn the tables in this war thanks to progenitor Hui. Lu Yin had also been able to reach this point because of progenitor Hui. The humans were very fortunate to have progenitor Hui. He walked in front of Lu Yuan and the others, and the starry sky in his heart spread out to encompass the bone boat, boundless, and even immemorial city. He looked at the Eternals' experts and the true God on the bone boat. He wanted to see if the infinite kinetic energy or the sky palace was more powerful. Both of them had an endless amount of power. At that moment, a bell rang and shook immemorial city. Lu Yin felt like his head had been hit by a stick, and he almost fainted. He wasn't the only one. Nearly half of the human experts on the battlefield fainted as well. In the distance, above immemorial city, primordial fiend coughed up blood. In front of him, Mr. Mu stepped on a bell that emitted a cracking sound. That bell had been a mournful wail. Primordial Fiend had been unable to withstand Mr. Mu's attacks and had been heavily injured. He didn't even care about the bell that was about to shatter as he turned and fled. Mr. Mu hurriedly chased after him. If Primordial Fiend had been allowed to escape, it would have been a disaster in the future. Primordial Fiend was an absolute powerhouse on this battlefield, second only to the true god. Not just anyone could fight against Mr. Mu. Even the protectors of the four directions were treated like trash by Mr. Mu, and he hadn't even spared Butterfly Tianan a single glance. Primordial Fiend's bell was about to shatter, and the final boom shook Immemorial City, causing Lu Yin's mind to go blank. It was at that moment that the bone boat fled. By the time Lu Yin came back to his senses, the bone boat was nowhere to be seen. Primordial Fiend and Mr. Mu had both disappeared. The battlefield of Immemorial City fell silent. Everyone stared at the empty sky as their hearts sank. They had disappeared. The bone boat had disappeared. The Eternals still had so many experts left, so they hadn't lost it all. As long as they existed, the humans would have to live in fear. Now that they had broken free from the colossal Eternals, the remaining experts might pose an even greater threat to the humans. Lu Yin was unwilling to accept this. They had clearly fought to such a state, so why should the Eternals escape? Immemorial City, Burial Garden, above heaven. What were the sacrifices of the cultivators? What were the sacrifices of the Grand Empyreans? No, he couldn't let them escape. Lu Yuan went up. Xiaoqi, you've done your best. With the bone boat fleeing and its unlimited power, even Lu Yuan, Chu Yi, and the other primordial realm experts could not see any hope of catching up to them. Even if they did, they would not be able to do anything to them. Many people could accept this result. After all, Immemorial City had been on the verge of destruction not too long ago. Now the Eternals had lost quite a number of experts, and even the Black Mother Tree had been left behind. Lu Yin could not accept this. The era of the above heaven had been destroyed. The human experts had endured hardships and gone through life and death situations to gain an advantage, but this was the outcome. To the one true God there was no loss at all. They had wasted the ancestor Hui's plans, sacrificed the Grand Empyreans, and the 6 paths of reincarnation world would disappear one day. As long as he did not die, all the losses could be made up with time. This was something Lu Yin could not accept no matter what. Wait time. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. He growled, why didn't the founding ancestor tell me to reverse the river of time? Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. Xiaoqi, what are you trying to do? Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan. I'm going to break through to ancestor. Lu Yuan was stunned. Break through to ancestor? Lu Yin had 4 inner worlds, and 3 of them had already broken through to ancestor. There was only one left, and it involved the power of time. You want to use light to reverse the river of time? You can't do that. Xiaoqi, master's words always make sense. You can't reverse the river of time. Lu Yuan hurriedly stopped him. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the vast starry sky. Eternal immortality makes my heart uneasy. This is a heart demon. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. A heart demon was an abstract term, but to cultivators, it was a disaster. Once a cultivator had a heart demon, they would have to bear the calamity brought about by it. Why did so many cultivators not dare to break their vows? It was because they could not control the heart demons that came from breaking their vows. Although the heart demons were formless and did not exist from external forces, it was still a denial of oneself. The denial of others could not compare to the denial of oneself. If one denied oneself, how could one break through? Fertile Earth, his path is different from ours, Wu Tian reminded. Hongyan, Mavis, Jialan Zhilua, Chu Yi, and the others all looked at Lu Yin with complicated expressions. Lu Yuan suddenly turned to look at the underground of Immemorial City. Master, Zhu Zi wants to reverse the river of time. There was no reply. The founding ancestor had fallen silent. This silence might have been good or bad. No one could say for sure. Or perhaps the founding ancestor knew that he could not stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled, and a ray of light appeared, turning into a small boat that headed for the stars. It was time for all of his inner worlds to break through to ancestor worlds. The 4 ancestor worlds had broken through one by one, and each breakthrough had brought about a transformation. Lu Yin did not know if the transformation of flowing light would really allow him to reverse the river of time. Logically speaking, Lu Yuan had wanted to reverse the river of time to save his son during the above heaven era, but he had been stopped by the founding ancestor. At that time, Lu Yuan's strength had been about the same as Lu Yin's current strength. Even without flowing light, Lu Yin should have been able to reverse the river of time. However, Lu Yin had never tried it before and he did not know what to do. The time between each breakthrough was too short, so he could not clearly recognize his own strength. Breaking through to Flowing Light's ancestor world was the safest method. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3266. I'll reverse the river of time. Lu Yuan suddenly extended his hand towards the sky. Grayness flowed around him. It was the power of time. Lu Yin looked back with a resolute gaze. Ancestor, this is my inner demon. Lu Yuan was stunned and stared at Lu Yin blankly. Lu Tiany's voice rang out, Ancestor, let little seven do it. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and slowly withdrew his hand, causing the grayness to dissipate. Lu Yin looked away. At this moment, the grayness covered the sky like smoke. Everyone's attention was drawn to the phenomenon as they looked up, not knowing what would appear. Breaking through to the progenitor realm was not a big deal to those who were qualified to participate in the ancient battlefield. Which one of them was not a progenitor? Ordinary progenitors did not have the right to set foot on this battlefield. However, Lu Yin was different. He had broken through to the progenitor realm, and even the primordial realm did not know what would happen. Every time Lu Yin broke through, the universe would be shaken. The grayness grew lower and lower. Lu Yin stared at the grayness as if he could see the time when the mirage domain had turned into fog. This grayness might be similar to time, but it appeared gray in the universe. The river surged and everyone could hear the sound of flowing water. In the universe, in the ancient battlefield, where would a river come from? The river of time, someone cried out. Everyone looked up. They could not see the source of the grayness, but they could see the flowing river surging over from afar. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. Yes, it should be the river of time. How could the power of time avoid it? He wanted to reverse the river of time, but it had already appeared. The small boat formed from flowing light circled around Lu Yin as he looked at the surging river of time. As long as he rolled 4 pips, he would be able to avoid it, just like breaking through his inner world. However, it was different now. Once he avoided it, he would fail. The river of time drew closer and closer. Falling into the river of time would result in a tragic outcome. Even if Fenghua died, he would not be willing to fall into the river of time. Big Sis had fallen into the river of time, and her luck was already very good. She had only lost her cultivation and memories. However, the probability of this luck happening was extremely low. Lu Yin faced the river of time and casually waved his hand, causing the small boat that had been formed from a stream of light to head towards the river. Everyone watched anxiously as the boat touched the river of time, and it almost capsized. Lu Yuan and the others felt as if their hearts were in their throats. Fortunately, it managed to hold on. The small boat of flowing light hovered in the long river of time with great difficulty. It didn't go down with the current, but it also couldn't go against the current. It just stopped where it was, bobbing up and down as if it could be overturned at any time. Lu Yin stared intently at this scene, and the waves in the river of time grew increasingly turbulent. This could not continue, or else Lu Guang would be overturned sooner or later. He took a step forward and, under everyone's shocked gazes, stepped into the small boat of flowing light. He was like a fisherman sailing in the sea with difficulty. This scene caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Once Flowing Light's boat was overturned, Lu Yin would fall into the river of time. That was the river of time, and no one could guarantee that Lu Yin would not appear again. Even if he did, what would he look like? There were no more enemies in the primordial ancient city battlefield. Everyone looked at this scene and nervously held their breaths. Lu Yin stood in Lu Guang's boat, moving up and down along with the river of time. His feet moved as he used reverse step to parallel time. The reason why Lu Guang had been able to transform into a small boat was because he had fished in the river of time in the mirage domain. He had swallowed a lot of time that did not belong to the river of time, and it had gradually become stronger. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Now that the small boat was undergoing a calamity, it could easily be overturned. The only way Lu Yin could think of was to continue strengthening the small boat, and the way to strengthen the small boat was to create time that did not belong to the river of time. He stood on Lu Guang's small boat, and the river of time flowed under the small boat. Once a time that did not belong to the river of time appeared, the small boat would be the first to come into contact with it. It would not be submerged in the river of time, so there was no need to fish. Lu Yin's guess was correct. As reverse steps sped up, Lu Guang's small boat did indeed become slightly more stable. However, this was definitely not enough, far from enough. Back in the Mirage domain, Lu Guang's small boat had swallowed the most time power from Fenghua, so reverse step was insignificant. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, swaying time brought by the time-withering wood. In the distance, the desolate ancestor was astonished. That was his own time-withering wood. This kid had cultivated so much power, but even the time-withering wood could not stabilize that small boat. What was he going to do? The Azure Sky Palace appeared. This technique's greatest benefit was that its power would not dissipate. Lu Yin swayed the time-withering wood while stepping on reverse step, continuously creating time that did not belong to the river of time. He did not intend to let Lu Guang's small boat devour it, as that would be the end of it. Instead, he kept pacing back and forth between Lu Guang's small boat and the starry sky in his heart. As long as he was fast enough, he could fill up the entire starry sky in his heart with time that did not belong to the river of time. Lu Guang's small boat gradually stabilized. Only a small part of the river of time flowed out. Although it was thrilling, Lu Guang's small boat eventually managed to withstand the waves of the river of time. As he watched the river of time disappear into the starry sky, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. It had been too dangerous. If Lu Yin did not have the Azure Sky Palace to stop the flow of time, he would not have been able to support Lu Guang's small boat. Whether or not it would have been overturned in the end would have been up to fate. Of the 4 inner worlds breaking through to Progenitor Realm, it seemed that the easiest one was actually an infinite inner world. Although Lu Yin had encountered the Power Beast and Su Wang, the others could still hold them back. The other 3 inner worlds were filled with danger. Everyone was worried for Lu Yin. The power of time was the most mysterious, and it was rare for someone to break through to Progenitor Realm using time. Although many powerhouses could touch the power of time after reaching a certain level, there was a fundamental difference between them and Lu Yin. Now, everyone was curious as to what would happen after Lu Guang's small boat broke through to Progenitor Realm. Lu Yin was just as curious. He stared at Lu Guang's small boat. Lu Guang watched as Lu Guang's small boat slowly solidified. Its shape did not change, but it was no longer spatial. Instead, it looked more like some kind of material. Its hull was gray. Lu Yin raised his hand, and Lu Guang's small boat shrank and instantly appeared in his palm. It was heavy. He looked at Lu Guang's small boat in astonishment. This weight gave him a strange feeling. It was heavy but not heavy at the same time. It did not seem to have any weight on his body, but it felt like it should be very, very heavy. What was going on? Extremely heavy, suppressing time. The progenitor's voice resounded throughout Primeval City. Everyone looked at the bottom of Primeval City. The progenitor looked up at the small boat in Lu Yin's hand. Those who comprehend the laws of the sequence cannot reverse the river of time. Otherwise, karma will be difficult. Those who transcend the progenitor realm cannot reverse the river of time even more. Otherwise, they will fall directly into the progenitor realm. Fertile Earth, Qi, you should be able to sense it. Lu Yuan frowned. He had already sensed it. He wanted to reverse the river of time for Lu Yin, but the moment the gray color appeared, his realm became unstable. However, this was not the reason why he had stopped. Even if he fell into the progenitor realm, he would rather do it for Lu Yin. Progenitor Jr. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It is not one of the two, Lu Yin said. The progenitor sighed. Yes, so you are free. Everyone was stunned. So that was the case. Lu Yuan was overjoyed. Master, Little Seven can reverse the river of time? The progenitor said, yes, but it will still stack karma. The consequences will not be as severe as yours. I do not recommend Zhu Zi to reverse the river of time, but his progenitor realm does not need to do so. He can just cross it. Going against the current is different from crossing it. Zhu Zi, you can do it. Lu Yin was overjoyed. Crossing the river of time was the ability of flowing light after its transformation. He had really done it. When flowing light had transformed into the shape of a boat, he had thought that one day flowing light would bring him against the river of time. Today he had really done it. Although it was just crossing it, in his opinion, crossing it was not much different from going against the current. He ignored the fact that the progenitor had called him Zhu Zi. Just as he was about to try crossing the river of time with the boat, a rumble resounded through the battlefield. The void split open, and a familiar starry sky appeared in front of Lu Yin and the others. Was that the primordial space? Boundless astral sources poured in, covering the sky like the gray color from before. Lu Yin was confused. What was happening? An even more familiar scene appeared above his head, a tribulation origin black hole. Everyone was stunned. Origin tribulation? Didn't he successfully break into the progenitor realm? Why is there still an origin tribulation? Is that the primordial space's tribulation origin? What's going on, progenitor? Master. Beneath Primordial City, the progenitor looked up and met everyone's gazes. He said naturally, Zhu Zi is about to break into the progenitor realm. Luin wanted to curse. He had already broken into the progenitor realm, so how could there be another one? Could it be? He looked down at his heart. There was another one here? He had forgotten that the starry sky in his heart was not an inner world, and he had never broken into an inner world before. That was why he had thought that this place would not break into the progenitor realm. However, the appearance of a tribulation origin black hole had shattered his understanding. Had he overlooked this? The starry sky in his heart was shaped by black and white fog, and astral sources were the shell. If he wanted to break into the progenitor realm, then it would indeed attract the progenitor realm's tribulation origin. But this was too exaggerated. It had directly attracted the primordial space. Everyone retreat. Hongyan Mavis shouted. No matter what the reason was, now that a tribulation origin black hole had appeared, they did not want to be involved. Anyone who understood the primordial space's tribulation origin retreated faster than anyone else. They all looked at Luin in shock. Since ancient times, he was the only one who had broken into the progenitor realm 5 times. The progenitor praised, others break into the progenitor realm in the primordial space. Zhu Zi, you broke into the progenitor realm, so the primordial space came for you. Luin felt bitter. He did not want the primordial space to come for him. He was completely unprepared. Speaking of which, how could he break into the progenitor realm now? What power did he have to break through? Release the starry sky in his heart? The progenitor realm is an achievement that cultivators reach in their lifetime. Humans need to reach perfection. No matter how many paths you walk or how much power you cultivate, you can't escape perfection. Lu Yin's eyes moved. Perfection, perfection. He looked at the ground beneath Primordial City and met the progenitor's gaze. In an instant, the Milky Way flowed and powerhouses appeared in his mind. The progenitor, Mr. Mu Taihong, the one true God, the 3 realms, the 6 paths, the 3 powers, and the 6 seas. These powerhouses flashed through his mind one by one. Each of them could walk a different path, but in the end, they all walked the same path. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3267. It was impossible for a person to walk 2 paths at the same time. He had broken through 4 ancestral worlds and walked 4 paths, but that didn't mean that he had walked all 4 paths at the same time. Instead, he had walked all 4 paths, and in the end, the 4 paths would converge to form the only path he had to walk. He understood, and he also understood. No wonder there were no anomalies when he broke through the 4 ancestral worlds. Logically speaking, when breaking through to the Explorer realm, Enlighter realm, and Envoy's realm, anomalies would appear, so it was impossible for there to be no anomalies when breaking through to the Progenitor realm. It was only now that he understood that the 4 ancestral worlds were just 4 stages of his process of breaking through into Ancestor realm. Now he was truly breaking through into Ancestor realm. Breaking through the Ancestor realm involved killing tribulations and inquiring about one's heart. The final step was to change the heavens. Mortal world ancestral destruction, the superposition of parallel spacetime, was equivalent to suppressing the heavens. Unlimited ancestral breaker, strength beast, and xuanhuan's group of astral beasts were all killing tribulations. Ancestral shattering flowing light, the rise and fall of the river of time, that was also a killing tribulation. The wordless heavenly scripture was a test of one's heart. He had experienced the sky suppression, the killing calamity, and the heart questioning. What was next was heaven changing. When others changed the heavens, that was after they had broken into Ancestor Ascension. But when he changed the heavens, he chose to break into Ancestor Ascension all over again. His path was the main path, and he had to use that main path to break through into the Ancestor realm. Only then would he truly be in the Ancestor realm. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. A long time ago he had thought that it would be very difficult for him to break through to Ancestral Soul, but he had never thought that it would be this difficult. Others had to go through it once, but he had already gone through it 4 times and he still had to go through it all over again. This was his path to the Ancestor realm. When he was a half-martial ancestor, he was already able to fight against the 3 powerhouses and the 6 boundless gods. What kind of result he obtained, he would have to bear what kind of cause. His path to becoming an ancestor was even more difficult than breaking through to the primordial realm. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked up at the tribulation origin black hole. This was an origin tribulation that had been drawn from the starry sky in his heart. After all, he had an astral source as his shell, so it was normal for an origin tribulation to occur. Since the progenitor's origin tribulation was about to descend, he would not shrink back. Lu Yin's eyes grew cold as the mortal world descended from his forehead to the starry sky above his heart. At the same time, flowing light, limitless, and the wordless heavenly tone descended while the starry sky above his heart rose. It was an indescribable feeling. At this moment, everything that he had grasped had converged into one, as if all the tributaries had converged into a river. In the past, his hands were his hands and his feet were his feet. His entire body was as inflexible as a marionette. But at this moment he had an additional brain. His hands, feet, and every other part of his body could be used in an instant just like a real person. In the starry sky at the heart, the mortal world descended and expanded endlessly, forming a land beneath the stars. This land was incomparably vast and unimaginable, and it even encompassed the land formed by the fates. The streamer boat drifted in the stellar origin ocean above the land, slowly rising and falling. The lines of unbounded ancestors' world shuttled through the starry sky, transforming into light, wind, and celestial bodies. The wordless heavenly book became the most dazzling sun, illuminating the entire starry sky in the heart. An unprecedented feeling of comfort came over him, and he couldn't help but shout. He looked up at the tribulation origin black hole. "Come, let me see what kind of calamity you've brought." The dark starry sky trembled as the tribulation origin black hole tore apart the void, forming a world of nothingness. The primordial space was connected to Immemorial City's starry sky. Not only could the people in Immemorial City see the primordial space, but they could also see the fifth mainland and the parallel spacetime that was connected to the primordial space. Countless people in the primordial space could also see Immemorial City. Once upon a time, Immemorial City had been extremely unfamiliar with the primordial space. At that time, there hadn't even been a progenitor in the primordial space. Now, countless people looked up and saw Immemorial City. They saw the powerhouses who were fighting for humanity, the flames that burned countless human heroes, and Lu Yin who was directly facing the tribulation origin black hole. Countless people in Immemorial City, the primordial space, and the universe's starry sky saw this scene. Lu Yin couldn't see them as there was nothing in his eyes besides the tribulation origin black hole. Breaking through to progenitor was the most difficult thing in his mind, and he wanted to see what the Star Source universe could use to stop him. Before breaking through to progenitor, was there anyone in the Star Source universe who could match him? Was there anyone who could stop his celestial bodies? Lu Yin suddenly thought of the progenitor and smiled. The progenitor had created the Star Source universe, which meant that the Star Source universe had only appeared after the progenitor had broken through. How could the progenitor be lured out before he broke through? It couldn't be the progenitor. If it wasn't the progenitor, then could it be? At that moment, a figure emerged from the tribulation origin black hole and slowly descended. Lu Yin looked at the figure. Who was it? Who could give the Star Source universe the confidence to stop him before breaking through to progenitor realm? Was there such a powerhouse in the primordial space? He wasn't the only one who was curious, as even the progenitor didn't understand. It shouldn't be. At this level, no one except him could stop the pillar. It was impossible as he understood the primordial space too well. Even when he was in Immemorial City, Old Man Mu had also roamed the universe's starry sky. If there was such a person, he should have mentioned it. There's more? There was more than one figure. A second figure slowly descended, followed by a third, fourth, fifth, and finally, a ninth figure. 8 figures with no faces slowly descended from the tribulation origin black hole in a circle, finally surrounding Lu Yin. There was also a figure that wasn't human but rather a beast. Everyone stared at this scene. 8 humanoid tribulation origin and 1 beast-shaped tribulation origin? Since ancient times, there had never been so many figures that had appeared to stop a tribulation origin. This wasn't just a matter oh fuck, this is too disgusting. That's us, Lu Yuan cursed. Chui exclaimed, it's actually us, all of the 3 realms and 6 paths. Does the tribulation origin think that only we can stop him from breaking through? Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Speaking of which, have the 9 of us ever worked together before? Never. Even when facing Master we didn't work together. Jialan Jilua's expression turned ugly. This was a matter of dignity. They were the 3 realms and 6 paths. In the above heaven era, they were invincible powerhouses that had long since become legends. But now, the 9 of them were working together to deal with a junior. Wu Tian sighed, in human history no matter if it's the past or the future, only Pillar has the chance to fight all 9 of us at once. I really want to see if the 9 of us can stop him from breaking through. I want him to succeed, but I also don't want him to succeed, Jialan Jilua said. Chui smiled, success is a good thing. We have lived for so long, there should be someone who can surpass us. Around them, many people looked at them with strange gazes. The 3 realms and 6 paths, whether in the origin space or the various parallel universes of the universe, everyone who had heard of them knew that they were legends. Any one of them was a legend, and any one of them was enough to change history. 9 of them working together. This scene could not even be described as a legend. It was a myth. Under the ancient city, the ancestor was also stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. I understand now. Ah, I see. Mr. Mu returned and saw this scene. I didn't expect that the 3 realms and 6 paths would besiege my disciple one day. Tai Chu, what are you laughing at? The ancestor looked at Mr. Mu. Where's primordial origin? He ran away. Old man Mu, I've said that you are useless in this life except for taking Pillar as your disciple. You actually let him run away. Mr. Mu looked into the distance. What do you understand? The ancestor laughed so hard that he almost spat out the string of the sequence. I created the origin tribulation in the origin space. I know it too well, so I know why it attracted my disciples. Because Pillar cultivated the Azure Heavenly Palace. Mr. Mu was surprised. He cultivated the Azure Heavenly Palace? Yes, the test I gave my disciples was to create the Azure Heavenly Palace. Pillar merged the Azure Heavenly Palace with the starry sky in his heart. In the eyes of the origin tribulation, his most powerful force was the Azure Heavenly Palace. Think about it, my disciples could only complete their apprenticeship after creating the Azure Heavenly Palace. Do you think the origin tribulation would attract them? In its eyes, any one of my disciples could create the Azure Heavenly Palace and stop Pillar from breaking through. The reason why 9 of them appeared at once was because Pillar's stellar source was too majestic. The starry sky in his heart was also very strange. Just in case 9 of them were attracted. But when they created the Azure Heavenly Palace, they were already in the progenitor realm. Mr. Mu was puzzled. The ancestor said, they were in the progenitor realm, but for the origin tribulation the realm is not important. As long as they can create the Azure Heavenly Palace, they are qualified to stop Pillar at this moment. Also, he paused, Pillar already has an ancestral world. Mr. Mu looked into the distance. Luin looked around. The 3 realms 6 paths were really ruthless. In order to stop him from breaking through the ancestral world, they had dragged the 3 realms 6 paths in. This should be the most powerful origin tribulation since ancient times. Who dared to say that they could break through the encirclement of the 3 realms 6 paths? Even the Eternals had besieged the 3 realms 6 paths one by one. If the 3 realms 6 paths had joined forces, the outcome would have been different. Luin had created a precedent. And for the 3 realms 6 paths, it made up for their regrets. The legends of the past and the legends of the present. Everyone wanted to know how powerful the 3 realms 6 paths would be if they joined forces, including Luin. After a moment of silence, Luin made his move. 9 spears of earth flew toward the 3 realms 6 paths. The 3 realms 6 paths acted at the same time, each using a different power to block the earth spears. The earth spears were a threat to the 7 sky gods. This time, the Eternals were unable to recover from the setback and killed one expert after another. Luin used this to test the 3 realms 6 paths. None of them succeeded and all of them were knocked down. And this fact made Luin see clearly that the 3 realms 6 paths were not half progenitors, but progenitors. Logically speaking, when he broke through the origin tribulation of the progenitor realm, the origin tribulation should have drawn out a half progenitor. However, he had already passed 4 progenitor realm tribulations and had 4 ancestral worlds. At this moment, it was not impossible for the 3 realms 6 paths to be drawn out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3268. The 3 realms 6 Daos of the progenitor realm, what level was that? His realm might not be as high as 3 Prime and 6 Hao, who had reached the sequence laws, but his strength might not be much weaker than 3 Prime and 6 Hao. When Luin was a half progenitor, he could fight against 3 Prime and 6 Hao. The 3 realms 6 Daos were extremely talented and could at least challenge those of a higher realm. The 3 realms 6 Daos of the progenitor realm might not necessarily be weak against 3 Prime and 6 Hao. The 9 earth spears being knocked down was proof of this. One had to know that even the Forgotten Ruins deity and the others would find it difficult to knock down the earth spears. In the distance, Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. He's still a progenitor. He recalled his strength when he was a progenitor. Wu Tian and the others had solemn expressions. A progenitor? Although he had yet to comprehend the sequence laws, he had still managed to break out of the Sky Palace. Right, the Sky Palace. He had figured it out. No wonder he and the others had been lured out. Xiaoqi had cultivated the Sky Palace, and he and the others had fought their way out of it. Could this be karma? The Sky Palace could give him great strength, but he also had to bear the calamities that came with it. Two figures from the Three Realms 6 Daos took the initiative to attack. A platform appeared in front of one of them and pushed it towards Lu Yin. It was obviously Lu Yuan. The other instantly appeared behind Lu Yin and punched him. Lu Yin blocked the platform with one hand and grabbed behind him with the other. There was a boom as the figure's fist hit Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin could not move, his strength was too strong. Lu Yin thought that the figure behind him was Hongyan Mavis, but he realized that the figure had suddenly become more profound. Was this battle force in the mastery realm? Guiji. Lu Yin exerted force in his palm, and the platform was pushed back by Lu Yin. Lu Yuan subconsciously supported himself, but Lu Yin's strength had reached the limits of the universe. Half of Lu Yuan's body was crushed by the platform, and he retreated step by step. In the distance, Lu Yuan saw this and was speechless. He was a progenitor, but he did not even have the ability to connect to his own platform. Lu Yin grabbed Guiji's fist and crushed it, causing the black shadow on Guiji's arm to dissipate. Lu Yin was about to continue attacking when he suddenly paused. At some point in time, the martial god scripture had appeared around him. It was Wu Tian's ancestral world. It was indeed a progenitor. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he attacked ferociously, directly shattering the battle god scripture. The martial god mantra could fix any technique and make it so that it could only be used once. Di Qiong and Wu Tian both possessed the martial god mantra's ancestral world, but Wu Tian was still a progenitor. No matter how miraculous the martial god mantra was, it would still be difficult for him to control Lu Yin. Lu Yin's strength was enough to cause trouble for the one true god. Without needing anything else, just his strength alone was enough to break through everything. Above his head, an enormous object fell down. Lu Yin used one hand to support himself, but his body did not move at all. This enormous object was very familiar to him and he finally remembered it. It was the Realm Mountain, and it was the sky pillar that supported the heavens above heaven sect. Was Optimus Prime the ancestral world? That person was Chui? In the distance, Chui looked at this scene and sighed. My ancestral world is actually being held up by this little guy with a single hand. Seriously. He didn't even know what to say. Wu Tian said, my martial god scriptures were shattered by him, but I didn't say anything. Lu Yin braced himself against the skyscraping pillar with one hand and bent his legs before abruptly lifting himself up. On top of the skyscraping pillar, Chuyi's figure was sent flying along with the skyscraping pillar. Lu Yin looked down from above and punched downwards. Terrifying power spread out in layers, enveloping the 3 realms and 6 Daos. The beastly figure, which was the desolate god, roared at the sky and charged towards the terrifying power. The desolate god was sent flying by Lu Yin's punch, and a large tree was uprooted from the ground. It was the Mavis Divine Tree. Hongyan Mavis took action, using the Mavis Divine Tree to support Lu Yin's strength while she stood on top of the tree and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He knew about the Mavis family's innate gift, the rhythm of life. It was impossible for them to control him. In the distance, Hongyan Mavis was helpless. Even if they had reached the sequence laws, they might not be able to do anything to Lu Yin, let alone progenitors. Lu Yin's current strength was just too terrifying, and he could fight against a primordial realm expert. He was qualified to step into the battlefield of the one true god, the primogenitor. Lu Yin was able to suppress all of the 3 realms and 6 Daos with just his strength alone. At first, the shock of the 3 realms and 6 Daos appearance was replaced by another kind of shock. Without comparison, it was impossible to see the gap between them. Lu Yin had metamorphosed time and time again, and he had soared by leaps and bounds. Many had no idea how strong he really was, but now they had seen it for themselves. So what if the 3 realms and 6 Daos worked together? They could not stop Lu Yin. Beneath Immemorial City, the primogenitor sighed. Since ancient times, the 3 realms and 6 Daos have existed, but Lu Yin is one of a kind in the endless universe. The Mavis Divine Tree was pierced through. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Seniors, I'm sorry for the offense. Hongyan Mavis and the others exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. When they had broken through to the progenitor realm, they had been in high spirits. They had never imagined that countless years later, they would be beaten to the ground by a junior who had also just broken through to the progenitor realm. The prestige of the 3 realms and 6 Daos had disappeared in an instant. A silver-white spear appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and along with the spear came a frigid blizzard. Snow began to fall in the universe. Lu Yin raised a finger and tapped out, fixing the spear with his fingertip. The spear shattered, but another spear formed a few millimeters away. The spear-wielding Jianghu took advantage of the momentum to stab at Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually grabbed the spear and a powerful force caught it, immobilizing Jianghu. She simply let go and formed a circle with both hands, causing a mirror to appear. Soon after, more mirrors appeared around them, each containing a Jianghu. The white snow formed a spear that was grasped by the Jianghu in the mirror. It was as if there were thousands of white spears stabbing at Lu Yin, surrounding him from all directions. Jianghu mirror. This was a battle technique that Jianghu had created. If they were at the same level, this battle technique would be very strong. At the very least, Jianghu was not inferior to the other 3 realms and 6 daos with this battle technique. But if the difference was too great, Lu Yin stood in place, allowing the numerous white spears to stab at him without moving an inch. Jianghu's spears were no threat to him. In the distance, Jianghu rolled her eyes. Was she, a progenitor, that weak? It wasn't that she was weak, but that the enemy was too strong. Lu Yin took a step forward, reversing spacetime and shattering the Jianghu mirror. He appeared in front of Jianghu and struck out with a palm. Jianghu couldn't escape, and she couldn't even withstand this attack. Suddenly, a Golian slashed horizontally with a cold glint that forced Lu Yin to dodge. The Grim Reaper had made his move. Jianghu took the opportunity to retreat, and figures surrounded Lu Yin just like before. However, they had already fought once, and Lu Yin had completely suppressed the 3 realms and 6 daos. Only 2 people hadn't made a move. One was Fate, who had been watching Lu Yin from afar, and the other was the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper had made a final move to save Jianghu. If not for him, Jianghu's shadow would no longer exist. Even though it seemed like they had fought once, Lu Yin had only been testing the waters. Next, he would deal with the 3 realms and 6 daos one by one and survive his origin tribulations. As countless people held their breaths, the 3 realms and 6 daos attacked once more. The War God scripture surrounded Lu Yin while the Mavis God Tree and Optimus Pillar attacked him from both sides. Above Lu Yin was the General Appointment stage and below him was the Purgatory Arena. He was surrounded by the 3 realms and 6 daos attacks. Lu Yin's eyes widened. To show respect, he was going to use his full strength. Lu Yin's body fell rapidly, and he stepped onto the Purgatory Arena. The Purgatory Arena was immediately crushed, and Lu Yin punched upwards, causing it to crack. The Mavis God Tree and Optimus Pillar were shaken by the huge force and retreated. Under the snowy sky, the white spear shot out from the Jianghu mirror. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time, but he found that there was no difference. None of the 3 realms and 6 daos were still. The power of time was ineffective against them. Lu Yin didn't have an innate gift of time. His power of time had come from Ancestor Desolate's time-withering tree, and he had used the reverse step to finally create the flowing light that chased after time. When the 3 realms and 6 daos reached the progenitor realm, they had also touched upon the power of time. Unless Lu Yin used flowing light, he wasn't stronger than the 3 realms and 6 daos in terms of the power of time. Progenitor Qin had been able to create the reverse step to parallel time with a single glance, so the 3 realms and 6 daos understanding of time was no less than Progenitor Qin's. In the distance, many people stopped as they couldn't see the battle of time. Lu Yin clenched his right fist and punched out, shattering Guiji's and Lu Yuan's shadows. They couldn't withstand a single punch. Next, Lu Yin aimed at the Jianghu mirror, but Golian appeared in front of him again. Lu Yin grabbed at Golian. The closer he got to Golian's attack, the more uneasy he felt, as if he was being dragged into an abyss. He was all too familiar with the power of death, but the Grim Reaper's death energy was different. In the end, Lu Yin had learned death energy, while the Grim Reaper had created it. At that moment, Lu Yin felt the death energy in his heart being sucked away, turning into the Grim Reaper's power. Golian slashed down and the black energy tore through the void. Lu Yin grabbed Golian's blade and stopped him. He looked up at the Grim Reaper's shadow. Madman Lu's words echoed in his ears once more. The Grim Reaper could have won back then. He had broken through to the primordial realm and was invincible in the universe. He was too strong. His death energy was too strong. It was because of that palm that he lost. He clearly had invincible power, but in the end he was torn apart and died. Lu Yin stared at the Grim Reaper's shadow in a daze. What? The Grim Reaper spun, and the black energy tried to break free from Lu Yin's grasp. When a certain ability reached its limit, others would feel powerless. If Lu Yin had been fighting the true 3 realms and 6 Daos instead of tribulation origin, they would have been powerless. No matter what ability it was, once it was exposed to Lu Yin's power, it would be over. Lu Yin released his grip and flicked his finger. With a bang, Golian was sent flying. He flitted past the Grim Reaper and appeared in front of Jianghu, striking out with a palm. In the distance, Jianghu was stunned. Why me? The Grim Reaper was clearly the closest, but he didn't attack the Grim Reaper. Why did he attack me instead? Bullying me? Use an 8-star innate gift. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3269. Under the Origin Tribulations, Jianghu's shadow used an 8-star innate gift, but it was already too late. Sky-propping pillar and the Mavis divine tree pressed down once more. Lu Yin brazenly punched through the Optimus Prime and sent a palm strike towards Chu Yi. Chu Yi's shadow stared at Lu Yin's palm and narrowly dodged it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is this a unity incarnation? At this time, Chu Yi had not completely created the path of one heaven, but with the single word incarnation, it was enough to avoid this palm strike without any fancy moves. However, he had learned the Tao of Tianyi. Chu Yi's shadow had barely avoided Lu Yin's palm when it was scattered. Far away, Chu Yi was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lu Tianyi. He knows the Tao of Tianyi? Lu Tianyi felt awkward and bowed to Chu Yi. I'm sorry, master. I taught him the path of Tianyi without permission. Chu Yi smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Under the Origin Tribulation, Hongyan's Mavis shadow punched out from behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and punched out as well, their fists colliding. In the distance, Hongyan Mavis covered her face. It was over. Even the beast couldn't compete with Lu Yin in terms of strength. On the other side, the Strength Beast and Su Wang were holding back the Black Mother Tree, and they were also watching this scene. They watched Lu Yin scatter the tribulations one by one, and they subconsciously raised a hand and gave him a thumbs up. They were afraid of being beaten up. Under the Origin Tribulation, Hongyan Mavis was unsurprisingly defeated by a single punch. Lu Yin stared at Wu Tian and saw a flash of light appear on the projection's forehead. Was this the embryonic form of the celestial eye? Or did he already have the heaven's eye? Regardless of the situation, Lu Yin had still easily defeated Wu Tian. The heaven's eye could see through the weaknesses of battle techniques, and it had even allowed Lu Yin to see sequence particles when he had been an emissary. But so what? Absolute power, even if one could see it clearly, they would not be able to block it. So what if ordinary people saw the planet shatter with their own eyes? So what if he could watch the starry sky collapse? The moment Wu Tian's shadow shattered, a line suddenly appeared. In the distance, the Grim Reaper had long since disappeared, but at this moment he had appeared behind Lu Yin at an unknown time. His surroundings were filled with dark currents. This was the Grim Reaper's ancestral world, the Grim Reaper's force field. The Death God's force fields had been left behind in the primordial space, and Lu Yin had assumed that they were places where death energy gathered. This understanding was not wrong, as these Death God's force fields had been created based on the Death God's own ancestral world. The true Death God force field was the Death God's ancestral world. The Death God's shadow brandished its Golian, draining the Death God's force field as it slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around. So this was how fate fought. Destiny had the ability to see the future. Destiny was a thread that formed a bridge in the river of time. It saw that Wu Tian had destroyed Wu Tian at this moment, so it joined forces with the Grim Reaper to make a move against him. One chance. The Grim Reaper only had one chance to strike. Fate, on the other hand, only had one chance to act. This was how fate fought. Fate did not seek to attack, it only sought opportunities. This slash of the Death God was the strongest attack he had ever used in the Ancestor realm. In that instant, the entire primeval city battlefield turned bone-chillingly cold. Everyone was shocked. The Ancestor realm Grim Reaper actually brought about an intense sense of danger to these sequence law realm powerhouses. As expected of the above heavens era's most proficient in killing. Even Lu Yin was cautious. He could sense that the Death God's strike was no weaker than Tian Fa's spear. In other words, the Death God, who had just reached Ancestor, possessed the ability to fend off Tian Fa, a primordial realm expert. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin believed that there was no one who could rival him in all of history apart from fate, whose bottom line he could not see. However, the Death God made him sense the aura of someone similar. Both of them could take on a primordial realm expert without having reached the level of sequence law. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the soil of the earthly world turned into a Golien. Bang! A great sound rang through the entire battlefield, turning into a gale that swayed the flames. The death god's Golien was cut in half. Lu Yin used his terrifying strength and the special characteristics of the earthly world to forcefully smash through the death god's attack, brushing past the death god's shadow. As he watched the death god's shadow slowly disperse, Lu Yin casually tossed the Golien towards Fate. Fate did not dodge at all. The Golien swept past and Fate vanished. Now there was only a single shadow beneath the origin tribulation, the desolate god. Lu Yin had not purposely left the desolate god behind. Instead, the desolate god had withstood his punch. Lu Yin knew exactly how powerful that punch was. Only the desolate god had withstood it with his body alone. The desolate god's body was extremely tough. In the distance, everyone fell silent. They watched as Lu Yin destroyed the 3 realms and 6 paths one after another. He watched as the legend fell and another legend rose. More importantly, the legend of Luomu was still here. Many people stole glances at Lu Yuan and the others. They did not know what these people were thinking. Da Huang is the strongest, Wu Tian said. Lu Yuan said, Da Huang is an astral beast. His starting point is higher than ours. When he had just broken through to the progenitor realm, Da Huang was much stronger than us. At that time, Da Huang was the strongest aside from Master and the others. That's why we liked to pester Da Huang back then, asking him to take us to the parallel universe. Hongyan Mavis had a complicated look in her eyes. The greed of the humans eventually caused the desolate god to be disheartened. As a result, the 4th mainland could not resist at all and was directly destroyed by the Eternals. If not for that, the Above Heaven sect would not have been defeated so easily. Since when did we become enemies with Big Yellow? Beneath Immemorial City, the primogenitor sighed, Da Huang. I really want to see him again. Under the Origin Tribulation, Lu Yin faced the beast-shaped Origin Tribulation head-on. After a moment of confrontation, they both charged at the same time. Passing by it, Lu Yin punched the beast and sent it flying. The beast twisted its body in midair and stared at Lu Yin from afar. It roared, causing the void to tremble and an indescribable dizziness to spread through the area. However, it was only a slight dizziness. Lu Yin followed closely behind, using the reverse step to appear directly above the beast-shaped Origin Tribulation. He punched out once more, knocking it down. Punch after punch, the beast could not fight back at all. Although its body was tough and could withstand Lu Yin's power, it would still be defeated. Even the desolate god at its peak was not Lu Yin's opponent, let alone the desolate god of the past. The desolate god had been defeated by the Grim Reaper. Its strength was not necessarily weaker than the other 3 realms' 6 Daos, but it was not stronger either. With Lu Yin's current strength, even Lu Yuan and the others who had broken through to the primordial realm were not his opponent, let alone the desolate god of the past. The beast-shaped Origin Tribulation was beaten to a pulp, and then, under the stupefied gazes of many, it stood up and a strange weapon appeared in its hand, the dagger axe. An indestructible body and an undefeatable weapon. This is Big Yellow's strength, Lu Yuan sighed. Thinking back to that era, Big Yellow had been the most powerful. It had an indestructible body and an undefeatable weapon. It had been invincible in parallel spacetime and suppressed all astral beasts. Even the 3 realms and 6 Daos had feared it. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Admiration. The undefeatable weapon was known as the seamless dagger axe. Space was the shaft and time was the blade. It was clearly in beast form, but it stood up like a human. It pointed the dagger axe at Lu Yin and used a strange footwork to charge forward. Lu Yin found it strange, but that dagger axe was not simple. As the dagger axe stabbed out, the void froze and spacetime became chaotic. Lu Yin used the reverse step, but he was instantly forced out. Whether it was space or time, he could not see through them. The dagger axe stabbed towards Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin calmly watched the dagger axe stab towards him, and a stream of light appeared. The dagger axe pierced through Lu Yin. The beast-shaped Origin Tribulation stopped in place. Lu Yin turned around and waved his hand, causing the tribulation to dissipate. This scene was difficult for anyone who had not reached the level of a sequence law to understand. This was a showdown of time. No matter how the seamless dagger axe used time as its blade, it could not stir up the stream of light, which could not be contained in the river of time. The 3 realms and 6 Daos disappeared, and Lu Yin looked up at the black hole. He did not believe that there was another tribulation that could stop him from breaking through to the progenitor realm. No matter what, the Origin Tribulation had been created by a progenitor, and Lu Yin could already fight against one to a certain extent. The black hole rumbled with thunder as a boundless sea of astral sources poured into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's lips curled up. He had passed. The primordial space trembled as an endless amount of astral sources rushed towards Lu Yin. The astral source ocean above Lu Yin's heart swelled, and countless people in the primordial space praised him as they looked towards his heart. The wordless heavenly tome shone brightly. Stars suddenly appeared one after another, but they did not come from Sirius. Instead, they appeared in a form that Lu Yin could not understand. Lu Yin immediately shrank the starry sky around his heart. It was still transforming, but it could no longer be seen by outsiders. Lu Yin himself did not know what would happen to the starry sky around his heart after he broke through to progenitor realm. He only knew that as long as he was willing, he could do many things that he had wanted to do but could not in the past, such as resurrecting Ming Yen or leaving Sirius to the Sirius sect. He knew that he had crossed a critical threshold, and this was what it meant to break through to progenitor realm. The starry sky swayed and a large tree appeared behind Lu Yin. It stretched out and covered the entire starry sky, covering Immemorial City and descending into endless parallel spacetime. Its range was greater than any of the previous times. This was a phenomenon that Lu Yin had seen more than once, and each time, it was bigger than the last. This time it covered endless spacetime and its boundaries could not be seen. The tree's branches drooped and items hung from them. In the past, Lu Yin had never understood what this phenomenon represented, but now he did. He saw dice among the items hanging from the branches, and he also saw Thunder Lord Jiangfeng's 3 divine artifacts. The items hanging from the tree were all turbid treasures. What were turbid treasures? At the beginning of the world, all things were clear and the river of time was born. The clearer something was, the easier it was to become turbid. Under the river of time, there was something that went against the flow, carrying items from the future. The clarity of the filth was turbid, and this item was called a turbid treasure. What did going against the flow have to do with this tree? Lu Yin did not understand. He only knew that if there were so many turbid treasures in the universe, then where was this tree? And why was it his own phenomenon? Immemorial City was different from other places. There were too many powerhouses here, and at least half of them knew about turbid treasures. Now that they saw Lu Yin's phenomenon, they were all stunned. It was as if they had seen the birth of a turbid treasure. The phenomenon slowly disappeared, but the shock that it brought would never disappear from these people's memories. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3270. Lu Yin did not have the time to ponder over the phenomenon. A small boat of light appeared beside him, and his gaze was resolute. It was time. As the small boat drifted into the distance, ripples appeared in the void. These ripples were not formed by energy, but rather real ripples that resembled flowing water. As the small boat sped up, the flowing water became more and more obvious. Finally, it vanished before everyone's eyes. Lu Yin also disappeared with it. Little 7. Lu Yuan was worried. To the side, Wu Tian sighed. That's crossing the river of time. Time and space have always been around us and have never disappeared. It's just that ordinary people cannot see them. That small boat can cross the river of time and disappear with the pillar. It's not going in reverse but rather traveling. Chu Yi's expression was solemn. Crossing the river of time and traveling to any point in time is the ability of that small boat. Everyone in the Immemorial City battlefield sighed in amazement. There really was an ability to cross the river of time. Most of them had reached the level of sequence laws, but very few had actually seen the river of time. The 3 realms and 6 Daos could cross the river of time, but they did not dare to do so because of the primogenitors. However, this did not mean that others would do the same. Most people were unable to cross the river of time, and even if someone did try, they would end up in an extremely miserable state. For example, although Lu Yin could challenge sequence laws and even primordial realm experts and kill the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters, that only meant that his battle prowess was high. It did not mean that he could do what primordial realm experts could do. Before breaking through to progenitor, Lu Yin did not know how to save Ming Yen, but the moment he succeeded, he understood. If one's cultivation realm was completely determined by battle prowess, then it would be too simple. One's cultivation realm determined battle prowess, not battle prowess. Sometimes, even if one's battle prowess was sufficient, it would be useless if one's cultivation realm did not match their battle prowess. Once one's cultivation realm matched their battle prowess, the strength they could unleash would be even more terrifying, and that would be a whole new realm. Lu Yin's battle prowess and cultivation realm were too far apart. Only now could he be considered to have reached the apex and transformed into a progenitor. Hold on, if he travels to the past and crosses the river of time to change the fact that the Eternals escaped, then what will happen now? Won't that change the present? Someone cried out. It was an expert from Immemorial City who had lost his legs and was holding on through sheer willpower. He didn't want the past to be changed. The current situation was already very good. Primordial City was defended. Only then did the protection of his comrades, family and brothers have meaning. Mr. Mu's voice rang out. Traveling through the past is just changing the cause of one's past. What is changed is also the effect of changing the cause of one's future. Just like the long river flowing backwards, it has nothing to do with others. Nothing else will change. Even if the effect of changing the future is changed, it will happen naturally with the flow of time. Don't worry. Many people did not understand Mr. Mu's words, but no one asked further. They felt that it made sense. Mr. Mu's eyes were filled with melancholy. The past and the future could not be changed. If it was possible, how could his universe have failed? On the other side, Lu Yin was standing on a small boat made of flowing light as he materialized the river of time from nothingness. As he crossed the river, many scenes flashed before his eyes. It wasn't easy to cross the river of time. The slightest carelessness could capsize the boat. This scene was very similar to when Big Sis had fallen into the river of time. Big Sis had lost her cultivation in the river of time. Now Lu Yin had taken the initiative to enter the river of time. Seeing this, the boat suddenly stopped. Everything around Lu Yin changed. Scenes flashed before him and he finally stood in a dark corner. Around him, scenes flashed before him. They were the scenes that he had just seen while crossing the river of time. Previously they had been played in reverse, but now they were played sequentially. They flashed by as if his future self had been inserted into a scene from the past. When Lu Yin came back to his senses, he was still standing in that dark corner. He was no longer surrounded by the immemorial battlefield. Instead, he was surrounded by pairs of scarlet eyes. At the very front, Wu Lingxian looked at him in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Crossing the river of time, Tao Lord Lu. You really have guts. The one true God's voice rang out. This was the bone vessel, surrounded by everlasting powerhouses. Lu Yin had crossed the river of time and changed his position in the past to that of the bone vessel. When the everlasting race fled, he had disappeared with the bone vessel. Everything had flowed down the river of time, and the process could not be changed unless someone else crossed the river of time. Although Lu Yin had changed his position in the past, the fact that he had broken through to the progenitor realm had not changed. It was like the waves of the river of time flowing backwards. The one who had flowed backwards was Lu Yin. Otherwise, he would not have been able to return to the past if he had really changed the fact that he had broken through to the progenitor realm. He left the immemorial battlefield with the bone vessel. At this moment, aside from the everlasting powerhouses, Lu Yin was the only one on the vessel. He faced the countless pairs of scarlet eyes around him and looked at the person cloaked in golden light deep within the vessel. Eternal, I've come to send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched forward. The bone vessel had continuously given birth to powerful corpse kings, and the reason for this was the bones of powerful creatures. With the one true God's innate gift of bone grafting, the vessel had been able to directly face Immemorial City and even suppress it for a time. Lu Yin had not only chased after the one true God, but also for the bone vessel. As long as the bone vessel was not destroyed, the everlasting race would be able to bring Immemorial City with them as they roamed the universe. This powerful force was enough to make countless people despair. In the current universe, a single punch brought about by the ultimate strength of a living being shattered more than a dozen corpse kings in front of him. These corpse kings were all powerhouses of the sequence laws. When Lu Yin had entered the immemorial battlefield as Yebwa, these corpse kings had been able to kill Immemorial City's powerhouses one-on-one. But now they had all been annihilated by a single punch. Several corpse kings appeared behind him, and various laws of sequence immediately filled the entire bone vessel. Lu Yin released the cosmos in his heart, and the sky heavenly palace appeared around the bone vessel. At that moment, all the laws of sequence were repelled and cracks appeared on the bone vessel. This came from a world of nothingness that had appeared due to the rejection of the cosmos in his heart. The one true God's eyes narrowed. The laws could not approach him? How was this possible? No one had imagined that Lu Yin, who had not reached the primordial realm, could actually prevent the laws from approaching him. Even Lu Yin himself had never thought that the cosmos in his heart would transform into the progenitor realm and contain all four ancestral worlds, reaching the level of the primordial realm. The laws could not approach him. This was equivalent to making up for the absolute difference between him and primordial realm experts of the laws of sequence. The laws of sequence were Lu Yin's weakness, but this weakness no longer existed now. There were no longer any laws of sequence in the bone vessel. The laws that could rival the primordial realm were extraordinarily domineering. No, it's not the laws that can't approach him. It's the rejection of the laws. The one true God stared at Lu Yin's cosmos. This kid has created a universe that can give birth to its own laws. Any laws that he doesn't accept will not exist in that universe. He's actually done something that even Grand Primordial failed to do. The ancient god walked out from beside him. I'll deal with him. Even though the corpse kings on the bone vessel were powerful, they were unable to withstand Lu Yin's absolute strength due to the rejection of laws. Through the cosmos in his heart, Lu Yin saw a tremendous region in the depths of the bone vessel. It was filled with countless skeletons that were nurtured in white water. Corpse kings would constantly take out skeletons and place them on themselves, allowing their strength to evolve. There were hundreds of thousands of skeletons. That was Lu Yin's target. Before him, a huge hand slammed over. It came from the corpse god, who glared at Lu Yin with her scarlet eyes. The corpse god was extremely powerful. With the laws of sequence in her body, she was basically indestructible. Lu Yin raised his hand, causing countless spears of soil to appear and shoot towards the entire bone vessel. The corpse god was immediately pierced by the soil spears and turned into an immortal seed that flew towards the one true god. Without the laws of sequence and the Mavis god tree, the corpse god was so weak in Lu Yin's eyes that he could easily kill her. As he watched the immortal seed fly towards the one true god, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The stars in his heart suddenly trembled, and one of them blocked the path of the immortal seed and slammed into the one true god. Boom! The bone vessel shook and the star shattered. The immortal seed also shattered. The one true god's eyes went wide. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared beside the seed, reaching out to grab it. In the end, this was just a technique, so how could it escape from his universe? The seed shattered and Lu Yin grabbed it and crushed it. The one true god's gaze turned gloomy. The true god's immortal technique was an extremely powerful technique. Any creature that was implanted with an immortal seed would be able to revive infinitely. It was an undefeatable power, but the stronger the technique, the more restrictions it had. If the seed was destroyed, the one true god would be injured. Thus, he would not use the true god's immortal technique unless it was absolutely necessary. He wanted to survive the bitter adversity and step into the eternal realm after the universe was rebooted. Any flaw could cause him to fail. If the human race was destroyed and the universe could be rebooted, he would rather disperse the true god's immortal technique. The universe had its limits, and this technique had reached its limits to a certain extent. It might not be accepted by the universe. However, during the battle at Immemorial City, he had been forced to use this technique. He could not attempt to survive the bitter adversity for the time being, even if the universe was rebooted. The one true god's expression turned ugly as he watched Lu Yin wantonly destroy the bone vessel. He had destroyed the sect above heaven, which was at its peak, and suppressed the human race to the point where they could not even raise their heads. He had gotten closer and closer to rebooting the universe, but in the end he had been defeated by this brat. How old was this brat? Did he really want to stop the Eternals? Stop the spiritualization of the universe? Impossible, he could not do it. Lu Yin seemed to sense the one true god's gaze, and he looked up to see a figure standing in front of him. It was the ancient god. The ancient god's body was covered in a dark gray substance, and his realm of the gods brought about an extremely powerful pressure. The spear stabbed out, piercing through the void and tearing a dark streak through space where Lu Yin's heart was. It extended into the distance, shattering star after star. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he grabbed the earth spear and stabbed it at the ancient god. The spear collided with the spear, causing a thunderous explosion that spread out in all directions and destroyed a large area within the bone vessel. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3271. Neither of them retreated, and the spear and spear continued to block each other. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Fertile Earth may have broken through to the primordial realm, but he relied on the Godseal catalog and the platform of appointment to stop me. He was beaten from beginning to end, but you can fight me head-on, the ancient god sighed. Lu Yin looked at the ancient god through the collapsing darkness of space. He could not escape as he was controlled by the one true god and could only fight for the Eternals. So what if he could see fate? It would be a pointless sacrifice. Guiji, you betrayed humanity. You deserve to die. With that, he stepped forward and stabbed out with his spear. Even the ancient god could not withstand the power of a universe creature and was forced to retreat. However, the spear came from the black-gray palm of the god realm and was extremely sturdy. It did not shatter even after being suppressed by the soil spear. Lu Yin let go and struck the ancient god with his palm along the soil spear and spear. The ancient god raised his hand, and the jianghu arena crashed down. Soil appeared above Lu Yin's head and blocked the jianghu arena. He had already passed through the spear and was less than a meter away from the ancient god. The ancient god's eyes suddenly turned scarlet as he used the corpse king transformation and the palm of the void. Space chased after time and the surroundings became still. Lu Yin also used the inverse step to parallel spacetime. The two figures crossed each other and the void exploded. One figure was forced to retreat while the other crushed the ground. I told you, you deserve to die. It was Lu Yin. At that moment, his vision suddenly distorted, and he could only see the ground. The witch spirit god's 5 senses were intertwined. Kiki, who do you think you are to kill the Eternals all by yourself, kid? The stars rotated like the air in Lu Yin's heart. The power of the starry sky collided and distorted the surroundings. The space that the witch spirit god had been hiding in was forcefully revealed. Lu Yin turned around and instantly appeared in front of him, allowing the two corpse kings to attack him from behind. He grabbed the witch spirit god by the neck and lifted him up. The times are changing. It's time for you to end 7 sky gods. Crack. The witch spirit god's eyes widened as his neck was snapped. His body turned into an immortal seed and flew towards the one true god. However, the seed still could not reach the one true god before Lu Yin crushed it. Behind him, the two corpse kings couldn't harm Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin had already used the extreme reversal technique, and he turned around to smash the two corpse kings apart with a single punch. When he looked back, the ancient god had already disappeared. Lu Yin raised his hand and aimed at the area where the bones were hidden. Boundless power flowed beneath the sky palace, exploding from his palm into the distance as he struck out. In a split second, the martial god scripture appeared around Lu Yin. Lu Yin's palm strike hadn't pierced through the bone boat, it had merely shattered the martial god scripture. During the progenitor realm's origin tribulation, Lu Yin had shattered the martial god scripture of Wu Tian, who had just broken through to the progenitor realm. Now he had shattered the martial god scripture of Di Qiong, who was at the sequence law realm. Di Qiong stood in front of Yi Futian and his eyes lost their consciousness. This was the martial god transformation. Under normal circumstances, he was no longer Lu Yin's opponent. Now that Lu Yin had broken through to progenitor realm, his strength had undergone a terrifying transformation that shocked even the sole true god. At the cost of his life, Di Qiong performed the Einherjar transformation again and charged toward Lu Yin. Martial god transformation? Lu Yin admired the last stage of the corpse king transformation. Di Qiong's dedication was unimaginable for him to have created such a technique. However, the limit of his strength was not his. Boom, the bone boat trembled. On the other end, Fenghua, Undying God, Ruins, Black Wuxian and Butterfly all looked inside. Lu Yin had actually lasted this long? Let's attack together and kill him. The sole true god's voice rang out. The bone boat was huge, and Lu Yin just happened to appear on the sole true god's side. On the other end were the ancient gods, which spirit god, corpse god, and Di Qiong. They had thought that Lu Yin wouldn't be able to last long and that he would escape. Since he had dared to chase after them, he must have had the confidence to do so. However, the battle was still ongoing, and the sole true god had ordered all of them to attack together. Just how high had this person reached? One had to know that the Divine Seal catalog hadn't appeared yet. This person could borrow the power of the 3 realms and 6 daos, but he hadn't appeared yet. There was only one possibility: he no longer needed to borrow those powers. The cracks spread from one end of the bone boat to the other. The bone boat was on the verge of collapse, and under Lu Yin's powerful attacks, it could disintegrate at any time. Lu Yin arrived at the area where the corpse kings were resting their skeletons, their scarlet eyes staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a deep breath. This was the bone boat's secret. When he had first heard of the bone boat's secret, he had been so shocked that he had no choice but to use Yi Bo's identity to infiltrate the Eternals. At that time, he had known that the bone boats were filled with countless sequence laws powerhouses that could suppress Immemorial City. Once the bone boats descended, the entire Hexagon Association would not be able to stop them. This was indeed the case. If the bone boats had descended, Hongyan Mavis, Jialan Zhilua, Wu Tian, Su Wang, Li Shou, the 8 Da sovereigns Yi Rua, and the other powerhouses would not have been there. How could they have stopped the bone boats that could fight Immemorial City? Once the bone boats had descended, the Hexagon Association would have been destroyed. However, the bone boats could not have descended at that time, as they had to deal with Immemorial City. If the bone boats had descended, Immemorial City would have naturally descended as well. Lu Yin had thought things through later, but when he had first learned of the bone boats' existence, how could he not have investigated them? How could he have allowed them to exist? Even now, with countless human powerhouses, he still wanted to hunt down the bone boats. Lu Yin did not expect to kill the sole true god or the ancient gods, as he could not do so. However, he had to destroy the bone boat's ability to continuously produce sequence laws corpse kings and cut off this apocalyptic weapon of the Eternals. A group of corpse kings attacked Lu Yin, and he once again sensed the strength of the triangular-faced and long-legged corpse kings. He also saw a corpse king with 7 swords on its back charging towards him. There was also a powerful bronze-colored corpse king. These corpse kings did not have this kind of strength on their own. They all came from the skeleton's owners. The owners of these skeletons might have died at the hands of the Eternals. Since ancient times, no one knew how many powerhouses had died. Only the Eternals knew. It was time for these powerhouses to return to their former glory. Lu Yin's absolute strength broke through everything, and the sequence laws were repelled. These corpse kings could not stop Lu Yin's slaughter at all. Only one person caught Lu Yin's attention, a woman with a lively appearance. She held a glassy staff and stood behind him, watching him. This woman was not a corpse king. Boom. The earth domain shattered, and Lu Yin punched at the remaining bones. The woman understood what he was trying to do, and she pushed a colorful painting towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's fist struck the painting and it disappeared. However, it was not completely ineffective. The painting was of the ethereal heavenly palace, and one of its corners had been destroyed. The woman exclaimed, as expected of the human master who defeated his mortal enemy. Even the brocade sky chart could not stop you. With that, she swept out with her staff. Lu Yin could sense that this woman's strength was definitely at the top of the sequence laws, but she still could not stop him. He had extreme strength, and those without extreme strength would not be able to stop him. A gale swept past, and Fenghua, who had just arrived, was stunned. Undying God was almost forced back, but when he looked up, he saw Lu Yin blocking the glass staff. His eyes were filled with fear. This strength? My name is Xuanhuan, and I represent the spiritualized universe to invite Master Lu to join us. The woman's eyes lit up, and cracks appeared on the staff in her hand. Lu Yin's palm struck the staff, but it was blocked. The power that had blocked him had come from himself. Xuanhuan held the brocade sky chart in one hand and the staff in the other, forcibly blocking Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin stared at the woman. Spiritualized universe? What's your relationship with Tianxi? He is him and I am me. Master Lu, think about it. You have no future, so what if you defeat the Eternals? You should know that the Eternals are not your final enemy. You humans have already reached the end, and any further is the abyss, Xuanhuan growled, his voice ringing only in their ears. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Show me your sincerity first. Xuanhuan and Lu Yin looked at each other, and there was admiration and laughter in the depths of her eyes. When you show us your sincerity, we will show you our sincerity. What sincerity? Give up the celestial sect. Lu Yin laughed. Under the celestial palace, power circulated, and he struck out again. With a crack, the staff shattered, and Xuanhuan was sent flying. She used the brocade sky chart to block in front of her. Lu Yin struck out again and hit the chart. The picture of the celestial palace in the brocade sky chart collapsed, and the chart was torn apart. Behind him, Xuanhuan spat out blood. Her face was pale and she turned to leave. Lu Yin punched in the direction she'd fled. Aunt Xuanhuan looked back with a bone-chilling gaze. This was the first time in her life that someone had called her an aunt. You will regret this. A corner of the bone boat broke, and Xuanhuan rushed out of the boat. She spat out blood again and fled. Lu Yin did not chase after her. She had taken a punch from him, and the possibility of her surviving was not high. He turned around, and his majestic consciousness came crashing down like a tsunami from the ruins. In front of him, the undying deity and Fenghua were approaching. One of them stepped backward with a withered sword in his hand, while the other held a pagoda sword. They spat out blood and slashed down. 3 experts of the 7 sky gods attacked together. Lu Yin did not move. The consciousness of the ruins had no effect on him, and the undying deity and Fenghua could not hurt him at all. He raised his hands and grabbed the withered sword in one hand and the pagoda sword in the other. He looked at the undying deity and Fenghua. Since you are all dead, don't appear again. He exerted force with both hands, and the withered sword and pagoda sword shattered at the same time. Fengbo was shocked as this person's strength had changed too much. Wait, I'm from? Lu Yin's vision darkened. He had defeated Fengbo with a single palm and crushed the seed. He did not even listen to Fengbo's words as he looked at the undying deity. Blacklist deity was even further away, but he did not approach. The undying deity stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He released the broken sword and smiled bitterly. Just like the first time Lu Yin had seen him, he was so dispirited that he wanted to sleep. Wu Tian was imprisoned in the third zone of his own volition. You wanted to kill him just to free him, right? Lu Yin asked. The undying deity took a deep breath and smiled. This smile was different from the one Lu Yin had seen before. Wu Tian lied to me. Lu Yin did not know what to say. If Wu Tian had not intentionally been imprisoned in the third zone, the undying deity might not have become one of the 7 sky gods. However, had Wu Tian done anything wrong? To the undying deity this was unfair, but to the humans Wu Tian had not done anything wrong. He had only sacrificed himself to prevent fate from targeting the humans. Just as the primogenitor had said, he had been too honest, and it had caused the people around him to suffer. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3272. Ancestor Hui had been the same. In order to scheme against the Eternals and save the human race, he had sacrificed his own son, and in the end he had sacrificed himself as well. Humanity's destiny and victory were built on the sacrifices of these people. Path Master Lu, help me pass a message to Wu Tian. The undying god looked at Lu Yin. During the battle at Immemorial City, he had intentionally avoided Wu Tian and chosen the Gravekeeper instead. Perhaps he did not know how to face him, or perhaps he did not want to. I don't owe him anything, and neither does he owe me anything. Even if he wasn't imprisoned in the third calamity region, I would not fight to the death with the Eternals for the sake of humanity. What does the fate of humanity have to do with me? With that, his body exploded and turned into an immortal seed that floated in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the seed. No one knew what would happen if things did not happen. The undying god had awakened, and Wu Tian had hoped that he would awaken. In his own position he lived with more clarity than anyone else. Lu Yin grabbed the seed and crushed it. From then on, the undying god would never appear again. Lu Yin looked into the distance. He Wuxian had run away and there was still ruins. In the distance, within the dark clouds, an eyeball spun. It was ruins. I'm curious. Why didn't you use the true god's freedom technique in the Immemorial City battlefield? Lu Yin asked. Ruin's eyeball spun, and the dark cloud turned to flee. He still wanted to live, and as long as the seed did not shatter, he could be revived. Lu Yin was clearly not his match. Lu Yin watched as ruins fled, and then he used the reverse step to parallel time. Everything around him went still, and only the dark cloud continued to flee. The eyeball continued to spin. Lu Yin's body instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of ruins. He had used flowing light to travel through spacetime. Ruin's eyeball stared blankly at Lu Yin. You've already killed me once. Let me go, I'm already dead. Lu Yin looked at Ruins. There are many restrictions to your revival through the true god's immortal art. Some powers cannot be used. You haven't truly revived. So what? As long as I'm alive, Ruins barked. Lu Yin was disappointed. He had wanted to leave Ruins to absorb his consciousness and recover his planet, but he had just thought it through. They had not truly revived, and the power that they had used came from the one true god. It was all fake. Ruins' current consciousness was of no help to him. Lu Yin, Ruins and Ruins. The soil was crushed. Ruins released howls of anguish. It was quickly erased, leaving behind only a seed. Lu Yin understood them all too well. The Ruins all had innate gifts, and whether they were seen or not, it would not have been easy for Lu Yin to kill the 3 masters and 6 limitless gods if he had not fought them together. It was precisely because he understood it too well that he was able to deal with it so easily. After crushing the seed, Lu Yin looked towards the other end of the bone vessel. They were still there. Cracks continuously appeared on the bone boat, and it shook violently before splitting into 2. Lu Yin watched as the bone boat continued to move further and further away. On the other side was the one true god and the others. Lu Yin frowned. Where were the forgotten Ruins deity and Wang Xiaoyu? They should have been there as well. There was also Black Wuxian. He had run away as well. This guy was a gift left for the only true god. Lord Lu, I'm impressed. You hunted down the Eternals alone, destroyed the bone boat, and killed almost all of the 3 high ones and 6 vast ones. Even absolute beginning might not be able to do such a thing, said the one true God. If it was a progenitor, you wouldn't have survived either. The one true God smiled. Do you think you can't kill me? I didn't think that I could kill you from the very beginning. I was just testing the waters so that the Grand Emperor's sacrifice wouldn't have been in vain, Luin said. He then walked into outer space. Behind him, half of the bone boat had been destroyed. As for the bones, he did not destroy them. Instead, he took them with him. Tai Hong? She's just a crazy woman. Her restriction won't last for long, said the one true God. Luin stared at him. She is indeed a crazy woman. But that crazy woman changed history. He had not understood the one true God's strength during the battle in the Calamity Zone, and he had felt the urge to gather all the human experts to kill the one true God. However, the battle atop the Black Mother Tree in Primeval City had completely awakened him. The one true God had rendered him powerless, and even though he had broken through to the progenitor realm, he did not think that he would be able to change that much. The one true God was the strongest person in this universe, and only the progenitor and Mr. Mu could contend against him. Luin was still not his match. Unfortunately, he could not bring Mr. Mu and the others across the River of Time. Crossing the River of Time would change one's position in the past. It was like reversing a wave. He could only reverse his own wave, but he could not change others. Otherwise, he would not be crossing the River of Time but going against it. The karma that he would have to bear was unimaginable. When crossing the River of Time, Mr. Mu had warned him that anyone who changed a cause that did not belong to him would have to bear severe consequences. For example, if Luin brought someone into Mount Supreme and crossed the River of Time, and the time that changed one's position did not overlap with that person's, then he could bring that person along. If that person changed their cause during that time, then once they crossed the River of Time, they would change the karma of others. In other words, Luin could not bring anyone who participated in the Battle of Primeval City with him. This was also the reason why Luin had killed his way into the bone ship alone. Facing the one true God alone was not just a test, but also an explanation to the Grand Emperor. If the Grand Emperor had not sacrificed himself to trap the one true God, then the result of the Battle of Primeval City might have been different. Even so, Luin still had to try. Whether or not he could kill the one true God, he had to at least try and not let the Grand Emperor's sacrifice go to waste. Soil covered the sky and came from the heart of the starry sky. Limitless power spiraled and brought about an unparalleled pressure that pressed down on the one true God's half of the bone ship. The soil was below and the sky was above. Now that the soil was in the sky, it was bound to overturn the sky. Overturning sky palm. This time, the overturning sky palm was stronger than any of the previous ones. The soil came from the mortal ancestors' world, and the pressure was not only from the mortal ancestors' world, but also from the constellation of limitless power. It represented the limits of this universe's life forms. Beside the one true God, the ancient God's expression turned solemn. He sighed and was about to attack when the one true God stopped him. The one true God looked up and praised, a concept battle technique. When you created this battle technique as Lu Xiaoxian, I was already very surprised. Lu Yuan personally appeared and the 7 sky gods killed their way into the astral tree realm. That was their respect for you. Master Lu, whether it was during Lu Xiaoxuan's era or Lu Yin's era, you both have amazing innate abilities. But aren't you looking down on me too much? Tai Hong made it difficult for me to attack, but that doesn't mean I can't even protect myself. The limits of the true God heaven-switching art are beyond your imagination. With that, he leapt up and stood on the shattered bone ship, allowing the overturning sky palm to fall. The overturning sky palm swept past the 6 paths of reincarnation and struck the one true God. The true God heaven-switching art formed a dark red light that was hidden under the golden 6 paths of reincarnation. The overturning sky palm struck, and the one true God's bone ship cracked. He raised his arms to block the attack as he stared at Luin. Rumble, the starry sky shook as terrifying cracks tore through the starry sky and spread to the sides. Lu Yin's overturning sky palm failed to break through the true God heaven-switching art. Lu Yin's current strength was extremely great, but it had not reached the level where he could break through the true God heaven-switching art. It could even seal a primordial realm expert. Even if he could break through it, it would take him a very long time. In the Battle of Immemorial City, he had worked with Go Lian and Lu Yuan. Even Progenitor Qin could not break through the true God heaven-switching art. The defense of this art was just too powerful. The one true God's lips curled up as a trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. He was not unscathed either. He had to endure the 6 paths of reincarnation and the overturning sky palm at the same time. Even this supreme of the universe felt pressured. Pathmaster Lu, look over there. Lu Yin looked in the direction the one true god was pointing and saw the butterfly, Tianan. Tianan had already left the bone ship and was flying off into the distance. You only have one chance. You can either kill us or kill her. It's up to you, the one true god said. In the distance, Tianan continued to fly, but she could not break through the parallel space. She hated the one true god to the core. It was he who had forced her out of the bone ship and confined her to this parallel space. He had also injected the true god heaven-switching art into her body. She knew the one true god's intentions very well. However, she could not escape. She was too heavily injured in the battle of Immemorial City. The ancient gods could easily suppress her. She was now one of Lu Yin's choices. He could either kill her or kill the one true god and the others. The dignified protector of the 4 cardinal regions had actually been reduced to a mere choice. How tragic was this? She had never thought that she would have such a day. Never. No matter what, they had once surrounded and killed the human progenitor and dragged down the most powerful life forms of this universe, turning them into servants of that omnipotent existence. How could this be? She was unwilling to accept this. She did not want to die like Tianfa. In outer space, Lu Yin watched as the one true god and the other's bone ship continued to fly away. A choice? It's a very interesting choice, isn't it, Tao Lord Lu? The one true god's voice rang out. Lu Yin looked at him and saw the ancient god and Tiango. 2 people and 1 dog. This was the remaining strength of the Eternals. Of course, there was also the Forgotten Ruins god, Wang Xiaoyu, and Blacklist god, who had disappeared without a trace. In the distance there was also a butterfly. Lu Yin could not kill the one true god. The ancient god was controlled by the one true god, so he had to help the one true god and that unkillable Tiango. The one true god had given him a choice because he did not want Lu Yin to keep an eye on him. Even if Lu Yin could not kill him, as long as he kept an eye on him, he would not have an easy time when Mr. Mu and the others arrived. As for Lu Yin, he was not confident that he could keep an eye on the one true god. If the one true god had the ancient god fight to the death, he would definitely be able to escape. It was meaningless. Lu Yin stopped looking at the butterfly and looked directly at the one true god. I have a question. The one true god was interested. Go ahead. Everything you're doing now, are you doing it willingly? Lu Yin asked slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was like a morning bell that crashed into the one true gods and the ancient gods' minds. The ancient gods subconsciously looked at the one true god. The Tiango also looked up at the one true god. The one true god looked deeply at Lu Yin. It's your turn to make a choice. Lu Yin closed his eyes and let go of the bone ship, allowing the one true god and the others to fly away. He glanced at the butterfly Tianan with a cold gaze. In the distance, the butterfly turned around and met Lu Yin's cold gaze. It said in a gentle voice, Tao Master Lu, we have not reached the point where we have to fight to the death. In my opinion, we have. Lu Yin took a step forward and moved through the void, arriving directly behind the butterfly. At that moment, the force that had bound the butterfly to this parallel space disappeared. The butterfly's body shone brightly, and specks of light scattered throughout the parallel space, creating a dreamlike illusion. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3273. In front of Lu Yin's eyes, the butterfly transformed into Ming Yan. Brother Lu. Lu Yin stopped, and the words, Brother Lu, brought him back to his time on the Xuanhu continent, back to the time when he had first seen Ming Yan. Her absolute beauty had left an indelible mark in Lu Yin's heart, and it had been the first time his heart had been moved. With just a single glance, he had sunk into her bright and bashful eyes. This was a battlefield and he was fighting the butterfly. However, as he looked at Ming Yan in the distance, Lu Yin had to admit that she was Ming Yan. Even if a voice in his head kept reminding him that this was not Ming Yan and that it was just a dream created by the butterfly, at this moment she was Ming Yan. Brother Lu, you're tired. A gentle voice caressed him like a gentle breeze, causing him to put down his hands. Yes, he was really tired. Too tired. He did not know when it had started, but he had shouldered the burden of the entire human race. He was clearly not that kind of person. He was selfish, ruthless, and heartless. He would never sacrifice himself for anyone, much less take on the greater good. But when had it started? He had stood in front of everyone. Since when had the Eternals believed that the human race would collapse as long as they killed him? He did not know. He was too tired. He had fought so many battles to the death and he had broken through so many times. His heart was still filled with fear of the unknown, and he was worried about the future. Lu Yin lowered his arms and looked at Ming Yen. I'm really tired. Yes, Brother Lu, you're tired. You should rest, Ming Yen said gently as she raised a hand to caress his face. Lu Yin closed his eyes. I'm really tired and I want to rest as well. I want someone to fish with me, drink tea with me, and share my happiness and sadness with me. Under the candlelight there's someone waiting for me. That's home. I want a home. I want a home with you. The more ordinary a wish is, the harder it is to fulfill it. I just want to give you a stable life and give us descendants. That's all. Unfortunately, I can't do that for the time being. I don't dare to save you because I don't know if I can survive. Promise me that you have to live on and wait for the day when we can be reunited. Promise me. A gentle voice rang out. All right, I promise you. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze fierce. I'm not talking to you. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm, causing a terrifying power to shake the universe. It was soft to the touch and the palm struck the butterfly's wing. It was just a hair's breadth away from hitting Lu Yin. The butterfly howled in grief as it retreated. Light flickered continuously. The air around Lu Yin's body surged and swayed in the starry sky. It was as if a giant had stood up and was infuriated. You shouldn't have used against me. Tian'an, you're courting death. The starry sky in his heart was released, covering the entire starry sky. In the blink of an eye, the light faded away. That light was the echelon law of heaven's grace. Jialua had reminded him that although heaven's grace wasn't good at killing, her sequence rules were the hardest to deal with. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it could penetrate through every opening and deliver a fatal blow when one was at their weakest. Heaven's grace was the most treacherous of the four guardians. In the past, Lu Yin hadn't felt anything, especially during these two wars. It had been Ku Zu who had held Tian'an back. Now he finally felt it. If he didn't have the rules and couldn't get close, he couldn't guarantee what the butterfly's sequence rules would do to him. Everyone had weaknesses, especially humans. Humans had too many emotions. Even if it wasn't Ming Yen, it could be Big Sis, Leon's Armada, the Lu family, and everyone else that Lu Yin cared about. This kind of attack was the most difficult to defend against, but it was also the most fatal. Similarly, Lu Yin's sequence rules couldn't get close. The starry sky in Lu Yin's heart was filled with tyranny. The butterfly's wings were split open after being hit by a palm. It had been attacked by many soil spears in Immemorial City, and Ku Zu and Jialua weren't easy to deal with either. The butterfly was already heavily injured, and Lu Yin's palm had left it completely unable to escape. It could only flap one wing. Lu Yin stepped onto the butterfly's back and stomped down on it, forcing it down even further. The butterfly howled, its voice no longer gentle. It was filled with hostility and hoarseness. Human, you'll get your retribution. Your race will be destroyed. 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 I'll destroy you before we do. Lu Yin grabbed one of the butterfly's cracked wings and tore it apart. The butterfly's mournful cries echoed through space and time. You killed a progenitor, killed Ku Zu, and slandered humans. You're just a butterfly. Who gave you the courage? Lu Yin tore off the butterfly's other wing. The butterfly continued to fall as light surged towards Lu Yin, forming a killing intent. However, her strength was just too laughable. Lu Yin was confident that he could take on xianxia alone with his current strength, let alone the butterfly. The butterfly wasn't good at killing after all. She had been forced to retreat by Elder Xianghu, so Qianfa had to take action. Lord Lu, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll really get your retribution. You should know that. The butterfly wailed. Lu Yin lowered his head and stared at the butterfly. Who's behind you? The butterfly trembled and stopped moving. Lord Lu, I'll tell you whatever you want to ask, but there are some questions you'd better not ask. Can you handle it now? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. How can you tell if we're from this universe? Through the universe's boundary. The butterfly didn't hesitate at all. Lu Yin was on her back, making her feel like she could be torn apart at any time. She had never felt like this since she stepped into the primordial realm. She had been the protector of the four directions for far too many years, and she had forgotten the feeling of death. Universe's boundary? Yes. Only by leaving this universe and returning can you clearly sense the aura of creatures that don't belong to this universe. That aura is as dazzling as a lamp. With our strength, we can find it across several sequence strings. That's why Qianfa can constantly find Elder Xianghu of the Lost Clan and Tianxi can find the hiding place of the Lost Clan. What's Tianxi's goal? What's your relationship with the everlasting race? We're just using each other. In this universe, The humans forcefully occupied the Mirage Domain during their heyday. The Mirage Domain doesn't belong to any universe. Taichu's actions violated the bottom line, so he must be punished. At that time, we saw clearly that the humans would definitely break through this universe if they were left alone. That's why we cooperated with the everlasting race. Those corpse kings will never break free. What's Tianxi's goal? Tianxi? He wants to lead the universe behind him to enter this universe because their own is no longer suitable for survival. That's all? That's all. Lu Yin squinted and punched the butterfly's back. The butterfly wailed again, "Tao Lord Lu, that's all I know." Lu Yin sneered. "Alright, I'll change the question. Why did the everlasting race? Why did they have to destroy the sequence?" The butterfly fell silent. "Do you think the primogenitor doesn't know?" Lu Yin asked. The butterfly said, "Restarting the universe and stepping into the eternal realm. This is the goal of the everlasting race and also Tianxi's goal." "That's right." Lu Yin looked at the butterfly at his feet. "With the strength of the everlasting race and the guardians of the four directions, even if it was a few decades or 100 years earlier, they could have destroyed Immemorial City and even the humans in this universe. They wouldn't have allowed me to grow and join forces with the humans to counterattack. Why didn't you do it? It's only 100 years. It's not a long time for cultivators." The butterfly was helpless. "We have our rules. Believe it or not, Tao Lord Lu, no matter how much Tianxi longed to destroy the humans in this universe in the sequence, he didn't dare to do it. He could only do what the guardians of the four directions should do because these are our rules. We can't be unscrupulous. The same goes for the everlasting race." "What?" Lu Yin stared at the butterfly. The butterfly said, "I don't know. I really don't know. Many times rules can't be understood. You can't ask, you can't say, you can only do. These are the rules that suppress us. Once we break the rules, we cease to exist." Lu Yin frowned. He could tell that the butterfly was telling the truth, just like how she didn't dare to reveal the existence behind her. This matter was too strange. The guardians of the four directions had been watching this universe for a long time. They should have known about his existence long ago. Even if they didn't, they should have known that the sect above heaven had been established again. At that time, any one of them could have easily wiped out the sect above heaven and killed him. However, they didn't do anything until the sect above heaven could contend with them. This didn't make sense. Was it a rule? Was it a rule that fate had set for them? What? He recalled what he had unintentionally said to Great Elder Jianghu. Jianghu had mentioned that there was an omnipotent existence in their universe. Lu Yin hadn't cared at the time and had only wanted to connect the lost race's spacetime to the Genesis space. He had comforted Jianghu, saying that even if there was such an existence, there must be a limit because the primogenitor had said that there was no limit in the universe. Now that he thought about it, those words seemed to be comforting him. Was there really a limit to fate? There should be. Otherwise, why would the primogenitor be allowed to live and the humans to grow? Why would he be allowed to kill the guardians of the four directions? The guardians of the four directions were just four pieces of trash who didn't dare to cross the bitter adversity. In Lu Yin's eyes, including the primogenitors, they were just slaves of fate. Fate might not care about their deaths, but what did it care about? When would it appear? In what form would it appear? "What is Tianfeng?" Lu Yin asked again. Butterfly was terrified. "Didn't you see it? That sword?" "Master Lu, I will tell you everything I can. Please spare me and don't kill me. If you kill me, it will lead to a disaster. You humans can't bear that disaster." Lu Yin was indifferent. Tianfa is dead and Tianfeng is done for. "Do you think we're missing you?" Butterfly asked. "How can I be spared? What's the origin of the universe behind Tianxi?" "A spiritualized universe. The primordial monster from the immemorial battlefield came from a spiritualized universe. That's a completely different universe from ours." Lu Yin's gaze was cold. "Eternal said that Tianxi will bring the spiritualized universe here?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3274. It's very difficult. Butterfly continued, "The spiritualized universe isn't weak, but it's very difficult to invade our universe. It'll take a long time to connect the two universes." "But Tianxi has already been in our universe for a long time," Lu Yin said. Butterfly was silent for a moment. "Yes. So, the spiritualized universe might attack us?" "It's possible." "Through where?" "The universe's boundary." "Take me there." Lu Yin was certain that Butterfly Tianan did not know that Tianxi had been killed. There had been no time for Tianxi to report back then, which meant that Butterfly Tianan did not know that Lu Yin had already gone to the universe's boundary and seen the door. If she had not brought him to the boundary, then he would have been able to tell. Perhaps it was because the butterfly was truly afraid of death, or perhaps it was because Lu Yin was too ferocious, but after a period of time she really did bring Lu Yin to the border where Tianxi was. There, they saw the gate that connected the heavens and the earth, as well as the Thunder Lord who stood guard outside it. Jiang Feng? Butterfly was surprised. Outside the door, Jiang Feng also saw Butterfly and Lu Yin. You guys? Seeing Butterfly's miserable appearance, Jiang Feng laughed. You were beaten up pretty badly, protector of the four directions. Butterfly did not speak as she was still afraid. Since Jiang Feng was here, it was obvious that Lu Yin and the others had been here. If she had lied to Lu Yin and gone to the fake boundary, then they might have been dead by now. Uncle Jiang, how's Tianxi? Lu Yin asked. Butterfly looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng shook his head. He didn't come out. By the way, how did you find this butterfly? Lu Yin told him about the battle that had taken place in Immemorial City, which left Jiang Feng dumbfounded. Jiang Feng knew that there would be a final battle between the humans and the Eternals, and he had been waiting for it to happen. He had thought that it would happen after the protectors were dealt with, but he had not expected that the final battle would begin while he was guarding the door. Lu Yin roughly explained the final battle to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was still afraid as there had been several turning points in the battle. Although the humans had won in the end, it had been a narrow victory. Any of the turning points would have reversed the outcome. The sacrifice of a grand Empyrean is admirable. I've heard of Ancestor Hui, but I never thought that he had been hiding among the Eternals all this time. He played such a crucial role in the final battle. Lu Yin felt heavy when he talked about the sacrifice. He stepped on the butterfly and approached the door. If you don't want to die, then show me your worth. What's going on here? Without any hesitation, Butterfly directly said, behind this door is the spiritualized universe, but it's quite far away. Even with the speed of us primordial realm experts, it'll take us a very long time to pass through it. In the past, we used this door to go to other universes, and when we returned, we could easily determine whether a creature belonged to this universe. Who built this gate? I really don't know. The first time I came here, the gate was already here. Tianxi and the others didn't know either. I'm curious about something, Jiang Feng said, staring at the butterfly. Do you belong to this universe? The butterfly paused for a bit. I myself belong to this universe. Where are the other three? Tianfe doesn't belong to me. Tian Feng, I don't know. Lu Yin smiled and exchanged glances with Jiang Feng. Both of them laughed in such a mocking manner. They were supposed to guard this universe and expel foreign creatures, but two of the four guardians actually didn't belong to this universe. How laughable. From the looks of it, they weren't helping this universe expel foreign invaders at all. They were clearly treating this universe as a cage. They could enter and leave freely, but the people of this universe couldn't leave. The humans were at their peak, and there was even the slightest chance that the progenitors could leave, but they would be surrounded and killed. They weren't the four guardians but prison guards. They were the prison guards that watched over this universe. The butterfly clearly knew what would happen if she told them the truth. The humans would become even more hostile towards them, but she didn't dare to lie. She believed she had a chance to live because she was useful. How could a mighty primordial realm expert be useless? She didn't know how Tianfe had died, but with Tianfe's temper, he definitely wouldn't lower himself. She was different. She was willing to lower herself to survive. She hadn't lived enough yet. As long as she lived, she would have a chance at revenge. They were still too benevolent. They should have killed all the human experts after killing Alpha Primordial. They would have had a chance then, but it was too late. It was still too late. Open the door, Lu Yin ordered coldly. The butterfly begged. I can't open the door. Only Tianxi can. Lu Yin frowned. Then what's the point of keeping you alive? The butterfly said, I'm a primordial realm expert. I can help you do anything as long as it's within my ability. I can tell you about spiritualized universes. I know a little about them. Also, I can freely travel through parallel spacetime and sense creatures that don't belong to this universe. I'm really helping this universe expel foreign invaders. Really, Tao Lord Lu, please believe me. Aside from dealing with the humans, we're really fulfilling our duties. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Knock on the door. The butterfly was stunned. Sensing Lu Yin's killing intent, she could only face the door and slam it. From afar, it looked like a butterfly was slamming into the door. It was even more miserable than a moth flying into a flame. Even if a moth would be burned to death, it would still have a moment of brilliance before dying. However, the butterfly slammed into the door without even making a sound. It just slammed into the door soundlessly, causing only ripples. Lu Yin didn't know if Tianxi could hear him behind the door, but he didn't want to try. The next time the door opened, it might be the start of a war between the spiritualized universes and this one. No matter how confident he was in this universe, Lu Yin didn't want to start a war. A war would mean the deaths of many people. No one knew how many universes there were. He was tired and he just wanted to protect his own universe. The butterfly slammed into the door again and again, causing the light to dim. "But don't you know how to knock?" Lu Yin barked. The butterfly was sorrowful and shouted, "Tianxi, open the door. Tianxi, I'm Tianan, open the door. Tianxi." Jiang Feng felt strange. He kept feeling that something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. This was clearly a matter of life and death for the universe, but it felt like a robbery. He looked at Lu Yin. "How's Kong Tianzhao?" Lu Yin replied, "He's still alive." Jiang Feng sighed, "He's quite unlucky." Lu Yin didn't understand. In order to break through, he fought a battle with his parallel universe. In the end, he killed himself and sealed off his emotions. He killed his way into the disaster realm and specifically targeted the xianxia. He would either break through or die. However, after several battles, he hovered between life and death. He didn't die, but he didn't break through either. How unlucky. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "Uncle Jiang, do you have another parallel universe that's identical to you?" Jiang Feng nodded. "Yes. But why have I never seen a similar person in all the parallel universes I've seen in this universe?" Lu Yin didn't understand. In the past, every change in the universe could lead to a change in the future. However, parallel universes could appear endlessly, and every change should give birth to a parallel universe. Even now, no one could explain the problem of parallel universes. The sequence of strings connected various parallel universes, but from Lu Yin's point of view, they didn't seem like parallel universes at all. Instead, they seemed like superimposed universes. The only real parallel universe was the one known to White Cloud City, which had someone exactly like him. That was a parallel universe. Jiang Feng said, "Actually, I'm not sure either. I've heard that the Eternals define a parallel universe as a real parallel universe. It's different from the one we see now, and the Eternals see it differently. However, I've interrogated a few traders, and they just want to find a parallel universe. As for the reason, I don't know." Parallel universes, sequence string. Lu Yin was deep in thought. In front of him, Butterfly was still banging on the door and shouting, but it was useless. The door didn't move and there was no response. After a long time, it was still useless. Lu Yin said, "All right, stop." Butterfly stopped and faced Lu Yin. Her wings were gone and she looked miserable. "This door is very important to the spiritualized universe. Tianxi can't open it casually." Lu Yin looked at her. "Although you didn't open the door, you did well. I can give you a chance to live." Butterfly sighed in relief and her voice softened. Thank you, Master Lu." Lu Yin asked, "Why did you kill Ancestor Ku?" "What?" Butterfly was stunned. Lu Yin repeated himself. "You said that because of the rules, you didn't join forces with the Eternals to attack the humans. Otherwise, the humans wouldn't have had the chance to defeat the Eternals, and I wouldn't have had the chance to grow. You had restrictions, so why did you kill Ancestor Ku?" "At that time, I hadn't appeared yet. The 5th and 6th mainlands were fighting, and the starry sky of the tree was split. The primordial space's strength was low, and the 6 forces could barely hold on against the first disaster zone. Under the pressure of the 7 sky gods, they were barely hanging on. Then why did you kill Ancestor Ku?" Butterfly was nervous. "I accidentally met him. This human was able to kill his way out of the Eternals, and his innate gift was extraordinary. So..." Lu Yin's eyes widened. "Too forced. Your answer is too forced." Butterfly trembled. "No, it's really like that. What did Ancestor Ku see when he killed his way into the disaster zone? What did he encounter? When he escaped, you chased after him. Why didn't the Eternals chase after him at that time? Why did he lose a part of his memory? What do you know? Answer me." Lu Yin shouted. Butterfly stared blankly at Lu Yin and hesitated. "Do you want to die?" Lu Yin shouted. Butterfly said, "Pathmaster Lu, there are some questions that I can't answer, and this is one of them. Don't ask any more. I'm a primordial realm expert and I have value. I can be of great help to you." Lu Yin's gaze was cold. "Answer me." What memory did Ancestor Ku lose? What do you know? Butterfly's voice trembled as she sensed Lu Yin's determination. Pathmaster Lu, you're touching a taboo. Lu Yin was indifferent. Killing Tianfa has already touched a taboo. I've asked you so many questions before, but you still haven't answered some of them. You've told me everything. Butterfly's voice rose. You used me to knock on the door at the border and you never thought of letting me go. Lu Yin, you will die a horrible death. You humans will be miserable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3275. Lu Yin reached out and pressed the butterfly against the door. He watched her struggle with a ferocious look in his eyes. Answer me. Lu Yin, you have no future. You're touching the taboo. Tai Chu doesn't dare to leave Immemorial City, but you dare to touch the taboo. You'll die a horrible death. The butterfly shrieked. In an instant, she shone brightly, lighting up the entire sky and gathering towards herself. Jiang Feng pulled Lu Yin over. Retreat. She's going to self-destruct. Boom. There was a loud bang as the door shook. Space distorted and spread out like a wave, tearing apart the endless darkness and revealing a huge world of nothingness. The self-destruction of a primordial realm expert was extremely powerful. Even Jiang Feng was afraid and pulled Lu Yin back. Lu Yin looked at the charred butterfly imprint on the door. This butterfly was clearly afraid of death and wanted to live, but she had self-destructed when Lu Yin questioned her about her fate. Clearly, fate was more terrifying than death in her heart. The desolate ancestor must have seen something that might involve fate. That was why the butterfly had chased after him. What had the desolate ancestor seen? You can go back. I'll keep watch here, Jiang Feng said. Lu Yin was about to speak when an indescribable fear appeared. Both he and Jiang Feng's expressions changed at the same time as they looked at the door. The universe seemed to be collapsing. They saw the word Tian rise from where the butterfly had died and press down on them. The sky was collapsing. They were like ordinary people who had seen the sky collapse and were about to be buried. They fell into endless despair. Lu Yin stared blankly at the word Tan. This word had appeared when karma had been chosen. He had clearly felt it then. If not for the fire from Immemorial City in the die, he did not know what would have happened. Fire. Fire. The fire in the die had disappeared. The sky was pressing down and the stars were collapsing. Everything was being destroyed, but this was only what Jiang Feng and Lu Yin felt. They stared blankly at the word Tian approaching. Lu Yin subconsciously took out the die while Jiang Feng took out his sword. As the word approached, they both spat out blood. The die and the sword vibrated, especially the sword. It flashed and pierced through the word, returning to Jiang Feng's hand. When everything returned to normal, the two were still in shock. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At their current strength, what kind of power could make them feel despair? The two of them didn't say anything. They were silent in tacit agreement. They knew very well what this power represented. Jiang Feng sat calmly in front of the door. You can go back. I'll stay here. Lu Yin nodded. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Jiang. He then tore through the void and left. After a period of time, Lu Yin returned to Primeval City. Everyone was waiting for Lu Yin's return, especially Lu Yuan and the rest. They were worried about his safety, and they only relaxed when they saw him return. Lu Yin announced that the Bone Galleon had been destroyed, but the Eternals had not been exterminated. The sole true god, the ancient god He Wuxian and Zhan Yan had all fled. This result wasn't surprising, and it would have been surprising if Lu Yin had been able to kill the sole true god. No matter what, the sole true god was a top powerhouse of this universe. Lu Yin had only just broken through to the progenitor realm. Even if he had the strength to fight the sole true god head-on, and even if the sole true god was restrained by the Grand Empyrean's 6 paths of reincarnation realm, he should not have succeeded. The destruction of the bone boat was the greatest harvest of this battle. To the experts of Primordial City, the bone boat had been pressing down on their heads for far too long. They had always been fighting against Primordial City. Bone boat. Now that the bone boat was gone, the pressure in their hearts had also disappeared. Even if the sole true god was still alive, it was not impossible to resist. The Eternals had been completely defeated. They had almost been exterminated. Beneath Primordial City, the progenitor smiled, but he still held onto the sequence's string. Lu Yin arrived and looked at the progenitor. If there is no way to suppress the sequence's string, will the universe have to restart? More or less. Zhuzi, do you know why I took in the 3 realms and 6 paths as disciples? It was because I needed people to destroy parallel spacetime. The progenitor looked at Lu Yin. It was not to kill but to maintain a stable state for this universe. I alone was not enough, so I created the Above Heaven sect. The Eternals brought out so many experts to destroy the sequence's string and restart the universe. I created the Above Heaven sect to destroy parallel spacetime and stabilize the universe. There are too many parallel spacetime now, and many parallel spacetime have given birth to life. It will not be easy to destroy them. Lu Yin's heart sank. Yes, it would not be easy. Even if he destroyed all the parallel spacetime that had not given birth to intelligent life, the remaining parallel spacetime would be enough to restart the universe after the sequence's string was released. This was a difficult choice. But you cannot suppress the sequence's string forever, Lu Yin said. Mr. Mu's voice sounded. This is the ecology of the universe. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu sighed. Creation, destruction, maintenance, and stability. The universe is like a balloon. When there are fewer parallel spacetime, it will dry up. When there are more, it will explode. When intelligent life reaches a certain height, they will be able to see clearly. They will either stand on the side of stability or the side of explosion. In the end, there are two camps. It depends on which outcome is beneficial to intelligent life. The Eternals want to restart the universe and enter the eternal realm. That is why they attacked the immemorial city and destroyed the sequence's string. Mr. Mu was silent for a moment and looked at Lu Yin. If you do not care about the life and death of intelligent life, this choice is undoubtedly beneficial. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is this the price to enter the eternal realm? It was also at this moment that Lu Yin realized how great the progenitor and the rest were. How tempting was the eternal realm to cultivators. However, the progenitor was willing to give up the eternal realm for the sake of the countless lives in this universe. In the distant past, if the progenitor had not made such a choice and entered the eternal realm at the cost of restarting the universe like the one true God, his advantage would be far greater than the one true God's. Master, what about you? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu did not answer. The progenitor answered on his behalf. If it was another choice, he would not be here. A woman landed. It was Mu Zhu who was guarding the progenitor. Lu Yin looked at Mu Zhu and Mu Zhu looked back at him. This is your senior apprentice sister, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was surprised. Senior apprentice sister? Mu Zhu's expression was cold, and she looked at Lu Yin without exception. Junior apprentice brother, we finally meet. Lu Yin nodded at Mu Zhu. Senior apprentice sister. Hihi Zhuzi, it was your master and senior apprentice sister who saved me. If it were not for them, I would not be alive now. They are the benefactors of our universe, the progenitor said. Mr. Mu was calm. Well, not really. We just have a common goal. But even now, this goal is still there. It has not been achieved. He looked at Lu Yin. The Eternal is too powerful. In the Above Sky Sect era, I am confident that I can fight him. But now, I may not be able to defeat him. Lu Yin was puzzled. Even Master can't defeat the Eternal? He could not see through Mr. Mu's strength. On the surface, Mr. Mu, the progenitor, and the only true God were all passing through bitter adversity. However, Lu Yin did not see Mr. Mu's ancestral world or the sequence laws. Only the flute had offset primordial beginning's bell. Master's strength has long since declined. Otherwise, the Eternal would not have lasted until now, Mu Zhu said. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu. Declined? I know you have many questions. The battle of Immemorial City is over, and we will have many opportunities to meet again. Take your time. Mr. Mu finished and left with Mu Zhu. Only the progenitor and Lu Yin were left underground. Lu Yin looked at the progenitor. What happened to destiny? Nyo? I obtained the Book of Destiny. The Book of Destiny had once been burned by the flames of Immemorial City. I used a turbid treasure to restore it. Just as I was about to use the Book of Destiny to perform a divination, the Book of Destiny disappeared. Someone denied the reason I obtained the Book of Destiny, causing the karma to change. I just want to know what is Destiny's position in this universe. Lu Yin asked solemnly. He had always been concerned about Destiny, especially what had happened in the Mirage domain. He and Hongyan Mavis had both speculated about it, and if their speculations were correct, he did not know what kind of fate would befall him. The progenitor muttered to himself, denied the reason? It does seem like Nyo-Nyo's methods. Nyo-Nyo is a gentle child with outstanding talent. She is the most talented of all the disciples, but ever since she went to the Mirage domain she completely changed. She scattered her previous cultivation and started cultivating again using Destiny. To be honest, I can't see through her. Luin did not understand. If even you can't see through destiny, does that mean that it has changed? The progenitor paused. What do you mean by change? Destiny is no longer destiny. Nyonyo has become someone else, Luin said. This was what he and Hongyan Mavis had guessed. The progenitor immediately denied it. Impossible. Nyonyo is still Nyonyo. She hasn't changed. Destiny once told Hongyan Mavis and the others that there is a way to break through to the eternal realm in the Mirage domain. Star Toad was tricked into entering, but not only did he not obtain anything, he almost lost his life. If she is Destiny herself, why would she harm Hongyan Mavis and the others? Luin asked. The progenitor fell silent, not knowing how to answer. I can only say that Nyonyo hasn't changed. If what you said is true. At this point, he looked at Luin with a serious expression. Ask Kai Hong if the Nyonyo she saw is the same person as the Nyonyo I saw. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Two destinies? The progenitor shook his head. Nyonyo can't be a disguise in my eyes. But she can be a disguise in front of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, Luin continued. The progenitor did not say anything else, but he seemed to be having a headache. Go and remind Kai Hong and the others that they have been in contact with Nyonyo. Reorganize everything. The person they encountered might not be Nyonyo. Lu Yin's heart sank. If Destiny appears again, can I trust her? The progenitor smiled. You can just call her Nyonyo. Lu Yin looked at the progenitor deeply and nodded. Understood. One more question. What is the flame in Immemorial City? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3276. Why are you suddenly asking this? The progenitor was surprised. Lu Yin explained everything that had happened to Karma and Qianan. Only the flames in Immemorial City and Uncle Zhang's turbid treasure destroyed the word heaven. I can't help but suspect that the flames are also turbid treasures. The progenitor praised. Zhuzi, you are very smart. Not only are the flames a turbid treasure, but the entire city is as well. Lu Yin was shocked. The entire city is a turbid treasure? The progenitor looked up. It used to be a turbid treasure. When we first arrived at Immemorial City, we confirmed that it was a turbid treasure, but as time passed and the Eternals attacked, the turbid treasure rotted away. If we had just arrived at Immemorial City, the bone ship wouldn't have been able to break in. Whose turbid treasure is Immemorial City? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. The progenitor shook his head. Our civilization isn't the only one in this universe. There were other civilizations before us, but I'm not sure if they were humans or if they even existed. Immemorial City doesn't belong to our era. Also, the word heaven you mentioned must be a method used by fate to control the 4 guardians. I wonder how many powerhouses are controlled by fate in this universe. Lu Yin walked out of the underground and saw that Immemorial City was bustling with activity. The powerhouses here were in high spirits. Victory was an extravagant hope for them, and now that they had appeared, they might not even know where to go after leaving Immemorial City. The powerhouses here had too many connections with the outside world. Big Sister would chase after Su Wangtian and beat him relentlessly. Mina sat alone on a broken wall. That was where Babur had used the 9 stars rebirth. Lu Yuan, Wu Tian and the others were chatting with Chui. The desolate ancestor sat beside Victorious Celestial. Victorious Celestial was heavily injured and couldn't even sit up. It was as if anyone in the outside world would be able to find the person they were looking for. Many people stood on the broken wall and stared at the flames. Too many had died in the flames and they were lost in thought. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction. It was the burial garden. He saw that many people were also looking at the battlefield in Immemorial City. Most of them didn't have the qualifications to enter this battlefield, including the Mountain Protector and the Prime Clear. Their strength was still too far away from this battlefield. The yellow springs flowed around the burial garden. The progenitor didn't intend to withdraw his hand, and the burial garden would still exist. Lu Yin took a step forward and entered the burial garden, arriving not too far away from progenitor Chen. Ancestor Chen looked at the yellow spring sea in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Senior, was that palm strike the one that you created to deal with the one true God? Lu Yin asked. Progenitor Chen retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Yin with a melancholy expression. That's right. I thought that I could deal with him, but I'm still lacking by quite a bit. What's that palm strike called? Lu Yin was curious. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had heard that progenitor Chen had destroyed Ancestor Shi with a single palm strike. That was their former ancestor, a primordial realm expert, the former Qing Luo sword god. Even though she had fallen in cultivation for some reason, she had still dominated the battlefield several times and turned the situation around. Killing her was extremely difficult. However, progenitor Qin had managed to annihilate it with a single palm strike. Even the current Lu Yin wasn't confident that he could accomplish such a feat. Patriarch Qin smiled bitterly. It's not my own strength but a borrowed one. As for a name, I haven't thought of one yet. Let's just call it consecutive palm. Consecutive palm strikes? It's really a random name but it's very appropriate. Progenitor Qin looked at Lu Yin. You want to learn? Lu Yin didn't hesitate. Yes. He wanted to learn any strength. The starry sky in his heart was all-encompassing, and he wasn't afraid of too many things. Progenitor Qin laughed. Alright, I'll teach you if you want to learn. Speaking of which, you're the one who cultivates the most out of all the people I've met, but you're also the most profound. Your path is also the broadest. Consecutive palm strikes was difficult to cultivate, but it was very convenient to teach. Even Lu Yin would need some time to learn consecutive palm strikes. Senior, what's up with the Forgotten Ruins deity? Were you the one who left the image on her face? Lu Yin asked. Progenitor Qin's expression turned solemn at the mention of the Forgotten Ruins deity. You've all underestimated her. Lu Yin felt the same way. He had previously thought that the Forgotten Ruins deity was at the level of the 7 sky gods. Perhaps she was at the bottom of the 7 sky gods, but she had survived the Battle of Immemorial City multiple times. Furthermore, when he had tracked down the bone vessel, he hadn't seen the Forgotten Ruins deity or Wang Xiaoyu. He didn't know what the reason was, but the Forgotten Ruins deity was definitely not as simple as he thought. Progenitor Qin looked at Acheron C. Wang Miao, the Wang family's ancestor. Logically speaking, her strength shouldn't be comparable to the ancient gods or the zombie god, but she always manages to escape at the most critical moment. I'm guessing that Xiaoyu betrayed the 5th mainland because she was controlled by this woman. If Xiaoyu joined the everlasting tribe on purpose, then this woman might be her goal. Is it worth it? Lu Yin frowned. Betraying the 5th mainland in order to investigate the Forgotten Ruins deity had caused the 5th mainland to go to war with the 6th mainland. The 9 mountains and 8 seas had collapsed, and the astral tree realm had split apart. No matter how he looked at it, it was not worth it. Progenitor Qin shook his head. I don't know, but Xiaoyu is definitely not a traitor. I believe in her and she's very kind. As for the Forgotten Ruins deity, even I couldn't kill her at my peak. I could only leave an image on her face to make it easier to find her. Lu Yin looked at the sky outside. The Forgotten Ruins deity could also be injured and it looked like she might die. However, after so many battles, not only did she not die, she even managed to escape. This was the case even in the universe's most elite battlefield. What did she have? With the Wang family's strength? Impossible, there had to be another reason. If Wang Xiaoyu had really betrayed the humans because of the Forgotten Ruins deity, then she might have already known the reason and felt that it was worth it. Was it worth the 5th and 6th mainlands going to war with each other? Given Lu Yin's current situation, the 5th and 6th mainlands were very important, not to mention Wang Xiaoyu, who had just betrayed the humans and might not even be a half-ancestor. Master Lu, how is Xiaoyu? Progenitor Qin asked. He had never asked this question before. Lu Yin replied, she's gone missing. Progenitor Qin was puzzled. Lu Yin replied, she's not on the bone vessel, including the Forgotten Ruins deity. Progenitor Qin's expression sank. I'll leave Burial Garden to you. You're going to find the Forgotten Ruins deity in Wang Xiaoyu? Lu Yin looked at Progenitor Qin. Progenitor Qin nodded. I have to keep my promise. I'm sorry. He then turned to leave. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped him. There's something I need to tell you, Senior. Your clone has been taken over by someone else. Progenitor Qin's gaze swept across the void and landed on Yao, who was standing on Limitless. It's that person. I saw him. He used the heaven and earth furnace. What do you think, Senior? Let him be. That clone died a long time ago. It's not bad to be able to do something for humanity. Lu Yin nodded, as this was within his expectations. Also, Senior's giant clone's corpse is with me. I obtained it from the corpse god's 6th disaster domain. Progenitor Qin was helpless. It's troublesome to have too many clones. There are corpses everywhere. Help me burn them and throw them into the flames below Primeval City. If we can't return after tracking the Forgotten Ruins deity, then this can be considered a farewell. Senior, you're not confident? Lu Yin stared at Progenitor Qin. Patriarch Qin could not help but laugh. I will always have confidence in my own combat strength, but I understand little you. For her to betray me like this, the reason behind it might be much greater than I imagined. In short, Sect Master Lu, keep in touch at all times. Lu Yin nodded and watched Progenitor Chen leave. After Progenitor Chen left, Lu Yin took out Progenitor Chen's giant clone's corpse and threw it into the flames. The flames burned and emitted a resplendent light that disappeared in an instant, illuminating many people's faces. Lu Yin's heart sank. He was well aware of Progenitor Chen's strength. If even Progenitor Chen was not confident, then what secrets did the Forgotten Ruins deity have? At this point, there shouldn't be any secrets from him in this universe other than fate. Lu Yin was a little irritated. He scanned Burial Garden and fixed his gaze on a certain spot. He took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the Rune Technology Ruins. Here he had once turned into a statue and broken through to the Rune Line's realm. Here he had also picked up Bai Rong's corpse. During the battle at Primeval City, the Rune Progenitor's remaining strength had walked out, but it had ultimately been completely exhausted. The moment his remaining strength disappeared, it meant that the Rune Progenitor had completely disappeared from the universe and would never appear again. Lu Yin looked at the Rune Progenitor's statue and bowed deeply. Just like Progenitor Qin, the Rune Progenitor had helped him greatly on his path of cultivation. In the distance, a figure was looking at the Rune Technology Ruins. Lu Yin turned around and looked at that figure. The figure hurriedly bowed to Lu Yin with a respectful yet fearful expression. He was Mr. Guanxing, a cultivator from the 6th mainland. He had once entered Burial Garden, but because he had coveted Lu Yin's blood-red bell, he had been trapped here by rune lines and turned into a statue. He had only been released when the Rune Progenitor's remaining strength had walked out. This person could be considered unlucky. They had once been enemies, but now this person was just a subordinate of the Above Heaven sect and a cultivator from the 6th mainland. Even further away in a city under the Yellow Springs Sea, the chief mountain protector stared at Lu Yin in a daze. When he saw Lu Yin look over, he smiled awkwardly. The person he had once wanted to protect had now become the most powerful person, so powerful that he could not understand it. Lu Yin looked at his old friends, and his gaze landed on a giant beast with an ape's body and an eagle's head. This beast was carrying a palace on its back as it walked. The first time he had come to Burial Garden, Lu Yin had secretly followed behind this beast to pick up some scraps. He had indeed picked up some items, including a blood-stained piece of clothing that had belonged to the Grim Reaper. When he thought of the Grim Reaper, Lu Yin took a step forward and reappeared on the beast's back. The beast did not sense anything and continued walking with the palace on its back. Lu Yin entered the palace, which was pitch black and filled with skeletons. As he walked in, a gust of wind blew past and turned the skeletons into dust. His domain swept out and Lu Yin raised a hand, causing Golian fragments to fly over. These fragments had all belonged to the Grim Reaper, and they had all fallen into the palace. Lu Yin also took out the fragments that he had, and when they were combined they were not too far away. He did not know who this palace belonged to, but it was definitely not the Grim Reaper. The giant beast below was not weak, and this was only after it had turned into a wandering corpse. When it had been alive, it should have been at the level of a half-progenitor or even a progenitor. For this beast to be able to carry this palace around for countless years meant that the palace's owner was definitely not weak. Perhaps it was one of the wandering corpses in Burial Garden that had died in the battle at Primeval City. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3277. Lu Yin arrived at the entrance of the palace and scanned the entire Burial Garden with his domain. To him, there were no more secrets here, and the wandering corpses were almost all gone. Even without the wandering corpses, some places still looked rather beautiful, such as the Tea Mountain. With a sweep of his domain, Lu Yin dug out everything that was useful. Golian fragments, humanoid source boxes, and so on. It didn't take long for the Grim Reaper Golian to be completed. The black light swept across the Burial Garden, bringing with it the cold killing intent unique to the aura of death, causing all creatures to feel their scalps go numb. Even the people outside Burial Garden and in Primeval City sensed it. Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others stared at Burial Garden in shock, and they all excitedly entered to find Lu Yin. Little Seven, is that Chuhiaizi's weapon? Patriarch Lu Yuan asked. Facing the gazes of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, Lu Yin nodded silently and handed the Grim Reaper Golian over to them. The Grim Reaper had taught him the Dao and saved his life. To the 3 realms and 6 Dao it was more like family. It was more appropriate to give the Grim Reaper's weapon to them. In the underground of Immemorial City, the primogenitor's gaze landed on death god Go Lien. He sighed, "They are all good children." Lu Yin had a complicated expression on his face. He had thought that he would be able to find the death god's body in Burial Garden. Someone had said that the death god's body had been dismembered, and his body had fallen into Burial Garden, but he hadn't been able to find anything. Lu Yin looked at Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others. Even though they were cursing and swearing, they probably hoped that the death god would survive even more than he did. In the end, death god Go Lien had returned to Lu Yin's hands. This was because Lu Yin had cultivated death energy, which meant that he had inherited the death god's power. Using it was better than burying it. He left the burial garden and arrived at the Black Mother Tree. Su Wang and Strength Beast were still fighting the Black Mother Tree. When they saw Lu Yin arrive, the two immediately praised him. "Well done," Lu Yin praised. Li Shou and Su Wang laughed, revealing a mouthful of dazzling white teeth. Su Wang smiled, revealing his white teeth. His ability to devour energy was activated, causing chaos in the Immemorial City battlefield. Fortunately, it quickly disappeared. When it saw Lu Yin's unfriendly gaze, it hurriedly gave him a thumbs up. At the same time, Li Shou gave a thumbs up. These two big guys knew that they had joined forces. Lu Yin was not in the mood to care about them and began to absorb the divine power within the Black Mother Tree. According to the one true God, the Black Mother Tree belonged to the spiritualized universe. He was willing to hurt himself to bring the Black Mother Tree to the immemorial ancient city battlefield and start the final battle in advance. There must be a reason for the Black Mother Tree's existence. The more the Eternals wanted to protect something, the more Lu Yin wanted to destroy it. Furthermore, Lu Yin was in dire need of divine power. The starry sky in his heart was released, and Lu Yin began to absorb the divine power within the Black Mother Tree. Now, the speed at which it absorbed divine power was much faster than before. The Black Mother Tree was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its branches kept falling off and cracks appeared on its trunk. With a crack, the Strength Beast looked at his palm that had sunk into the Black Mother Tree. He hadn't used any strength, so why was it so brittle? Su Wang plunged into the Black Mother Tree, leaving only his tail swaying outside. The Strength Beast went over and dragged Su Wang out. The two behemoths looked at each other in confusion. In the space above Lu Yin's heart, the divine power planet rotated and expanded at a visible rate. It continued to expand, and a dark red color gradually filled the sky. In the distance, Wu Tian and the others looked over. This method of absorbing divine power shouldn't affect him, right? Probably not. Zhu Zi can already challenge the Eternals one-on-one. How can the power of the Eternals affect him? Beneath the ancient city, the ancestor watched Lu Yin absorb divine power. "Old Man Mu, aren't you going to stop him? He has his own path." Mr. Mu's voice sounded. The ancestor was worried. Once he absorbs too much of the power of the Eternals, it may affect him. Mr. Mu said, "No power can escape the shackles of the universe. You have a big heart." The Black Mother Tree kept shedding its bark, and its branches had long fallen off. With a loud bang, the huge Black Mother Tree split into two. The interior was empty and there was nothing inside. It should have been filled with divine power. At this moment, the divine power planet in the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart was far more powerful than the other planets. It had become a dark red behemoth. Lu Yin's eyes were red. He lowered his head and murderous sounds kept coming from his head. The desire to kill kept expanding, trying to devour him. He took a deep breath. Around the divine power planet, the airflow formed by power swept over. Above the continent, the astral source ocean connected to the starry sky, forming another vast heavenly river that suppressed the divine power planet. In his starry sky, how could he be affected by a planet? After a while, the desire to kill finally stopped. Lu Yin got up. He needed to rest for a while. Not only did he have to suppress the desire to kill brought by the divine power, but he also had to get used to the power after breaking through the ancestor realm. The four ancestral worlds merged into the starry sky in his heart. Lu Yin also needed time to completely integrate this power. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. During this year, Lu Yin stayed in the above the sky sect, fishing and drinking tea. His days were very peaceful. In the outside world, the defeat of the Eternals had changed the situation of the entire universe. The immemorial city's experts returned to their parallel universes, bringing about unprecedented changes. However, none of this disturbed Lu Yin. The above-the-sky sect strength was fully displayed now. Chui Muzhu Suwangtian Iwei and the rest. A group of immemorial cities experts joined the above-the-sky sect, directly filling up the 3 sons and 6 lords. The previous 3 sons and 6 lords were Su Zhu, Mu Shen, Shanggu, Lu Tianyi, and Heavenly Lord Dosheng. Now Su Wangtian, Mu Zhu, Ancestor Qin, and Ancestor Ku were added. Chui was also added to the 3 realms and 6 paths. This did not include Mr. Mu, the ancestor of the giants. Yi Wei and the rest of the immemorial cities experts had returned to their parallel universes. As long as the above-the-sky sect summoned them, they would definitely help. The Strength Beast and Su Wang were also equivalent to the 3 sons and 6 lords. In addition, Lu Yin was an absolute expert. The current above-the-sky sect had truly surpassed the previous above-the-sky sect. Although the 3 realms and 6 paths could not compare in terms of numbers, the current above-the-sky sect still had the advantage in a real battle. Xin Ying and Zhu Mang had both gone to Immemorial City to accompany the primogenitor. Humanity had returned to its peak for the 2nd time. However, many people would never be able to see it again. Everything that humanity had now was exchanged for by countless people sacrificing themselves. Lu Yin looked at the calm lake. In the starry sky in his heart, the divine force planet was much more stable. After suppressing it for more than a year, he had finally gotten used to it. On this day, Shi Wei came to the above-the-sky sect to see Lu Yin. "Please take a seat." Lu Yin looked relaxed. More than a year of peace had made him very comfortable. Shi Wei looked at Lu Yin fishing. How good would it be if these days continued? Lu Yin felt strange and looked at Shi Wei. "Is there something troubling you?" "You should have a lot of things," Shi Wei said. Although she had not reached a certain level and could not see the Eternals and the spiritualized universe clearly, she knew that she was far from it. It was time to truly relax. Lu Yin shrugged. "People have to relax sometimes. You can't always be tense or you will collapse." "Right, why are you looking for me this time?" Shi Wei looked at the lake. "I'm not looking for you. My master is looking for you." Lu Yin was stunned and put down his fishing rod. "Ancestor?" "Yes." "Isn't she dead?" "She died at the hands of Ancestor Qin." Shi Wei shook her head. "She's not dead. Master wants to see you." Lu Yin did not expect Ancestor Qin to still be alive. Indeed, it was unbelievable that a primordial realm powerhouse could be killed by Ancestor Qin with a single palm strike. Even though Ancestor Qin had dropped his realm, Lu Yin had learned the chain palm. The palm strike connected to the flames of Immemorial City. The true power came from the flames of Immemorial City and not just Ancestor Qin. It was theoretically possible that the flames could burn the Book of Destiny and the Tian character. It was not impossible to burn Ancestor Qin to death. But Ancestor Qin was actually not dead? Did Ancestor Qin make a mistake? "Let her come," Lu Yin said. Shi Wei fell silent. Lu Yin turned his back to her and looked at the lake. "So she's already here. Sorry I couldn't tell." Shi Wei looked at Lu Yin's back. "Master Lu, I took a huge risk to come see you." "Give me a reason not to kill you," Lu Yin said bluntly. Shi Wei knew it should be Ancestor Qin. She had disguised herself as Shi Wei and came to the Above Heavens sect. "Listen to my story. You might be interested." The ancestor of the past slowly spoke and talked about a past that no one knew about. This past wasn't as simple as no one knowing about it. It wasn't known by this universe. This was because Ancestor Qin was not from this universe at all. In fact, she was not even human. "I came from another universe. Our universe encountered an unprecedentedly strong enemy and was likely to be destroyed. I had no choice but to follow the enemy to your universe and saw the flourishing human Above Heavens sect. I also saw the powerful Alpha Primordium, the 3 realms 6 paths and the others. At that time, the only thing I wanted to do was to expose the enemy's location to your universe and lead the Above Heavens sect to war with the enemy to free us. However, as soon as I arrived, I discovered that your progenitor, Alpha Primordium, had fixed the Mirage domain. The Mirage territory doesn't belong to any universe. It belongs to many universes. Absolute Beginning was too overbearing. He fixed the Mirage territory for your universe's cultivation so that it couldn't flow in other universes. This fact made me see you humans clearly. You're not much better than the universe where the strong enemy lives." "I'm hesitating. I don't know what to do. Should I lead you there?" "In the end, I decided to lead you there. If I didn't, we would definitely be destroyed by the enemy. If I led you there, there would still be a chance. However, just as I decided to expose the enemy's universe, Alpha Primordium was surrounded and disappeared. The first continent shattered and I knew it was too late. Although I did not know who had killed Alpha Primordium, I was certain that Alpha Primordium was dead. The Above Heavens sect no longer had an existence that could resist the enemy's universe. I had no choice but to join the Eternals and watch the Above Heavens sect shatter one continent after another until now. The story was very short, but it shocked Lu Yin greatly. He looked deeply at Ancestor Chen and asked, "What is your universe called?" "Consciousness universe. We are not humans. We are consciousness, or rather essence, energy and spirit. We are similar to the heavenly demons in your primordial space, but we are different. We are much more powerful than them. You should have guessed our enemy's universe." Spiritualized universe? Lu Yin frowned. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3278. The Ancestor of the Past nodded. "That's right, the spiritualized universe. I followed Tianxi and came to your universe. In our name, your universe is called the Xuanhuan universe." Lu Yin understood. The spiritualized universe's invasion of the consciousness universe was similar to Tianxi's invasion of their universe. The consciousness universe would not be able to stop it, so the only way was to lure other universes into the game and form a balance against the spiritualized universe. However, the Ancestor of the Past came at a bad time. Before he could take action, the Above Heaven sect was destroyed. "Why did you attack Lu Tianjing?" Lu Yin did not understand. This person should have stayed out of the matter and not made enemies with anyone before making a decision, especially humans. At that time, her only choice was humans. The Ancestor of the Past shook his head. "That was a personal grudge between me and Lu Yuan. It had nothing to do with the universe." He was too rude. Lu Yin understood and did not ask further. "So, you joined the Eternals after the Above Heaven sect was destroyed because you targeted the Eternals and hoped that they would be the key to breaking the situation?" "Not only that, but if I joined the Eternals, I would not be targeted by the Four Guardians. Those four have their own plans and might not let go of an expert like me," the Ancestor of the Past said. Lu Yin laughed. That was right. The Four Guardians were in cahoots with the Eternals. At that time, did you know that the Eternals were in cahoots with Tianxi? That the spiritualized universe wanted to seize our universe? The Ancestor of the Past pondered. "I did not know at first, but I found out later. However, I was even more certain that the Eternals were not people who would pave the way for others. They definitely had their own plans. Restart the universe and step into the eternal life realm." Lu Yin did not hide it. Many people understood the one true God's goal. The Ancestor of the Past was not surprised. The Eternals wanted to step into the eternal life realm. Tianxi wanted to take the spiritualized universe and achieve a leap. Perhaps he himself wanted to step into the eternal life realm at that time, and the prerequisite for all of this was to restart the Tianyuan universe. To be honest, this is unfair to the people of your universe, but I can't help you. The only thing I can do is think of a way to deal with the spiritualized universe at the last moment. The Eternals won't be willing to give up this universe. At least in my opinion, the Eternals are an infinitely expanding race. Once the humans of this universe are finished, they will set their sights on other universes. The most troublesome thing is that the creatures in the spiritualized universe can be humans or other species. Until now, I have not thought of a way to break through the situation. Until now, your sect has risen. Dao Master Lu, enter the situation and keep the balance. This is not only what our universe of consciousness needs, but also what you need. The spiritualized universe has reached its limit. They can no longer survive and have to leave to seize other universes. They are the enemies of all universes. Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Shi. "How did you survive Ancestor Chen's palm strike?" Ancestor of the Past said, "My body is dead, but I'm not a human. I'm a body of consciousness, my essence, qi and spirit. As long as my essence, qi and spirit don't die, it's fine." "Why did you take Shi Wei as your disciple?" "It's convenient to observe humans." "What do you know about the fate of our universe? For example, the existence behind the Four Guardians?" Ancestor Shi's eyes flashed. "No." Lu Yin looked at her. "You've been in the Calamity region for so many years, no?" Ancestor Shi shook her head. "No." "If the Four Guardians can see creatures that don't belong to this universe, how did you hide it from them?" "Just because my body belongs to this universe. After coming to this universe, when I came here, I obtained this body and even used it to break through to the primordial realm in the Mirage region. You should have heard that I left behind that tablet." Lu Yin looked at her for quite a while before asking, "What happened on the day Ancestor Ku killed his way into the Calamity region?" Ancestor Shi recalled, using the triumphant duel technique to kill his way into the Black Mother Tree. He fought the Eternal but was defeated in a single strike. He didn't even reach the primordial realm. To be honest, it's already a miracle that he was able to leave alive. I want to know the details, Luine said without holding back, treating her like a subordinate. Ancestor, she was a primordial realm expert, but so what? Luine had killed more than one primordial realm expert. Primordial realm experts were no longer a mystery to him, especially when Ancestor she was considered an enemy. This enemy didn't just refer to what she did to the humans after joining the Eternal race, but also her impure intentions for coming to this universe. She wanted to instigate a war between this universe and the spiritualized universe to protect her universe. From the standpoint of her universe she was a hero, a savior, but from Lu Yin's universe she was an enemy who wanted to instigate a war. Ancestor, she didn't care about the change in status. She knew very well who she was facing and didn't dare to underestimate Lu Yin, even if he hadn't even comprehended the sequence laws. She told him everything that she had seen that day. Lu Yin listened quietly. The entire process hadn't been very long. From the moment Kuzu had killed his way into the zone of calamity to the moment he had stepped onto the Black Mother Tree, to the moment when Kuzu had used the sequence laws to disappear and escape from the zone of calamity, only an instant had passed. Even though Kuzu's brilliance had reached its peak in that instant, paving the way for future generations, it hadn't been that long. You mean to say that you didn't see Ancestor Ku's battle on the Black Mother Tree, including the details of his attack? Lu Yin's tone was low. Ancestor, she said, it's impossible for me to see. I'm in the primordial realm, an existence second only to the Eternal race. The Eternal race wouldn't let me climb the Black Mother Tree. It's worthless. Lu Yin stood up and turned his back to her. Apart from letting me know that you had designs on our universe and the names of the consciousness universe and the spiritualized universe, your arrival is worthless to me. It's been so many years, and regardless of whether you were forced or not, the losses you caused by joining the Eternal race can't be brushed off with a few words, let alone this worthless information. Lu Yin turned around and stared at Ancestor Shi. I've said it before, give me a reason not to kill you. Ancestor Shi met Lu Yin's gaze. I'm willing to atone for my sins with my death. Lu Yin sneered. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Lord Lu, the spiritualized universe has its eyes on your Xuanhuan universe. You can't avoid it. Qinzi has been here for so many years, he won't give up so easily. Lu Yin didn't care. Even if we start a war with the spiritualized universe, what does it have to do with your consciousness universe? We won't help you. You might not be a match for the spiritualized universe. No, you definitely aren't a match for them. Ancestor, she said solemnly. Lu Yin raised his brows. Is the spiritualized universe very strong? Ancestor Shi's gaze was heavy. They are dealing with our consciousness universe while coveting your Xuanhuan universe. You can imagine that the spiritualized universe wants to be irresistible. The Eternal has its own plans, and I don't think he will obediently give up the Xuanhuan universe after it's rebooted. However, the spiritualized universe isn't stupid either. They won't really think that the Eternal will give up on the Xuanhuan universe. Stepping into the Eternal realm is the goal of all living beings. Apart from this goal, they all have their own benefits. The reason why we can work together is because of our own confidence. Now that the Eternal race has been destroyed by you, you have to face the spiritualized universe. Without us holding them back, it's unwise for your Xuanhuan universe to fight against the spiritualized universe alone. Lu Yin didn't refute him. The spiritualized universe was indeed a problem. You have been in the zone of disaster for so many years. You should know that there is an omnipotent existence behind the Eternal and the protectors of the four directions. Ancestor Shi's eyes flashed. I have never considered that existence. Lu Yin was surprised. What? Ancestor Shi shook his head. It can't be changed and there is no need to consider it. Just like a long time ago when our consciousness universe encountered the spiritualized universe for the first time, we sensed that the spiritualized universe was far stronger than us. No matter how hard we tried, we would eventually perish. It was only a matter of time. All living beings in the consciousness universe were waiting for the countdown to their destruction. It was only when we discovered the existence of your Xuanhuan universe that the countdown was put down. We have experienced that feeling before and we don't want to experience it again. It doesn't make a difference to us whether there is an omnipotent existence because we will eventually perish. At this point, she looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Actually, the humans of your universe should be in even more despair than we are. The Eternals used the first zone of calamity to mobilize the 7 sky gods to suppress you all. I always thought that the extinction of the human race was only a matter of time, and that it would happen much earlier than the extinction of our universe. However, you forcefully brought the human race out of that predicament and created a miracle. In my opinion, you are more admirable than Tai Chu. That's why I found you. Dao Master Lu, I don't ask you to save our consciousness universe. Even if our consciousness universe has to become enemies with your Tianyuan universe, before that, we should first deal with the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe is separated from our consciousness universe and your Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Shi's face. It doesn't matter how nicely you say it. I don't believe that you don't know anything about fate after being in the zone of disaster for so many years. Ancestor Ku killed his way into the zone of disaster and left a clue that the butterfly had to chase after. That was only an instant. If you really don't know anything, you have either been exposed and are guarded against by the eternal race, or you are like He Wuxian, pretending to join the eternal race and plotting against me. Ancestor Shi sighed. The clue Ancestor Ku obtained was exchanged with his life. Dao Master Lu, I can't kill my way to the Black Mother Tree and fight against the Eternal. I will never obtain any clues. Ancestor Shi's words sounded reasonable, but in the end, it was as if she didn't say anything. Before she came, she had already thought about what she could say and what she couldn't say. Lu Yin turned around, sat down and continued fishing. Ancestor Shi stood behind him without moving, waiting quietly. Her fate was in Lu Yin's hands. She came to the above heaven sect. Even a primordial realm expert had to be careful, let alone Ancestor Shi who had fallen from the primordial realm. At most, she was an expert who could occasionally unleash the power of the primordial realm. Lu Yin had never seen her unleash her laws before. If she didn't get close, her realm had completely fallen. How did you get this body? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Ancestor Shi was surprised. Body? We are consciousness life forms. It's not difficult for us to take over a body. Lu Yin said indifferently. If I didn't agree to work with the consciousness universe to deal with the spiritualized universe, what would you do? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3279. After hearing Lu Yin's words, the ancestor replied, I had no intention of leaving before coming here. Regardless of what you decide, I'll stay in the above heaven sect. Bring the guest to rest, Lu Yin instructed. The second Night King walked out and bowed respectfully. Yes. He then gestured for the ancestor to leave. The ancestor did not say anything else and left with the second Night King. She really had no intention of leaving the above heaven sect. Lu Yin put down his fishing rod, as the ancestor's identity was truly unexpected. He had thought that she was an ancient powerhouse of the 3 realms and 6 daos, but he had not expected her to be from another universe. She had deliberately exposed the spiritualized universe's location and used the Tianyuan universe to counteract the spiritualized universe, forming a stable 3-way balance. Although she looked calm and untainted, she was actually more shrewd than anyone else. Xuanhuan, let's play chess. On a mountain range in the above heaven sect, Xuanhuan looked up and smiled. Chess? Chess path master, you've never beaten me before. Not long after, Xuanhuan arrived at the back mountain of the above heaven sect and faced Lu Yin. There was a chessboard between them and they were really here to play chess. Ha, your chess pieces are all mine. Chess path master, you haven't played in so many years, but your chess skills haven't improved. I'm still far from your level, but it won't be easy for you to win. Although my chess pieces aren't connected and are fighting for themselves, they won't be defeated that quickly. The more you struggle, the slower the countdown to your death becomes. I don't think so. The countdown to your death has never slowed down. It's just that there's an invisible countdown. I can't see it? You can see it, but I can't. Although your chess pieces are fighting separately and aren't connected, once I eat any of your chess pieces that are exposed, my chess pieces will also be exposed. Some of them will be eaten by your chess pieces, resulting in a stalemate. Judging from the results, not only will I not be able to quickly eliminate you, but I will also be delayed by you and even eat some of my chess pieces. It's not worth it. You want to drag it out slowly? You'll eventually win if you drag it out, won't you? Chess path master, this move of yours is very smart. Where did you learn it from? We'll work together and keep each other in check. If we're going to be exposed, we'll be exposed together. This world is very dangerous. Whoever is exposed will be out of luck because no one knows how powerful the enemies who are secretly watching you are. Look, your chess pieces have been eaten by me. Looking at the chessboard, the countdown to death has never stopped, whether it's visible or invisible. Chess Taoist Lord, how long do you think you can last in this game? Then do you think I should do that? Of course you should. If I didn't do that, you would have lost long ago. If I had been careless, you might have been able to turn the tables. You are indeed smart. In fact, the final outcome depends on how many chess pieces you have hidden in the dark, and how many chess pieces you can swallow. A chess game is unpredictable. A person's thoughts are all in it, and it is filled with chess culture. The most important thing is to test the player's temperament and endurance. Lu Yin's hand hovered above the chessboard, but he didn't place it down. His gaze was fixed on the corner of the chessboard where there were many pieces. On the surface, his pieces were surrounded by Wang Wen's pieces, but in reality, if Wang Wen devoured his pieces, Wang Wen's pieces would be exposed even more, and Lu Yin would be able to counterattack. This killing intent was the key to the final outcome of this game. Could Wang Wen not see it? Impossible. He could see it, which was why he didn't move. However, he still had to move in the end. How would he move? Looking at the entire game, there were countless killing intents. Where was his killing intent? Chess Taoist Lord, sometimes it's not a good thing to think too much. You might even lose your greatest advantage. Wang Wen's lips curled up as he looked at Lu Yin proudly. Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen and didn't say anything as he placed a piece down. He had taken the initiative to expose his own pieces for Wang Wen to eat. If Wang Wen ate them, Wang Wen would expose more of his pieces. If Wang Wen didn't eat them, Lu Yin would be able to see where Wang Wen's killing intent was. Wang Wen looked at the chessboard and quietly pondered. He had never thought for more than 5 seconds while playing with Lu Yin. This was his self-confidence. However, he was now deep in thought. Lu Yin frowned. Could it be that Wang Wen didn't have a backup plan? Wang Wen exhaled and played with the chess piece in his hand. He looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Chess Taoist Lord, you won this game. Lu Yin was confused. You really couldn't tell? No. Lu Yin did not believe it. Wang Wen said, I really couldn't. To be honest, I underestimated you. It's not this game but you as a person. You led the human race to defeat the Eternals and took control of the entire universe. You should be in high spirits and looking down on the world, but you restrained yourself and acted as if nothing had happened. You were even more cautious than before you defeated the Eternals. This is the reason why I lost. Can I ask what happened? Wang Wen was the military advisor of the Above the Sky sect. He had helped Lu Yin a lot along the way and knew many things. However, he did not know about the one true God's plan to restart the universe, spiritualize the universe, or fate. These were the deepest secrets of the universe, so he did not know. Lu Yin had called Wang Wen here to tell him something. The primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the others stood at too high a level and considered things from too high a perspective. Lu Yin was the same. Even though he had started out as an ordinary cultivator, he was no longer the lowly cultivator he once was. Lu Yin needed Wang Wen to reconsider this matter from the perspective of an ordinary person. There were countless ordinary people, but Wang Wen was the most suitable. This was because he was the best at planning for the big picture and had a far-sighted vision. He was the exact opposite of Wei Rong. After the game ended, Lu Yin told Wang Wen everything that had happened. Wang Wen was stunned. I knew that the humans had some secrets since the Above the Sky sect era, but I never thought that the secrets would be so great. The one true God actually wants to restart the universe and step into the eternal realm? Spiritualized universe, consciousness universe. Yes. Interesting. Too interesting. Lu Yin sighed. You think it's interesting because you haven't reached the primogenitor's level. At their level, any decision would affect the life and death of the entire universe. Do you know how many lives would be involved? Including you and me. Wang Wen smiled brilliantly. I understand now. The chess path master obtained his inspiration from the primogenitor. When two sides are playing chess and one side is clearly at a disadvantage, the chess path master will pull in a third party to create a balance and stall for time. In the end, he will be able to reverse the situation. Lu Yin nodded. The logic is simple and not complicated. However, at our level it's difficult to see. This is also the consciousness universe's plan. It's a wise move. The consciousness universe isn't a match for the spiritualized universe, so they could only pull in a third party. We are that third party. Unfortunately, the primogenitor just happened to see the primogenitor's tyrannical side and hesitated. In the end, the primogenitor was surrounded and killed, and the Above Sky sect was destroyed. This is fate. Fortunately, Chess Path Master, you rose up and gave the primogenitor hope. No matter how you look at it, the primogenitor represents the consciousness universe and is our enemy. Luin agreed with this point. As long as it was possible, the consciousness universe would love for the spiritualized universe and the xuanhuan universe to fight to the death. The primogenitor also knew that she couldn't hide this from Luin and the others. Now he went straight to the point. What do you think we should do? Luin asked. Xuanhuan smiled. Let nature take its course. Luin raised his brows. Do nothing? It's useless. Chess path master, can you go to the consciousness universe? Or can you find the spiritualized universe? The primogenitor should be able to return to the consciousness universe. For the sake of her own universe, she will do everything she can to make the spiritualized universe and the xuanhuan universe go to war. All we need to do is wait for the war to start and for the consciousness universe to be exhausted. The primogenitor was right about one thing. We aren't good people either. Xuanhuan chuckled and moved closer to Luin. Chess path master, if the threat of the spiritualized universe is gone, the next target should be the consciousness universe, right? They plan to restart the xuanhuan universe, so why don't we do the same? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan spread out his hands. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The spiritualized universe is definitely not weak. They're in a hurry to take over the consciousness universe, and they're also targeting the xuanhuan universe. They must have their own reasons, so there's nothing wrong with making ourselves stronger. In any case, that universe isn't ours. At most, we'll just bring the humans from that universe out. Luin looked away as he had never considered this. Xuanhuan had actually thought of restarting the consciousness universe and the spiritualized universe, allowing the experts of the sect above to reach the primordial realm. This was especially true for Luin. Once the universes were restarted, he, the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the other peak experts would definitely be able to take another step forward and even reach the eternal realm. This was definitely good news for the sect above. However, they had sacrificed those two universes. With Xuanhuan's explanation, the situation was now clear. The consciousness universe, the spiritualized universe, and the xuanhuan universe were like three mouth-watering fruits that corresponded to three creatures that guarded the fruits. Whoever ate one first would be able to fill their stomachs and have the strength to fight for all of the fruits. Even if that person did not want to eat, there was no guarantee that the other two would not. Once one of them ate the fruit, the other two would be in trouble. They would not be able to eat anything and could only starve to death. It was impossible for them to not eat anything. This was the nature of living beings, the survival of the fittest. It was not something that could be changed by intelligence. One of them would definitely eat first, forcing the other two to have no choice but to eat. Luin had now become one of them. No, he suddenly looked at Xuanhuan. He was not the one who could eat the fruit. The ones who could eat the fruit were the existences behind the four protectors. This was the fate that the primogenitor spoke of. Only they had the right to eat the fruit. If, and I'm just saying if, there's an omnipotent existence above us, what should we do? Xuanhuan's expression changed. If. Luin nodded solemnly. If. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed, and he fell silent for a moment before looking at the calm lake. If a fisherman is hungry and there's only one fish in the lake, and another hungry fisherman comes along, what do you think these two fishermen should do? Of course, they should deal with the other party and prevent him from stealing their fish, Luin thought to himself, but he did not say this out loud. Xuanhuan left as he needed to digest what Luin had told him. Luin calmly sat by the lake and stared at the fishing rod in a daze. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3280. A few days later, Luin left the Above the Sky sect and went to Immemorial City to meet the primogenitor. Immemorial City still existed, and the surviving Immemorial City experts had returned not long after returning to their own spacetime. Their level was too high, and there was no one else in their own spacetime who could speak to them at the same level. It was better to come to Immemorial City and live like a normal person instead of being lonely at the top. Someone had to protect the primogenitor. The 3 realms and 6 paths had been in charge of protecting the primogenitor, but now that those people had returned, the 3 realms and 6 paths no longer needed to protect the primogenitor. Luin went to the underground of Immemorial City and met the primogenitor. "Zhuzi, you're here," the primogenitor greeted. Luin came with curiosity and curiosity. "Why did you occupy the Mirage Domain?" Many things had started because the primogenitor and the others had occupied the Mirage Domain. The protectors of the 4 directions believed that the humans were uncivilized because the primogenitor's actions in occupying the Mirage Domain were too despicable. The primogenitor had not told the primogenitor about the consciousness universe from the beginning because he had seen the primogenitor and the others occupy the mirage domain. The primogenitor was unhappy. Zhuzi, you're blaming me? I didn't do it alone. Everyone has a part to play. Oh. Luin was curious. Mr. Mu arrived. Luin looked back and bowed. Master. Mr. Mu grunted. You suddenly asked about the mirage domain because many things happened because of it? Luin nodded. That's right. That's why I want to know the true purpose of occupying the mirage domain. It shouldn't just be for the 3 realms and 6 paths to cultivate. The price is too high. Even with my current cultivation, I still don't know how to stabilize the mirage domain. Hehe Zhuzi, this is all thanks to your good master. I was wrong. The most successful thing he did in his life was not only taking you in as a disciple, but also helping us occupy the mirage domain. The primogenitor was very happy, as if he was watching Luin make a fool of himself. Luin looked at Mr. Mu curiously. Mr. Mu said helplessly, this matter is dishonorable and unfair to the other universes. But there's no other way. If we don't do this, we won't be able to promote the heavenly sect to the peak of brilliance. We won't be able to give birth to the possibility of winning against that existence. Whether it's a merit or a fault, let's leave it to future generations to judge. The prerequisite is that there are future generations. He looked at Luin and said, the purpose of a fixed mirage domain is to create experts. The more experts there are, the better. It's to create experts who can reach the primordial realm. The 3 realms and 6 Daos are all like that. It's a pity that Taichu's accident happened too quickly, or there would be more than just the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Luin understood that the possibility of resisting that existence referred to fate. Mr. Mu's universe had been destroyed. The creatures that could destroy Mr. Mu's universe might have the same fate as his own universe. That was why he had helped the primogenitor to stabilize the mirage domain and create masters. However, he had not expected that this universe would also have such an existence. As a result, the primogenitor had been surrounded and killed. He had no choice but to save him, which led to the war between Primeval City and the Eternals. He was neither right nor wrong. He could only say that Mr. Mu had misjudged this universe. He did not see the existence of fate. Although the ancestor had guessed that fate existed, he had neglected it in order to help the 3 realms and 6 paths increase their strength. The former Heaven sect had been destroyed because of this, but it had also created the current Heaven sect and Luin. Luin did not know if the people of this universe would be able to resist fate in the future. As a descendant who had been born in a fixed mirage domain, he was not qualified to comment on whether it was right or wrong. This was because he had also benefited from the mirage domain. Master, how do you fix a mirage domain? Luin asked. He was very curious. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He really did not know how to do it. Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back. Tracing back to the past. Tracing back to the past? Luin was surprised. Isn't tracing back to the past to find a certain point in time? That point in time does not belong to the river of time in the mirage domain, Mr. Mu said. Luin knew this. He had wanted to ask Mr. Mu why he had created tracing back to the past. Flowing light devoured time that did not belong to the river of time, which made Luin feel as if tracing back to the past had also been created for this reason. Mr. Mu said, a water droplet that does not merge into the river of time can be found by tracing back to the past. If there are many such water droplets and there are so many of them that they form a cross-section that is similar to a dam, what will happen if they do not flow down the river of time? Luin was stunned. Is that possible? As long as there is enough time it can be found, Mr. Mu said. Luin was completely shocked. Mr. Mu was basically saying that he would collect water droplets that did not merge with the river and eventually place them in the river, cutting it off. In theory it could be done, but it was impossible to actually do it. Where would he find so many water droplets that did not belong to the river of time? How long would it take? It was simply unimaginable. But Mr. Mu had done it. Luin had thought that he would be able to see Mr. Mu's strength very soon, but now he realized that he had underestimated Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu could come to this universe from his destroyed universe, which in itself explained the problem. The same situation had happened to the Lost Clan's card. That card had escaped with the Lost Clan, and it had only drawn out a corner of this universe, but it had broken the only true God sky-changing technique. That was a supreme power. Mr. Mu and that card had done the same thing. Did that mean that Mr. Mu corresponded to that card's realm? What realm did Mr. Mu represent? Zhuzi, your master is the most ruthless, the primogenitor said. Luin agreed with him. Mr. Mu was still calm. Tai Chu, be careful that you don't drop the sequence's string if you speak again. Luin looked at Mr. Mu. Master, how did you cultivate the 9-yang cauldron transformation? Mr. Mu looked at Luin, his gaze unprecedentedly serious. Cultivate well. It was only 4 words, but they gave Luin a heavy feeling. The 9-yang cauldron transformation was one of Mr. Mu's ultimate techniques, the kind that he could impart to his disciples. However, only Luin had truly obtained the inheritance of the 9-yang cauldron transformation. Mu Zhu, Mu Feng, Mu Xia and Qingping did not have it. Luin walked out of the underground of Immemorial City and looked in a direction. There, a big tree was rooted in flames. It was the big tree that had escaped. Luin came in front of the big tree and sized it up. The first time he had seen this big tree, it had been sent by someone to play with the sapling. Who would have thought that this big tree would witness the entire history of mankind and change the situation? Little sapling misses you, Luin said to the big tree. The big tree shook its branches, but he did not know what to say. There were only flames entwining them. That's right, Luin suddenly remembered the farmer's big face tree. That tree could be considered to have witnessed history and knew many things about the above heaven era. What was the situation with that tree? He went to the astral tree and arrived at the farmer's home. Nong Yi sensed Lu Yin's arrival and hurriedly welcomed him. Behind him were Nong Ya, Nong Sanyang and Nong Lai. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. The group of farmers bowed. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Luin nodded and glanced at Nong Sanyang and the others. They had once been of the same generation, but now they were completely different. They could no longer stand on the same level as Luin. Even Nong Sanyang was only an emissary. Senior Nong Yi, stay behind. The rest of you can disperse, Luin instructed, and Nong Ya and the others all left. Nong Sanyang looked at Luin curiously. She could not imagine how this person had transformed into the current ruler of the humans. According to the forefather, he did not have the qualifications to enter the immemorial city battlefield. Only someone who was at least a sequence law powerhouse could go there. Luin, on the other hand, was strong enough to dominate the immemorial city battlefield and stand shoulder to shoulder with the only true god of the Eternals. No matter how lively Nong Sanyang, Nong Lai and the others were, no matter how good their relationship with Luin was, they were all very reserved at this moment. Luin was well aware of the pressure that his current status and strength brought to others. He did not intend to set aside his status to redeem their former friendship. Friendship was not something that could be maintained just by redeeming it, as that would be too hypocritical. If Nong Lai and the others had reached the sequence law realm, even if they were progenitors, they would not have interacted with him in such a manner. Time was a good thing. The higher one went, the slower one's steps would become, and the people below would gradually see one's back. At that time, things would be different. Senior Nong Yi, what's the origin of the big face tree? Luin asked directly. Nong Yi was puzzled. The big face tree? Why are you asking about it? The two chatted as they walked towards the tree. To be honest, I don't know either. The big face tree has been around for as long as my farmer's home's records. It's very ancient, and it likes to talk about the above heaven sex era. However, not many people can truly understand it. Not long after, the two saw the big face tree. The tree had not changed at all. Luin had been here several times and heard about the Third Mainland's jianghu battle. He had heard many things, but it would take him a long time to listen to all of the tree's history. Not far away, Bai Shui rushed over and bowed to Nong Yi. Ancestor. Nong Yi nodded. Bai Shui looked at Luin and slowly bowed. Greetings, Pathmaster. Nong Yi knew that Bai Shui and Luin were old acquaintances, so he walked away so that they could talk. Luin looked at Bai Shui. Long time no see. Bai Shui smiled faintly. Although I haven't met you, I've heard of everything about you. Luin laughed. You're exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. You led the humans to victory over the Eternals. I admire you. Lu Yin's gaze swept past Bai Shui, and he saw another figure in the distance. His white robes fluttered, and his aura was otherworldly. It was Prime Clarity. He's really persistent, Luin commented. He knew that Prime Clarity liked Bai Shui, but he had not expected that after being trapped in Burial Garden for so many years, Prime Clarity would directly seek out the farmer's home and obtain their approval to come find Bai Shui. Bai Shui was helpless. If possible, please take him away. Luin replied, that's your business. He had no intention of getting involved in this matter. You've been with the big face tree for so many years. Have you heard anything of value? Luin asked, looking at the tree. Bai Shui thought for a moment. I know a lot about the wars of the above heaven era, but that shouldn't be of any value to you. If you want to know more, you can ask the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Did the big-faced tree ever mention its origins? Luin asked. Bai Shui shook her head. No. Luin stepped forward and arrived in front of the tree. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3281. The big-faced tree was delighted to see Luin. Kid, you're here again. Where were we last time? Right, the Battle of Jianghu. Speaking of which, the Netherworld ancestor. We talked about the Battle of Jianghu, Luin interrupted. Big-faced tree blinked. Have I told you? Uncle Tree, I don't remember telling you everything. You did. Luin was very certain. The big-faced tree was very serious. No. Luin raised his brows. You did. No. You did. No. He rejected it again and again as he experienced the strength of the tree's spiritual attacks. However, he was disappointed. Although the tree's spiritual attacks were strong, they weren't enough to pique his interest. This big-faced tree was like an ancient tree that had witnessed history. It had a very long lifespan, but there was nothing special about it. He had been oversensitive. There were many ancient trees in this universe, which made him think that they were all special. Mother trees, black mother trees, escape trees, and saplings. Although this big-faced tree was not special, it was still a thick history book. Luin left the farm and went to the Ice Spirit clan. He stood outside Bing Xian and looked at her in a daze. Luin did not say a word. He looked at Bing Xian for half a month before leaving. He could save Ming Yan, but so what if he did? The sole true God had not been dealt with. Fate and the spiritualized universe had not been dealt with. Ming Yan's appearance was just another concern. Luin wanted to give his family warmth and stability. This might be selfish, but Ming Yan would rather take risks and go through life and death with him. But weren't humans selfish? The deeper the love, the more they yearned for peace. Luin met the ancestor once again at the back mountain of the above heaven sect. If the spiritualized universe takes care of your universe and then fights with the Xuanhuan universe, who has a higher chance of winning? Luin asked without hesitation. The ancestor replied, the spiritualized universe. What? Firstly, they can restart our universe and use the laws of the universe to create powerhouses. Secondly, the life forms of the universe also have the concept of life and death. Some of them are afraid of death and will join the spiritualized universe. It's like 2 universes fighting the Xuanhuan universe, and the Xuanhuan universe has no chance of winning. Thirdly, too many powerhouses from the Xuanhuan universe have died in the battle with the Eternals. The remaining powerhouses of the above heaven sect and immemorial city are not enough to resist the spiritualized universe. Luin said, if they can restart the universe, why did the spiritualized universe target the Xuanhuan universe in the above heaven sect? The ancestor of the past said, greed can never be satisfied. The rebooting of a consciousness universe will allow the top creatures of the spiritualized universe to step into another level, but what about the level that is only second to the top creatures? They need to develop as well. Even if those peak creatures all reach the primordial realm, will they be satisfied? The Xuanhuan universe is like a safety net, while the consciousness universe is more like a test subject. Luin was curious. It's been so long. Does the universe still exist? The ancestor was certain. It exists. Even if the spiritualized universe is stronger than us and has given us a death countdown, it won't be easy to completely destroy our universe. The Eternals destroyed the above heaven sect and suppressed the Sixth Direction association with the First Calamity realm. But you also rose up. There are too many possibilities in the universe. What truly makes us despair is the scale of the future. That is a measurement of the infinite possibilities of the future. If the future scale of the consciousness universe is 5, then the future scale of the spiritualized universe is 6. It is this difference that makes it impossible for the consciousness universe to be born. Even if the universe has infinite possibilities, it can't surpass the spiritualized universe. We have long recognized this point. Only the Xuanhuan universe is different. When I saw the dazzling above heaven sect, I thought that the future scale of the Xuanhuan universe would be 6. But you rose up a second time and won against the odds. This made me certain that the future scale of the universe is 7. However, I'm talking about the future scale, which is a measure of the infinite possibilities in the future and not a comparison of your current strength. If the spiritualized universe attacks, you will definitely lose. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table and pondered for a moment. If I don't solve the internal problems, I can't solve the external problems. The Eternals? Help me eliminate the Eternals and give me the confidence to unify the entire Tianyuan universe. Only then will I be able to deal with the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, the Eternals alone will drag me down. Lu Yin then looked at the ancestor. At that time, even if we don't want to start a war with the spiritualized universe, an integrated Tianyuan universe is not something that the spiritualized universe wants to see. I understand this logic, but it won't be easy to eliminate the Eternals. The one true God is very strong, so strong that he has the qualifications to negotiate with the spiritualized universe. The ancestor was helpless. How to deal with the one true God is our problem. Your mission is to find him, Lu Yin said. The ancestor frowned. I'll do my best. Lu Yin looked at the calm lake. Although it was clear enough to see the bottom, there were still some filth hidden in the dark corners. The one true God, the ancient God, the forgotten ruins deity Tianxi by Xian'er and He Wuxian. I will find them all and deal with them once and for all. He had let the ancestor leave, but the ancestor had come looking for him himself. If he wanted to hide, there was no need for him to come. Now no one could find the one true God, and Lu Yin was very anxious. He hoped to eliminate the one true God before the effects of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm ended. However, it was useless if he couldn't find the one true God. If he couldn't find the one true God, the gift he had given the one true God wouldn't be effective. The ancestor had been with the Eternals for so long, and he hoped that it would be useful. As for the ancient God, couldn't he reveal his location? 1 fisherman, 2 fishermen, 3 fishermen. Lu Yin stared at the surface of the lake and fell into deep thought. Following the defeat of the Eternals, the Above Heaven sect naturally became a colossus that countless people in this universe looked up to. Every day, countless people would come to the Above Heaven sect to pay their respects, and Lu Yin's statue could be seen everywhere. On this day 4 people found Lu Yin. They were Mu Zhu, Mu Feng, Mu Xia and Qing Ping. At the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin looked at the 4 and said solemnly, "Senior brothers and sisters, this matter is very important. I'll have to trouble you." "I'm not very good at tracing," Qing Ping said. "I'll lead," Mu Zhu said. This was her first time in the Above Heaven sect, but she wasn't shocked. She had seen the Above Heaven sect before the ancient era and had saved the ancestor. If not for Mr. Mu's seniority, she would be about the same age as the 3 realms and 6 paths. Lu Yin nodded. "Thank you, senior sister." The 4 of them surrounded Lu Yin and simultaneously used tracing back to the past. The void around Lu Yin twisted and turned gray. Faintly, images flashed past. Back then, senior brother Mu Xie used tracing alone to find Yi Bo. It was very difficult. Now the 4 of them used tracing at the same time. Especially with Mu Zhu, they should be able to succeed. What Lu Yin asked them to find was the Book of Destiny that had been denied. Destiny, Maiden, and by Xian'er were no less threatening than the one true God. The only way Lu Yin could find them was to trace back to the past and find the time that had disappeared. He would cross the river of time with a stream of light. Like the ancient battlefield, he would search for the bone boat. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed day by day. No one disturbed them at the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect. On the 9th day, Mu Zhu and the others opened their eyes. "Found it." Lu Yin waved his hand and a light boat appeared. The river of time surged forward. Countless people inside and outside the Above Heaven sect were shocked. The river of time encompassed the life of all living things. It was the vast power of time. At this moment, a small boat crossed the river of time. Lu Yin boarded the light boat and disappeared. The scene only lasted for a short time. After Lu Yin disappeared, Mu Zhu and the others almost collapsed. Mu Xie smiled bitterly. "Junior brother's light is the real power of time." Mu Feng said solemnly, "It took us 9 days to find it with the 4 of us. The hidden time is not simple. It's a pity that Master cut off the river of time and fixed the mirage domain. He can't use tracing. Otherwise we wouldn't have to do it," Mu Zhu said. "I hope everything goes well," Qing Ping muttered to himself. At the same time, Lu Yin traveled through the river of time and saw images of things that had happened in the past. Time continued to move forward and the boat bobbed up and down. The longer one traveled through the river of time, the more likely it was to capsize. However, after experiencing it once, Lu Yin was confident. Suddenly, an image froze and a familiar power swept past. It was tracing the past. Mu Zhu and the others used tracing to help Lu Yin locate the time when the Book of Destiny had been denied. Lu Yin stared at the image and entered. He appeared in a courtyard with images constantly moving around him. Time was moving backward. Lu Yin looked around. Was this Xian Academy? Mr. Wei's courtyard. Lu Yin suddenly turned around. The images around him kept moving forward and he saw a person in front of him, Mr. Wei. She stood among the flowers like a lotus flower. Even though she was disguised as a man, her otherworldly temperament could not be hidden. She was pure and flawless. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Wei and Mr. Wei looked back at him. Time was flowing but Mr. Wei had never left. Lu Yin had ordered that no one be allowed to enter this courtyard, and Xian Academy had sealed it off. Neither of them moved and just looked at each other in the river of time. This was a very strange scene. Lu Yin traveled through the river of time, and many years passed in the blink of an eye. However, Mr. Wei was still standing there. If someone could see her, they would see that she was standing in one place and staring in one direction. He knew about fate as well, which meant that the person in front of him was Wei's daughter. What's with fate? Mr. Wei smiled. That's my problem and it has nothing to do with you. It's not up to you to meddle in my affairs. If you insist on finding trouble with me, then I'll have to make you accept reality. Lu Yin did not understand. Reality? Mr. Wei's smile faded. Compared to us, you're still a level lower. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei opened his hand, revealing a paper cut that he held up for Lu Yin to see. The paper cut was obviously a woman, but Lu Yin could not tell who it was. This paper cut's original model is called Night Queen Yanqing. Lu Yin was puzzled at first but then he felt incredulous. Night Queen Yanqing? Of course he knew this woman. She was the younger sister of the Day-Night clan's Night King Jianghu. It was because of her that he had become enemies with the Day-Night clan in Astral 10. He had no choice but to use the information about the third Night King to control the Day-Night clan and live carefully. This woman could be considered one of Lu Yin's early enemies after he had entered the cultivation world. However, following the Day-Night clan's defeat, the words Night Queen had gradually faded from his mind. Even the frigid immortal sect, the master of the Day-Night clan, was like an ant to Lu Yin, let alone Night Queen Yanqing. If Mr. Wei had not mentioned her, Lu Yin would have forgotten about her long ago. Mr. Wei smiled again. Do you still remember Night Queen Yanqing? She's a woman that you once hated and respected. She's just a nobody to the current you, but that nobody has left a mark on your life. What do you think will happen if this mark is erased? Lu Yin's eyes widened. Erased? Mr. Wei nodded. Erased, completely erased. Impossible. Lu Yin immediately rejected the idea. If you want to erase Night Queen Yanqing, then you'll be changing history in the future. But the future has already appeared and this universe has become like this. You can't change this future. It was not impossible to change the past to change the future, but it could only be done to a single person or life. For example, Patriarch Lu Yuan could change the fact that his son had died. Of course he would have to pay a huge price. That was only a single person's life and death, and it would not affect the karma of others. However, Mr. Wei wanted to erase Night Queen Yanqing's existence to change what had happened in the past. This was equivalent to denying Lu Yin's enmity with Night Queen Yanqing, denying Lu Yin's enmity with the Day-Night clan, and denying the series of events that had happened in the past. This was impossible. Neither the primogenitor nor Mr. Mu could do this. Lu Yin was absolutely certain that they could not do it. They definitely could not. A pair of scissors appeared in Mr. Wei's hand, and he slowly approached Night Queen Yanqing. You say that it's impossible and I say that it's possible. Do you think it's possible? Once you change the future, what will happen to the present? Do you want to try? Lu Yin stared at Night Queen Yanqing's paper cut in Mr. Wei's hand. Let's try. Mr. Wei looked at Lu Yin. You're that confident? Lu Yin replied in a low voice, you can't change the future. No one can. If you really can, then why are you wasting your breath on me? Mr. Wei smiled. His smile was beautiful. Yes, I can't do it. Then the scissors approached the paper cut and with a crack the paper cut into two. It was as if a kite had its string cut, and the world went from colorful to black and white. The world in front of Lu Yin's eyes spun, and after what seemed like an eternity, he regained his senses and looked at Mr. Wei. What happened? Nothing had happened. Mr. Wei held onto the scissors and looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. She looked more heroic in her male disguise, but it was difficult to conceal her gentle beauty. She had a faint smile on her face. Lu Yin was about to speak when the sound of a surging river reached his ears. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he could not do anything. He only felt a surging force crash into his body from an invisible source, causing his brain to explode. He could not see the enemy, nor could he see the attack. He could not see anything at all. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. His face paled as he looked up at Mr. Wei in shock. Mr. Wei lowered his hand. "I think I did it." Lu Yin stared at Mr. Wei, and his thoughts raced as he looked around. Xian Academy was still the same and nothing had changed. The world had not changed and the future had not changed. He was the only one who had been injured. Paradox. Mr. Wei nodded. "You can say that." Lu Yin finally understood how he had been injured. Just as he had guessed, Mr. Wei could not change the future by erasing the past. That was impossible. However, she had used the paper cut to erase the past. Since the past had disappeared, the future should have changed as well. However, the river of time flowed by, so how could it stop, reverse, or even change because of her power? She did not have such power, and neither did the primogenitor or Mr. Mu. How could a normal person cross the river? Even if a normal person created waves at the source of the river, they would quickly be submerged by the surging river. By erasing Night Queen Yanqing, Mr. Wei had created a huge wave in the river of time, reversing the flow of the river of time. If he had enough power, he would have been able to change the flow of time, but this amount of power was far from enough. In the end, nothing would have changed. Night Queen Yanqing had not been erased and the future would not have changed. The only change was that she had indeed stirred up waves. When these waves were submerged by the long river of time, they produced overlapping and opposing forces. Just like on the surface of a calm lake, two pressures appeared in two directions, forming two waves that collided into the distance. In the end, they collided with each other. This was the force that Mr. Wei wanted. No matter how this power was submerged by the river of time, it would be fine as long as this power appeared. She had sent this power towards Lu Yin, which came from the river of time. It was the materialization of the paradox of time. It could not be seen, touched, or resisted. This was the power of paper cut. "Do you recognize reality now?" Mr. Wei looked at Lu Yin. "You have never directly defeated anyone at our level. Tai Chu, Old Man Mu, Eternal, me, and even Tai Hong. When have you ever defeated any of them? The four guardians are just four pieces of trash who did not dare to cross the bitter adversity. The Star Toad is also trash. Killing such trash is meaningless. I just want you to recognize reality. Only when you recognize reality will it be easier to talk." Lu Yin looked at Mr. Wei in amazement. "Is this the power of people at your level?" "Yes. You will reach that level in the future." Lu Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Then I have to thank you for letting me see it clearly." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3283. Mr. Wei looked into Lu Yin's eyes. "Your eyes tell me that you didn't see it clearly." He then took out another paper cut, this time of a woman. "Guess who she is?" Lu Yin raised a hand to stop him. "All right, there's no need to cut it. I recognized her." Mr. Wei frowned. "Your eyes don't look like it." Lu Yin sneered. "You just have to cut another one, don't you? You said that we weren't enemies before, but now that you've cut it, we're enemies." Mr. Wei looked at Lu Yin and slowly put down the scissors. "I hope you're telling the truth." "Oh." Lu Yin raised a brow and touched the corner of his mouth again. There was still blood. "Didn't you build the bridge and see the future? How can there be hope? You should have seen what I would do and what choices I would make." Mr. Wei's eyes flashed, but he did not speak. Lu Yin looked at the scissors in Mr. Wei's hand. "If you had cut it just now, I would have been convinced. I couldn't think of a way to deal with you, but you didn't." At this point, he raised a finger and smiled. "This represents a possibility. The bridge you built has come to an end." Mr. Wei suddenly took out a paper cut and cut it. At the same time, Lu Yin took a step forward, parallel to time, and waved his hand. His fingers curled as if he was holding something, but he wasn't holding anything. He took a step forward, and blood splattered in front of Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei's body flew backward, and a terrifying pressure shook Memory Sage Academy, causing the sky to darken. Lu Yin slowly turned around, and a sword appeared in his hand at some point, the progenitor's sword. As long as the power of time was involved, there were endless possibilities. Lu Yin tried one possibility. In the future, he would use Mu Zhu and the others to trace back to the past and find the time when he had stepped in reverse and appeared in parallel to the river of time. At that time, the progenitor's sword would be sent over to help him. Something that should have happened in the future had become reality at this moment. This was not changing the future. It was just like when he had crossed the river of time to change himself and appear in the bone vessel to hunt down the Eternals. It was a reversal of the river of time, but it was just a reversal. This possibility of success allowed Lu Yin to injure Mr. Wei. First, Lu Yin had to be able to withdraw safely from this battle. Only then would he have a future. Second, Mr. Wei's ability to see the future had yet to reach that level. Third, he could rely on Mu Zhu and the woodcarving to trace the past. Lu Yin's conversation with Mr. Unfinished confirmed the second point. The bridge that Mr. Unfinished had only lasted until the moment when she had avoided Lu Yin's attack. Otherwise, she would not have said so much to Lu Yin and even used the word hope, in the end. This was because she did not know what Lu Yin would choose. As for whether or not he would be able to escape safely, that was his confidence. Of course, that was only in front of Mr. Wei. If he ran into an enemy who wanted to use the future to reverse the river of time to make up for the difference in power level, Lu Yin might not dare to do so, as that would mean that he was already at the end of his rope. If he couldn't use the future to reverse the river of time to change the current battle, then he would have to bear unimaginable consequences. Mr. Wei clearly did not let Lu Yin experience the feeling of not being able to bear the consequences. Senior Mu Zhu and the others were also a limiting factor. If they encountered a strong enemy, they might not be able to gather enough people to cast Tracing the Past for him. This method seemed to have infinite possibilities. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, it had to be prepared in advance and it could not be used in a hurry. Changing the future was extremely difficult. Another point that Lu Yin had confirmed was that Mr. Unfinished Time could not avoid the progenitor's sword. The progenitor's sword's greatest ability was to suppress the universe and stabilize time. This was why Lu Yin had spared no effort to repair it in order to neutralize the damage that the time poison had done to the fifth mainland. Mr. Unfinished walked on time and was unfathomable, but only the progenitor's sword could harm her. Although the entire process had only taken an instant, and Lu Yin had only attacked once, that had been his guess of time. Countless possibilities had appeared, and it had been a showdown between their usage of time. It had also been a battle of words. Mr. Unfinished looked at the bloodstains on her body, and the paper cut fell from her hand as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's sword spun as he slashed out again. I'll let you see the truth. I am the master of this universe. Mr. Unfinished hurriedly retreated, her body flowing with a gray color that made her seem illusory. Strangely, she had clearly retreated, but a figure emerged from her body and faced Lu Yin, striking out with a palm. This was Bai Xian'er's innate gift, and the one who had walked out of Mr. Unfinished's body was Bai Xian'er. He released the starry sky in his heart, and the stars circulated, instantly breaking Bai Xian'er's innate gift. He stabbed out with his sword, and Bai Xian'er's figure condensed as she looked at Lu Yin. Brother Xiaoxian, are you going to kill me? Lu Yin's eyes widened. The previous Lu Xiaoxian would not, but I am Lu Yin. The celestial radish flower floated into the starry sky, and Lu Yin stabbed his sword into Bai Xian'er's body. The blade was stained with blood as he looked up and stared into her eyes. Bai Xian'er's face was pale, but she smiled sadly at Lu Yin's determined gaze. Brother Xiaoxian, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. Lu Yin stared at Bai Xian'er as memories flashed through his mind. They were in the food paradise, and in a simple wooden house, young boys and girls were happily tasting delicacies. Outside the door, a rainbow deer emitted a gentle glow as it looked at them from time to time, its eyes filled with dependence. Images of his time with Bai Xian'er flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and his heart ached. Lu Xiaoxian truly loved Bai Xian'er, but just as Lu Yin had said, he wasn't Lu Xiaoxian. His heart only had Ming Yan, an ordinary woman who was waiting for him. In the starry sky, countless people looked at the falling celestial radish flower and recalled the day when the Lu family was exiled. It was the same beautiful red flower rain. Under the red flower rain, Bai Xian'er's face was pale, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand and touched Lu Yin's face. Xian'er loves Brother Xiaoxian, but Xian'er has no choice. I'm sorry for exiling the Lu family. I'm sorry for killing the 7 heroes. I'm sorry for imprisoning you in the Red Garden. I'm sorry, Brother Xiaoxian. I'm sorry. Lu Yin didn't love Bai Xian'er, but at this moment, it was as if Lu Xiaoxian had been reborn. He let go of the sword hilt and hugged Bai Xian'er. Are you Bai Xian'er or a maiden? Bai Xian'er touched Lu Yin's face, her eyes filled with infatuation. Bai Xian'er has always been a maiden. Ever since I was born this has never changed. Bai Xian'er smiled, but her face grew even paler. Ever since the Lu family was exiled, the happiest moments were the battle with Brother Xiaoxian in the disaster region and the dance with Brother Xiaoxian in the Red Garden. Xian'er is satisfied. Brother Xiaoxian's sins will never be repaid, but Xian'er has never thought of killing Brother Xiaoxian. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Brother Xiaoxian, I'm sorry. Lu Yin didn't know what to feel. Bai Xian'er was the Lu family's enemy. If it weren't for her, the Lu family wouldn't have been exiled even if the Grand Emperor sealed forefather Lu Yuan. It was the maiden who had walked out of her body and restrained forefather Qianni. She was the one who had allowed the Lu family to bring the food paradise to Lu Tianjing. The deaths of the 7 heroes, the Lu family's surviving officials imprisoned in the Red Garden, and the deaths of the Lu family's vassal families in the New Continent were all because of her. He had been attacked by Bai Xian'er when he was breaking through in the 5th mainland. Ever since Lu Yin had started cultivating again, he had dreamed of Bai Xian'er's finger descending. That boundless fury had burned within him, and he had wanted to kill Bai Xian'er even in his dreams to completely end the grudge of the Lu family's exile. Now that he had killed Bai Xian'er, he wasn't happy. Was it because of Lu Xiaoxian? He was already Lu Yin and it was impossible for him to love Bai Xian'er. But where did this pain come from? It was so painful that he couldn't breathe. Bai Xian'er stared at Lu Yin's face in a daze, and her eyes gradually dimmed. Her hand drooped down weakly, and her blood stained the ground. Lu Yin watched as Bai Xian'er died. Speechless pain engulfed him, but his mind was clear. He shouldn't have to endure this kind of pain. Xian'er, Lu Yin said in a hoarse voice. This was Lu Xiaoxuan's voice. Lu Xiaoxuan's emotions died at the same time as Bai Xian'er. I didn't expect you to really kill her. Mr. Wei stood in the distance and watched calmly. Lu Yin looked up and there was a cold glint in his eyes. Bai Xian'er was the one who harmed the Lu family. She was also the one you ordered the Six Direction Society to capture. Now that Bai Xian'er is dead, our grudge should be resolved, Mr. Wei said calmly. Lu Yin stared at him. Can it really be resolved? Mr. Wei smiled. I've already given Bai Xian'er to you to kill. What else do you want? Master Lu, we're not enemies. Even if you haven't figured out how to deal with me, I've already told you that we're not enemies. Don't force me to the eternity. You can go wherever you want. Whether it's the eternity or you, as long as you're in this universe, Lu Yin said coldly. You have to listen to me. Mr. Wei laughed. You're too domineering. I've already paid enough to resolve our grudge. Why do you have to fight to the death? Bai Xian'er said that she had no choice. Lu Yin gripped his sword tightly. You were the one who entangled Patriarch Qianni and caused the Lu family to be exiled. I don't know which one of you killed the 7 heroes. Even if you were all brought here by Bai Xian'er, you are the murderers. After he finished speaking, he stepped forward and slashed at Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei sighed. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have allowed you to grow. Another figure walked out in front of him. It was a woman, and she held a large book in her hands that was surrounded by grains of sand. She raised her right arm, revealing a pearl necklace around her wrist. Her fingers formed a sword and she struck out 7 times in front of Lu Yin. This figure's sword was far inferior to the progenitor's sword, and Lu Yin was confident that he could easily break it. However, the sword wasn't aimed at him. Instead, it was aimed at the ethereal river of time. It was aimed at the past. Lu Yin's expression changed. A small boat of light appeared and instantly disappeared. The river of time surged forward. Lu Yin stood on the small boat and stared at the 7 swords that had entered the river of time. He moved at the same time and deflected all of the swords. When he looked back, Mr. Wei had already left. End of Chapter 1. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3284. Lu Yin appeared in the courtyard with a solemn expression. If he wasn't mistaken, was that Destiny? Mr. Undying and Destiny were the same person? How could this be? The situation in the forbidden land of the Mirage had led Lu Yin and Hongyan Mavis to believe that Destiny was fake, but the primogenitor was certain that Destiny was real. At that time, Lu Yin had guessed that the primogenitor and the 3 realms 6 paths were 2 different people. But didn't Destiny herself know? Why were there 2? The 7 sword edges just now had pierced into the river of time, striking at his past self. Fate wanted to use this to erase his past self. Although the possibility of success was not high, it was just like paper cut. Once the power of time overlapped, the one to bear the brunt of the damage was himself. When Destiny walked out and struck the 7 swords, Mr. Undying could have used Papercut to attack him, but she didn't. It wasn't because she cared about him, but rather because she had her own motives. The immortal radish flower fell in front of Lu Yin as he watched the red flower rain. Baixianer's corpse dissipated into red motes of light. In the end, she was just a clone of Undying. The progenitor's sword in Lu Yin's hand also disappeared. It would appear in the future. The red flower rain shook the astral tree realm. The Lu family's forefather Tianyi, Lu Qi, and the others all came out to search for Baixianer. Lu Yin explained the situation to the Lu family, and the astral tree realm finally calmed down. Long she watched the red flower rain slowly disappear. This was the beginning of everything, and it also represented the end. Baixianer was finally dead. That woman had suppressed everyone and made it hard for her to breathe. The only one who could kill her was brother Xiaoxian. Lu Yin left the astral tree realm and found Wu Tian. Wu Tian was now in Immemorial City, guarding the primogenitor at all times. Lu Yin looked for Wu Tian to ask about Destiny's Law. Destiny's Law? Wu Tian thought about it. To be honest, we rarely fight with Nyonyo. You have to ask your forefather. He's more familiar with it than we are. He was the one who forced a junior of your family to cultivate Destiny's shadow. 3 Sons Ancestral Qi? Yes, the 3 Sons Ancestral Qi. Fertile Earth is usually very close to Nyonyo. He is more ruthless than anyone when scheming against Nyonyo. Back then, Nyonyo reported this matter to her master. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Wu Tian said. Lu Yin went to find forefather Lu. Why don't you ask forefather? Lu Yin smirked. Lu Yuan said helplessly, you're afraid that master will disturb you. Lu Yin remembered that the primogenitor had said that they would have a good chat after this battle. If he went to ask the primogenitor a few times, it was very likely that the primogenitor would ask him to stay, and he couldn't stand being disturbed like that. Nyonyo is proficient in the power of time. Didn't master tell you that Nyonyo always makes a move at the most crucial moment? Under normal circumstances, she'll be able to see through the river of time and see what's going to happen next. That's a little hard to bear. Lu Yuan explained slowly. His words were more or less the same as Lu Yin's understanding of the situation. When he had fought with maidens past, he had also felt how difficult it was to deal with time. If not for the fact that he had found a flaw in Maiden's words, he might not have taken action. Destiny was actually an application of the power of time. It was able to see through the future, which was why it was called destiny. Nyonyo is most proficient in attacking the river of time to erase the past and change the future. Of course, the future cannot be reversed, but it can affect the present. Lu Yuan said. Lu Yin explained Papercut's power to Patriarch Lu Yuan, as well as Wu Tian, Chu Yi, and Hongyan Mavis. He was worried that they might run into Wei, or one day and fall into her trap. Beneath the archaic city, the primogenitor raised his head. Had asked, has Maiden also come out to cause trouble? Lu Yin went to the underground of Immemorial City. She said that she was the first person to know that the Mirage domain had been fixed. Senior, are Maiden and Destiny the same person? The progenitor rolled his eyes. I say, Zhuzi, can't you listen to the elderly properly? Nyonyo is Nyonyo and Nyonyo is real, not fake. Maiden is Maiden and that woman is sinister. However, she hasn't appeared in a long time and I've forgotten about her. You have to be careful if you run into her. But Maiden used the power of destiny. That's still Maiden, not Nyonyo. Zhuzi, the elderly's words must be reasonable. Come, let's talk slowly. Lu Yin hurriedly asked, where's the progenitor's sword? The progenitor was stunned. My sword? Why are you looking for the sword? Zhuzi, one cannot be too greedy. Look, Chuchen is already with you and you still want the sword? That's a little too much. Lu Yin was helpless. I want to perfect the karma of time. He told the progenitor what had happened and the progenitor praised, you're quite quick-witted. However, it's a pity that you can only use the sword that you used to suppress the fifth mainland. The other swords have either been snatched away by the Eternals or shattered. He did not move, but some fragments fell to the ground. They were the fragments of the progenitor's sword. Lu Yin was surprised. It's shattered. Of course. After so many battles, even a person would not be able to withstand it, let alone a sword. Take it if you want. Right, be careful of Maiden. Although that woman does not appear often, I feel that she is plotting something. Mr. Mu walked over. Maiden is not simple. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu. Master, do you know her well? Mr. Mu shook his head. No, she does not belong to this universe like me. Lu Yin raised his brows. Another existence that does not belong to this universe. Mr. Mu was solemn. She disappeared for a long time and we have indeed forgotten about her. I did not expect her to still exist. If you meet her again, contact me. I want to talk to her. After leaving Immemorial City, Lu Yin took the progenitor's sword fragment with him. He wanted to perfect the karma of time. If he wanted to repair the progenitor's sword, he would need a large amount of money. When he had first repaired the progenitor's sword, he had used up 12 trillion star essence. Now he had no idea how much money he would need to repair this broken progenitor's sword. He only had 26 trillion star essence left on him. Should he repair it? Lu Yin stared at the progenitor's sword fragment. Actually, the progenitor's sword was only the progenitor's weapon. Even if Lu Yin gathered all 6 of them, they would not be of much help since they were just weapons. Back then, Lu Yin had thought that the progenitor's sword was unreachable only because he was weak. Now Lu Yin had the courage to fight the progenitor at his peak. Of course, he would not be able to win, but he was already qualified, and there was no need for him to look up to the progenitor's sword. However, the progenitor's sword's greatest ability was to suppress time. The reason why Maiden had not come to the 5th mainland was because the progenitor's sword was suppressed there. As long as she did not have the confidence to break through the progenitor's sword, she would not be able to overturn the 5th mainland. The only things that Lu Yin could use to threaten Maiden, aside from the power of time, was the progenitor's sword. He was certain that Mr. Unbound was not the complete Maiden. The complete Maiden was on the same level as Mr. Mu and the others, and Lu Yin was not a match for them right now. The progenitor's sword could be used for self-defense. As he thought about it, he decided to repair it. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He tapped it with a finger and rolled it. As the die rolled, the die slowly rotated. It stopped at 1 tap and something useless fell out. Continue at 5. Continue at 3. Lu Yin tossed the progenitor's sword fragment onto the screen and then began to frantically toss out star essence. Soon, 12 trillion star essence had been used up, and the progenitor's sword was completely repaired. Lu Yin relaxed as it was still 12 trillion star essence. It seemed that no matter how damaged the progenitor's sword was, it was destined that it would only need this much star essence. After repairing the progenitor's sword, Lu Yin asked Mu Zhu and the others to use Tracer of the Past once more to search for the time when he had fought Mr. Unbound. That period of time was not part of the River of Time, which was exactly what Tracer of the Past was looking for. The 4 of them worked together to use Tracer of the Past once more, and it took them several days to find it. Lu Yin then followed the direction that he had found and tossed out the progenitor's sword. When Tracer of the Past ended, Lu Yin left the Above the Sky sect and went to Mr. Unbound's courtyard in Xian Academy, where the progenitor's sword lay peacefully. The karma from that period of time had finally come to an end. Lu Yin picked up the progenitor's sword. This battle method of changing the future to change the present was, to be honest, very exciting. There were endless possibilities, but there were also many accidents. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it. Time had clearly flowed by, but because of the appearance of the River of Time, there was a possibility of change. This possibility was beneficial to him, but it was also detrimental to others. Could the progenitor and the others have considered this situation when they had fixed the Mirage domain? Otherwise, what was the point of Mr. Mu's Tracer of the Past? Was it just for battle? The River of Time was like a treasure placed in front of many people, and it was not good for anyone to obtain it. In the Above the Sky sect, in a courtyard filled with books, 2 figures were busy. Senior brother, is this enough? No, it's far from enough. Junior brother, you have to read more and read good books. But these books are enough to read for a long time. Take that pile too. That many? Senior brother chose those for you. You have to read them carefully. In the future, when senior brother saves the universe, you have to help him. You can't let master do all the work alone, understand? All right, senior brother is mighty. Thank you, junior brother. Outside the courtyard, an old man arrived. When he heard the conversation in the courtyard, a smile appeared on his face. He was Xixing, one of the 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime. His seniority was second only to the Grand Empyreans, and even Celestial Victor had to respect him. Xixing stepped into the courtyard, looked at the piles of books and sighed. 2 heads poked out from the books, Hui Kan and Tua Lin. Who are you? Hui Kan asked. He did not recognize this old man, but since he had appeared here, he could not be a bad person. The old man smiled at Hui Kan. Young friend, congratulations on becoming Master Lu's disciple. Hui Kan was delighted. He had gone from being a miner who trembled in fear to being the disciple of a supreme ruler of the universe. This was a huge leap in status, and even his shrewdness could not hide it. Xisheng looked at Tuolin with a complicated gaze. "Child, we have met before." Tuolin was a descendant of Xisheng. Because of Xisheng, he was qualified to participate in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party and was treated with respect by many people. However, he did not know his own situation, and he had only met Xisheng once. "Senior, are you here to find me?" Tuolin was curious. Xisheng smiled and nodded. "I'm here to find you. Can we talk alone?" Huiken became vigilant. "Senior, why are you looking for my senior brother?" Xisheng smiled. "Don't worry, Master Lu knows of my arrival." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3285. Huiken didn't doubt it. This was the Above Heaven sect. If they didn't agree no one could come here, since that's the case brother, you guys can talk slowly. Tuolin nodded. When Huiken was about to leave the courtyard he shouted, "Brother, take the books with you. Don't waste a second. Read more, read good books." Huiken smiled. "Got it, brother?" After Huiken left, Tuolin walked out of the pile of books and was a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, elder. There's no place for you to sit." Xisheng waved his hand. "No need. Child, do you still remember me?" Tuolin looked at Xisheng seriously. "I have an impression of you. We seem to have met before. Elder, why are you looking for me?" Xisheng's expression was solemn but also a little embarrassed. The universe is in danger. It's time for you to step on the path of a savior." Tuolin's eyes widened in excitement. "Is it my turn?" Looking at Tuolin's excited gaze, the Xisheng's awkwardness disappeared without a trace. This child had been unable to cultivate since he was young due to his physical condition and had become autistic. He had an unusual obsession with cultivation and had been fooled by Lu Yin into believing that he was the savior of the world. He firmly believed in the things that even a teenager from an ordinary family wouldn't believe. It wasn't that he really believed, but he had to believe. He used Lu Yin as a reference. Believing in Lu Yin was believing that he was the savior. The higher Lu Yin went, the more he believed. How was this situation different from being crazy? Tuolin's appearance made Xisheng's heart ache. He looked at Tuolin guiltily. I'm sorry. Tuolin looked at Xisheng in confusion and was eager to try. "Elder, where's Master? Why didn't Master come? How can I be the savior? I've already read so many books, so many." He opened his arms as if he wanted to describe it but couldn't. Any random cultivator could control the books in the courtyard, but he couldn't. He was just an ordinary person, a simple ordinary person. Xisheng placed his hand on Tuolin's head with heartache. He originally thought that as long as the younger generation could pass down the legacy, they would be able to cultivate one day. However, he had neglected the thoughts of the younger generation during the process of passing down the legacy. Tuolin's father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and so on. Generation after generation of waiting, generation after generation of hopes were dashed. This kind of feeling was the most difficult to endure. It would have been fine if they didn't know about the world of cultivation, but living in the world of cultivation and being treated with respect by the ancestor realm while being unable to cultivate, Xisheng had felt this kind of pain from Tuolin's demon-like state. "Ancestor, I'm sorry. However, child, you can walk out now. I will fulfill your wish." Xisheng looked at Tuolin with heartache. He patted his head and turned to leave. "Elder, where are you going? What about me? What should I do?" Tuolin was puzzled. Xisheng waved his hand without looking back. "I'm going to discuss with your master about becoming a savior." Tuolin was excited. "Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Master." Outside the courtyard, Huiken and Freak were stunned. Savior? Was this old man invited by Master to act? That look in his eyes and that demeanor were amazing. It was as if he was the one who had caused senior brother to be unable to cultivate. Xisheng met Lu Yin at the back mountain of the celestial sect. Lu Yin sat at the stone table and watched Xisheng arrive. "Senior, please sit." Xisheng sat across from Lu Yin and couldn't help but look down at the courtyard where Tuolin was. "Thank you for taking care of that child, Master Lu." Lu Yin replied, "He's my disciple. There's no need to take care of him." "Master Lu, I can see the other disciples' attitude towards Tuolin." "Thank you, Master Lu." Xisheng stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't stop him. Although there was a huge age gap between the two, the world of cultivation didn't care about age. If he looked at Tuolin, it would be giving him face. If he didn't look at Tuolin, it was natural. With Lu Yin's current status and his attitude towards Tuolin, he was qualified to receive Xisheng's great bow. Lu Yin gestured for him to sit again. Xisheng sat down again and sighed deeply. I've let them down. An inheritance isn't a cold word. In this inheritance, everyone has flesh and blood. They have their own hopes, but in the end they all turned into despair. Lu Yin looked at Tuolin's courtyard. That's right. An inheritance is the continuation of a race. In this continuation, who cares about what everyone thinks? Who cares about their predecessors and descendants? It's just a life. Fortunately, it's over. Or rather, it's a new beginning for Tuolin and the others. Xisheng sighed. Lu Yin was curious. Because of the Grand Empyrean? Xisheng had a complicated expression. If the Grand Empyrean wants to survive, he must defeat the Eternal's only true God. The way to defeat the true God is through the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. I was the target of the Grand Empyrean's attempt at the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Over the years, my cultivation, talent, and bloodline inheritance were all taken away by the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. This caused my descendants to be unable to cultivate. Now that the Grand Empyrean is dead, the 6 paths of reincarnation realm that enveloped me has disappeared, and I'm free. At this point, he looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. Master Lu, with my bloodline, I can continue Tuolin and allow him to step onto the path of cultivation. He stood up again and bowed deeply. Tuolin will not disappoint Master Lu and will carry forward Master Lu's bloodline. I hope that Master Lu will continue to teach me. Xisheng kneels and thanks you. Xisheng was kneeling not only because he hoped that Lu Yin would teach Tuolin with all his heart, but also because he wanted to atone for his descendants' sins. Through Tuolin, he had seen the despairing side of his descendants. For the sake of his bloodline's inheritance, he had sacrificed his descendants from birth to death. This kind of self-blame made him want to repent in this way. This time Lu Yin stopped him. Senior, they were born because of you. There's no need for this. Cultivation is a choice. Even without this choice, they would have died of old age and lived longer than ordinary people. You did not let them down, and the grace of giving birth to them is greater than the heavens. As for Tuolin, he is my disciple and I know how to teach him. On the other hand, if you can help Tuolin, then my bloodline will owe you a favor. Xisheng smiled bitterly. To be able to obtain Master Lu's favor, where can I not go in the universe? Many thanks, Master Lu. In the distance, Xiaoran arrived with tea and placed it on the stone table. She looked expectantly at Lu Yin and Xisheng. This was the new tea she had thought of. Lu Yin looked at the tea and praised, Xiaoran, it's becoming more and more presentable. Xiaoran was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. Xisheng looked at the tea in front of him and then at Xiaoran before looking at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin made an inviting gesture. Try it, Xiaoran's tea is delicious. As for the appearance, don't worry too much. This is already very good. The previous tea was like poison, and even ancestor Lu Yuan did not dare to drink it. Ah. Xisheng was surprised and looked at Xiaoran with a strange gaze. Xiaoran looked at Xisheng expectantly. Xisheng also looked at her, seemingly thinking of something. Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior, what's wrong? Xisheng was about to speak when Lu Yin's expression changed. Xiaoran, please help us brew 2 more cups of tea. It's very delicious. Really, Your Highness? I'll go right away. Xiaoran was overjoyed and left happily, even humming a song. Xisheng was about to say something when a figure walked out. Lu Yin stood up. Master, what's going on? Xisheng hurriedly stood up and bowed. Junior greets Mr. Mu. Xisheng was not surprised that he recognized Mr. Mu. He had followed the Grand Empyrean, and in terms of age he was even older than Celestial Victor. He had met many people, including Chu Yi and the others from the 3 realms and 6 paths. He might have even visited the Above Heaven sect a long time ago. He had met the primogenitor. Mr. Mu looked at Xisheng. The tea begins and ends. Xisheng's body trembled and he looked at Mr. Mu in shock. Senior, how do you know those words? Lu Yin was puzzled, but he did not interrupt. Mr. Mu asked, who told you those words? Xisheng shook his head blankly. I don't know. I don't know when it started, but those words have been lingering in my mind. I've asked the Grand Empyrean, but he couldn't give me an answer. Mr. Mu asked, what's the most special tea you've ever drunk in your life? Xisheng subconsciously looked at the tea on the stone table. Something like this. Lu Yin's expression changed. Xiaoran? Right, he recalled that when he had gone to the reincarnation spacetime to find Xisheng, Xing had said that he had drunk an unforgettable tea, but unfortunately he did not know how to brew it. Was it this tea? Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back. Although it's different, it came from the same person. Destiny, Luin said. No, it's Maiden, Xing said. Luin was shocked. Maiden? Xing nodded. That time I accompanied the Grand Empyrean to drink the tea. The one who brewed it for us was Maiden. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Xiaoran was clearly related to Destiny, but Xing had drunk Maiden's tea. Maiden and Destiny were indeed inseparable. Master, what's going on? Luin asked. Mr. Mu's expression was solemn. Only 2 people know about this. Even Tai Chu and Tai Hong do not know. The tea begins and ends. The time has finally come. I'll find someone else to explain it to you. The void beside him distorted and a figure walked out. When he saw this person, Luin was completely shocked. Destiny's Maiden? The person who had appeared was the Destiny's Maiden who had become a threat of Destiny during the Origin Tribulation. She was someone who should not have appeared, someone who had violated Destiny and ended up in such a miserable state. Destiny's Maiden was still the same. She was 14 or 15 years old and had a beautiful appearance. No one would recognize her as the successor of Destiny, one of the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates. Destiny's Maiden smiled at Luin. Long time no see, Pathmaster. Luin had reached his current position and had seen all kinds of storms, but he had never thought that Destiny's Maiden would appear, much less that she would be together with Mr. Mu. I'll explain it to Pathmaster. This matter was caused by Master from the beginning, so you can't blame me. Destiny's Maiden smiled, seemingly happy to see Luin lose his composure. She had been bullied by Luin in the past, even though it was all for her master. Before we talk about the entire matter, we need to clarify a concept. Maiden is Maiden, and Destiny is Destiny. The 2 are not the same person. Pathmaster, we can only see the truth with this concept, Destiny's Maiden said with a serious expression. Xing said, Master Lu, since you have matters to attend to, I'll take my leave first. Mr. Mu said, there's no need. You are also part of it and have the right to know the truth. Xing shook his head. Senior, I don't want to know. I just want to accompany to all in. Mr. Mu fell silent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3286. Seeing that Xing insisted on leaving, the Fate Maiden did not mind. Then go. It doesn't matter. Xing was grateful and left. After he left, the Fate Maiden looked at Luin again. My master was the first to enter the Mirage Domain, and he also entered the Forbidden Area. After he came out, he dispersed his cultivation. He could have been the first to break through, but he used the Fate Law to cultivate again and finally achieved Fate. You all know this. Wait, wasn't Senior Chu Yi the first to enter the Mirage Domain? Luin remembered Hongyan Mavis mentioning this. Was my master. Let's put it this way. The progenitor gave my master special treatment. Was there such a thing? Luin was shocked. The progenitor was truly capricious. What I want to say is that my master was the first to enter the Mirage Domain, but there was someone else there at that time. It was Wei Nu. She was the ferryman of the River of Time. Luin was shocked. The ferryman of the River of Time? The Fate Maiden said, that's right. Why would the River of Time have a ferryman? This is not something I should understand. All I can say is the result. In the Mirage Domain, my master met Wei Nu in the Forbidden Area. Because of Wei Nu's coercion, my master dispersed his cultivation and learned Wei Nu's Fate Law. Thus, fate can be a person or an inheritance, but it can also be Wei Nu. Wei Nu ferried the River of Time, and she was the strongest cultivator of time. It's true that my master cultivated Fate Law, and even the progenitor did not say anything. Wei Nu did not have good intentions when she taught my master Fate Law. She wanted to use Fate Law to leave the Mirage Domain and remove her identity as the ferryman of the River of Time. This is what my master told me. About the situation in the Mirage Domain, part of it came from my master and part of it came from Wei Nu. This explained why Hongyan Mavis and the others had found out about the Forbidden Land's path to the Eternal Realm. However, it was actually a life or death situation. This was not something that fate had told them, but rather something that Wei Nu had told them. What the progenitor saw was fate, which was Nyo Nyo. Fate was fate and Wei Nu was Wei Nu. The two cultivated the same Fate Law, but they were different people. It's not easy for Maiden to leave the Mirage domain and remove her identity as the ferryman of the River of Time. She has to cross the bitter adversity and enter the eternal life realm. Only then can she be free from the Mirage domain forever. Any living being who wants to enter the eternal life realm must cross the bitter adversity, and Maiden is no exception. However, the method she used to cross the bitter adversity was extremely special, splitting her own bitter adversity. When it came to this, the Fate Maiden hesitated a bit. Mr. Mu continued, "According to Fate, it's fine as long as it's the truth. There's no need for you to understand." Fate's daughter felt helpless. She was only a half-martial ancestor, so how could she understand such things? She could only say, "All right, that's what Master said." Therefore, the unmarried daughters that the progenitors in the outside world see are only part of the unmarried daughters' woes. Aside from Master and unmarried daughters, more unmarried daughters' woes will continue to appear. These unmarried daughters will do certain things based on their choices. Even Master doesn't know what those things are. She looked at Mr. Mu. Luin also looked at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu allowed the Fate Maiden to continue. The progenitors don't know that Master was forced by Maiden because Maiden had her eyes on them. Only Mr. Mu was informed by Master. However, the time that Master truly needed Mr. Mu to appear was just now. No matter what happened before, Mr. Mu didn't need to appear. The cup of tea begins and ends. Luin was puzzled. The Fate Maiden nodded. The Grand Empyrean brought my sage to meet Maiden once. At that time, Maiden made them a cup of tea. Of course, the person who made the tea wasn't the current Xiaoran, but the tea that Maiden made herself was just as unpleasant as poison. Thus, Master used that tea as an excuse. When my sage drank Maiden's tea again, that would be the end, which would also be the time for Mr. Mu to appear. Wei Nu forced Master, but she underestimated Master. Master was able to cultivate the laws of destiny in an extremely short period of time, step into the ancestor realm, and achieve destiny. His talent far exceeded Wei Nu's expectations. But even so, Master was unable to defeat Wei Nu in the laws of destiny. Because Wei Nu has existed for too long, she understood the River of Time too well. However, Master wasn't bad either. She had her own understanding of the long River of Time, and this understanding was built on Maiden's disgust towards the long River of Time. The Fate Maiden suddenly raised a finger. "Dao-Lord, this is one." Luin watched silently. "If Dao-Lord knew in advance that I was going to make the one gesture, do you think I would still make the one gesture if you did it first?" The Fate Maiden asked. Luin frowned. "That depends on the conditions. During battle. You're saying that if I knew in advance what you were going to do during battle, I would make the first move?" "Yes." "Then of course you wouldn't do it. This is Master's law of destiny against Maiden." Master built a bridge and looked into the future. She saw some things that Maiden would do and she had to do them in advance, such as letting the other Kuwos get close to you, Dao-Lord Lu, or me turning into a thread of destiny and disappearing. These should have been done by Maiden, but Master did it one step ahead. My appearance was one step ahead of Maiden, and if I did it, Maiden would not do it. What's the point of doing this? Luin did not understand. The Fate Maiden said, "To create a tributary for the long River of Time." Lu Yin's gaze changed. "Can it be done?" The Fate Maiden pursed her lips. She did not know that this was beyond her comprehension. Mr. Mu said, "Yes." Luin looked at Mr. Mu. "What will happen if I can do it?" Mr. Mu exhaled. "This is a battle of destiny." Luin still did not understand. Mr. Mu slowly said, "Maiden is the ferryman of the long River of Time. Destiny does things that should have happened in the future, but she should not have done them. This creates a time paradox. The facts have happened, but the process is different. What does that mean? Is it real or fake? To define this, we need a ferryman. The ferryman of the long River of Time has his own duties. It is not someone else who designates the ferryman. The ferryman uses the long River of Time as a foundation and cultivates the power of time, which is the law of destiny. The ferryman can see through the past, present, and future. The price is to stay in the long River of Time forever. Once there is a problem with the long River of Time, the ferryman needs to set things right. Destiny has created a real and fake future in the long River of Time, which is equivalent to creating a tributary. This is a counterattack against the ferryman of the long River of Time. If the ferryman does not discover it, he will be at a disadvantage. Once he discovers it, he will set things right. Everything that has happened in the past will happen again. Luin understood. Destiny wants to use this battle to defeat Maiden? Is it really possible? Mr. Mu smiled. Why did Xiaoran lose her memory? Lu Yin's body trembled. Because of destiny? Master has tried this more than once. Some of the bitterness of Maiden's separation has disappeared, while others have lost their memories. This is Master's masterpiece. Master has never appeared because he is fighting against Maiden in the long river of time, the Fate Maiden said proudly. Lu Yin was shocked. The primogenitor does not know about this? Mr. Mu shook his head. If he knows, then Maiden will know as well. Maiden does not know about this either. This is a sneak attack. Using a tributary of the long river of time to attack the ferryman. Once the ferryman discovers it, all of our previous efforts will be wasted. Lu Yin looked at the Fate Maiden. You purposely failed your tribulation and disappeared as a strand of destiny. How could Maiden not know that destiny still exists? The Fate Maiden explained, destiny has always existed. Maiden has never felt that destiny has died. She just does not know that destiny has ambushed her. Xuanhuan is a bitterness that was successfully ambushed. If there is enough time, Master can ambush even more bitterness until Maiden loses all of her memories. Master said that he would throw her into the long river of time to continue being a ferryman. The long river of time should have a ferryman. Otherwise, if anyone wants to go against the flow and fish, the universe will be in chaos. That made sense. Lu Yin nodded. He also felt that the long river of time should not be touched by anyone. It was too chaotic even though he had touched it the most. Mr. Maiden had attacked the long river of time, and Lu Yin had seen that the ancient god had not killed Yi Wei. If even an expert could touch the long river of time, then what could not happen in the past, present, and future? This was the meaning of the ferryman's existence. Since destiny has been ambushing Maiden all this time, why is it telling me now? What's with the beginning and end of the cup of tea? Lu Yin did not understand. The Lady of Fate shook her head. I don't know why Master didn't continue to attack Wei Nu, but Master gave you the coordinates of the beginning and end of a cup of tea. At that moment he told you everything and asked me to pass you a message. I always felt that Master had me come from the above heaven sect not just to ambush Maiden, but also to pass you a message. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Destiny had passed him a message from the distant past? Fate has seen my future? That's not it. Master asked me to pass on a message to the person who can lead the human race out of the impasse. He didn't specify that it's you, Master Lu. But now, other than Master Lu, there shouldn't be anyone else who is qualified to do so, the Lady of Destiny said. Lu Yin looked at the Fate Maiden. The Fate Maiden also looked at him. I'll give you a chance to choose again. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Choose again? Choose again? Set things right. Let everything return to normal. These three sentences kept appearing in his mind. The Fate Maiden looked at Lu Yin and did not say anything else. After a long period of silence, Xuanhuan walked over with a cup of tea. The Fate Maiden left, but she did not leave the above heaven sect. She had to ensure that the next tributary would begin at any time. Mr. Mu did not leave and instead remained seated at the stone table. Xuanhuan was curious. This was not the person from before, but she did not ask. She placed the tea in front of Mr. Mu and looked at him expectantly. Mr. Mu took a sip and praised, "It's delicious." Xuanhuan was delighted. "Thank you." Lu Yin looked at Xuanhuan with a completely different gaze. He had thought that Xuanhuan was related to destiny, but he had not expected her to be related to misery. "Your Highness." Xuanhuan was puzzled. Lu Yin was stunned. "It's nothing. You can leave now." Xuanhuan looked at Mr. Mu again and smiled when she saw him drink the tea. She left happily. As he watched Xuanhuan leave, Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu. "Master, when did you find out that Xuanhuan was misery?" "Just now," Mr. Mu replied. Lu Yin was astonished. "Just now?" Mr. Mu laughed. "Do you think that Master's abilities are omnipotent? Many things are the same as ordinary people. Even Master has a hard time seeing through Destiny's abilities, and it is not impossible for an ordinary person to scheme against a cultivator. Otherwise, why would Destiny ambush Maiden, the ferryman of the River of Time?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3287. Lu Yin agreed. Regardless of cultivation, anyone who schemed against others in the dark would have an advantage. As for success or failure, that was another matter altogether. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, Lu Yin had experienced many battles in various forms. He had strange innate gifts, mysterious techniques, and so on. The battle between Destiny and Maiden had refreshed his understanding. The two had not fought, but had used time and the future as a scheme to start a duel. If they had not mentioned it, no one would have known. Who would have thought that destiny, one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms, was as famous as wuxia? The primogenitor's powerhouse, Maiden, had always used time as a scheme to fight. Can we really start over? Luyin took a sip of tea. He seemed to be asking Mr. Mu but also asking himself. Mr. Mu looked at him. What if we can? Luyin looked at Mr. Mu. Master, I'm no longer the ignorant kid from before. Fixing the mirage is the real purpose, right? Mr. Mu smiled. That's why I helped Tai Chu. Tai Chu did not know. Then how did you know? How much do you know about destiny? Destiny did not tell me. Then how did you do it? Mr. Mu looked down at the tea in a daze. I once had my own starry sky. Lu Yin's eyes widened and he nodded. I understand. Fixing the mirage had a different meaning to the primogenitor and Mr. Mu. The primogenitor was like Mr. Mu in his own starry sky. Mr. Mu had experienced it once, so he would try his best to control all variables. If they could really start over, Lu Yin would also understand why the Guardians had tried to kill the primogenitor at all costs. The primogenitor still did not know the real reason. However, the primogenitor was much luckier than Mr. Mu because he did not need to know. Maiden has her own purpose in spreading wuxia. Lu Yin opened his mouth, but Mr. Mu stopped him. Maiden's purpose has nothing to do with you or me. You can now decide what is the beginning and what is the end. Destiny had schemed against Maiden, but it did not know when it would begin and when it would end. As for the future of humanity, it had started with Shi Sheng's cup of tea and ended with a cup of tea. Now, Louis needed to decide when the future of humanity would begin and when it would end. On the surface, it seemed like the Eternals had been defeated, and the humans had ushered in an unprecedented period of prosperity. However, only Lu Yin and the others knew that this prosperity was accompanied by an extreme crisis. Once upon a time, the heaven and heaven's path had gone from prosperity to decline. Now, the heaven and heaven's path would inevitably face the same path. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before looking up. Kill Mr. Wei. One of the hardships of not having a daughter. I once gave old ancestor Channy a paper cut. When my Lu family was exiled, it held him back. Alright, let's start with this. The end point is her. Mr. Mu looked into the distance in the direction of Zhao Ran. Was his fiancée an enemy of humanity? Lu Yin did not have an accurate answer. She wanted to break free from the Mirage domain and leave the River of Time to step into the immortal realm. She had calculated fate and stared at both humans and herself. Lu Yin could only treat her as an enemy. To step into the eternal life realm, rebooting the universe was the simplest and most direct way. Lu Yin was certain that Maiden would definitely help Eternity restart the universe if she had the chance. As for why she hadn't done so yet, she definitely had her own reasons. What Lu Yin needed to do was weaken her as much as possible. His strength was actually not that great. Since Mr. Wei, Zhao Ran, and the others were hardships, eliminating these hardships would only prolong the time that Maiden needed to transcend her hardships. It would not truly weaken her. What Lu Yin was most curious about was what kind of future fate had foreseen for it to give up on attacking Maiden and give him another chance. If he really chose to start over, her sneak attack would have failed. Everything she had sacrificed would have been for naught. Even though fate had given him a chance to start over, Lu Yin's heart felt even heavier. Finding Mr. Wei was not easy, just like how the ancestor had searched for the only true God. All Lu Yin could do now was wait. He had seen the truth of this universe, but he could not chase after it. He could only wait. No, there was one thing he could do and he should do it. The fifth pagoda was located in the cosmic sea, a place that countless people in the primordial space yearned for. It was here that Lu Yin had ordered the construction of the fifth pagoda, where he could pass down techniques and suppress the CI. Later on, the Eternals had invaded, and the fifth pagoda's location had changed again and again. It had eventually moved from the cosmic sea to the above heaven sect. Now that the above heaven sect had stabilized, the fifth pagoda had returned to the cosmic sea. There were too many inheritances here. Most of them had originally belonged to Lu Yin, but as time passed, countless people from the Fifth Mainland, Sixth Mainland, Astral Tree Society, and even the Sixth Direction Society had entered the fifth pagoda to obtain inheritances. Even Lu Yin did not know how many inheritances there were in the fifth pagoda. There were simply too many. Many people fought for opportunities in the fifth pagoda all year round, and every person who obtained an inheritance from the fifth pagoda would have to bow to Lu Yin as a half-master. Lu Yin's reputation in the Fifth Mainland was great, and he had climbed up step by step from an ordinary cultivator. Aside from leading wars and helping the humans fight against the Eternals, the fifth pagoda had also played a huge role. To be more precise, the fifth pagoda had helped Lu Yin obtain many half-masters. Even if these people did not accept Lu Yin, as long as they obtained an inheritance from the fifth pagoda, they would have to bow to Lu Yin as a half-master. The phrase disciples all over the world perfectly described Lu Yin. This was an enormous reputation, and if not for Lu Yin, no one else would have been able to obtain it. Lu Yin arrived outside the fifth pagoda in the cosmic sea and watched as people entered and exited the fifth pagoda intermittently. On the surface, the experts guarding the fifth pagoda were still Drunkard, Lu Yefei Brute Force and the others. However, there were also progenitors secretly guarding the fifth pagoda. Otherwise, anyone who took away the fifth pagoda would be equivalent to taking away countless inheritances. Each era had its own symbol. In ancient times, the Above Heaven sect had been a burial ground that represented the most brilliant human civilization. Later on, continents had been destroyed one after another. In the era of the Daosaur sect, there had been Limitless, which had been the fifth mainland's inheritance. It had allowed one to roam the limitless realm and even crash into bone boats. The current era of the Above Heaven sect was the fifth pagoda. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the fifth pagoda's inheritance list. The inheritance list was a list that was unique to the fifth pagoda. Those who entered the list were the individuals who had made the greatest contributions to the fifth pagoda, and this did not include sects or family powers. Anyone who entered the inheritance list would leave their name in history. Countless wandering cultivators and individual experts would choose to send their inheritances to the fifth pagoda if they could not find a successor or if they did not have a descendant to continue their bloodline. If they could enter the inheritance list, their names would be passed down for countless years, and someone would definitely obtain their inheritance in the future. At this moment, there were many names on the inheritance list, and there was no limit to the number of names. Anyone who had contributed to the fifth pagoda would be remembered. Of course, ordinary techniques and battle techniques were not included. Otherwise, anyone could casually leave behind something and leave their name in history. Currently, there were only 49 names on the inheritance board, representing 49 legacies of sufficient weight, and the one ranked first was Wu Tian. Lu Yin was not surprised to see that Wu Tian was ranked first. Wu Tian had enlightened the masses during the era of the Above Heaven sect, and now he had placed the Wu stele in the fifth pagoda's 9th floor. His contributions to the fifth pagoda were naturally the highest. When the Lu family had been destroyed by the four-way scales, the sword stele had been lost and stolen by Lu Yin. After Wu Tian had returned, Lu Yin had returned it to him and left with the stele. Lu Yin had not asked any questions, but he had later learned that Wu Tian had brought the stele to the fifth pagoda. In the 3 realms and 6 daos, Wu Tian's strength was not at the peak, but his contributions to the human race were unparalleled. In second place was Big Sis, who had left behind an evil scripture. Of course, this evil scripture had been cultivated again, and it did not have the ability to control others. Big Sis had not left behind the title of Netherworld progenitor, but rather Lei Qingqing. Lei Qingqing was the Netherworld progenitor of this era, and she had Leon's armada, her family, and Lu Yin behind her. In third place was Lung Qing, who had left behind her comprehension of the Tao of the Blade. In fourth place was a stranger that Lu Yin did not recognize. He had left behind a secret technique that was very valuable and could be placed on the 7th floor alongside the Yu secret art. Unfortunately, this secret technique was useless to Lu Yin. After that, there were more familiar faces, and most of them were people that Lu Yin knew. After all, those who could place their inheritances on the inheritance list were not simple. Of course, there were also some strangers. The inheritances within the fifth pagoda were already very exaggerated. Lu Yin also knew that, aside from the inheritances on the inheritance list, there were also some inheritances that did not have names, such as the secret technique Phoenix Splitting Tail. This was a secret technique that First Gen had used, and it had come from a Grand Empyrean. This secret technique had been created by a Grand Empyrean, but Lu Yin did not ask who had left it in the fifth pagoda. Countless people's blood and sweat had been poured into the fifth pagoda, and it blossomed with the radiance of humanity's inheritances. Lu Yin had come here to let this radiance illuminate the entire universe. The textless heavenly book blossomed with light and scattered into the primordial space. Everyone looked in its direction. Lu Yin stood under the textless heavenly book with the fifth pagoda in front of him. He raised a hand and engraved a name into the fifth pagoda, Tai Hong. Grand Empyrean Tai Hong died in the primeval city battlefield. Today I engrave his name so that the younger generation will never forget it. As the name Tai Hong, entered the fifth pagoda. A phantom also entered the textless heavenly book. In the entire primordial space, the hexagon society that was connected to the primordial space, and the parallel spacetime outside, countless people saw this scene and slowly bowed towards the textless heavenly book. In the reincarnation spacetime, Alpha Primordium, Venerable Lotus, and the others' eyes turned red. The Grand Empyrean had died in Primeval City, and the reincarnation spacetime had weakened. They had thought that Lu Yin's above the heavens would take advantage of the situation to connect the reincarnation spacetime. Because of the Grand Empyrean's relationship with the Lu family, the cultivators of the reincarnation spacetime would not have a good life. However, the Grand Empyrean was the first hero to be engraved in the fifth pagoda. Lu Yin was worthy of being the ruler of humanity. He did not deny the Grand Empyrean. In Primeval City, Mr. Mu, Alpha Primordium, and the others watched this scene with complicated expressions. Tai Hong had left early. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3288. Lu Yin didn't care about the order of the heroes who had died in battle. The reason he was the first to engrave the names of the Grand Empyreans was because the Grand Empyrean had mentioned the names of many heroes at the tea party. Her respect for the heroes who had died in battle was no less than anyone else's. In Immemorial City, Lu Yin had learned from the progenitor that the Grand Empyrean was actually someone from the primordial space. She cultivated the exact same power as Astral Source but also the opposite. She was someone who refused to admit defeat. Ancestor Xuanhuan died in battle in Immemorial City. Today your name is engraved so that your descendants will never forget it. Ancestor Hui's contributions were enormous. Without him, the human race would not be where it was today. Everyone was indebted to Ancestor Hui, regardless of their cultivation level. He had changed the history of the human race. Countless people bowed, including those from the reincarnation spacetime and those from the parallel spacetime. Ancestor Hui's benevolence was towards the entire human race, not just the primordial space. Only those from the sixth mainland did not bow. They were indebted to Ancestor Hui, as he had allowed the human race to defeat the Eternals. However, he had also harmed the sixth mainland. After all, he was a human, not a god, and he had his own selfish motives. Following that, one name after another was engraved into the fifth pagoda. Qiu Qinghui Old Zhong Hui Wu by Xing Ag Baber Rune Ancestor Jianan by Mu Master Shan Sishao and so on. As each name was engraved, everyone remained motionless in their salutes. These people had all died in battle for the human race, and Lu Yin could only engrave a limited number of names. All they could do was express their respect and remembrance for these people at this moment. The wordless heavenly book was like a sun that illuminated the entire universe and the hearts of everyone present. Inheritance was not just about civilization but also about will and culture. If a civilization lost its will and culture, then it would not be considered a complete inheritance. It would only be a continuation of the race, but it would be completely different from that civilization. The fifth pagoda was meant to pass down the current era, including the fateful confrontation with the Eternals. The will and spirit of the entire human race could not be forgotten by future generations. After Lu Yin engraved the names of all the people he knew into the fifth pagoda, a beam of light shot through the void, just like how the progenitor's sword had taken them. He looked into the river of time, into the unknown history, and saw many people who had died for the human race. Lu Yin did not know their names, but he remembered them deeply. Even without their names, the fifth pagoda was still resplendent and had not dimmed in the slightest. At the moment of their sacrifice, the heroes who had died did not expect that they would be remembered by their descendants. However, they deserved to be remembered. Those small fries who died on the battlefield would also be remembered by this era and passed down through their spirit and will to the future generations. The radiance of the fifth pagoda lasted for 2 whole years. During these 2 years, Lu Yin had constantly traveled through the river of time, trying his best to find unknown heroes who had died and memorize them. The wordless heavenly tome had become even more radiant during these 2 years, and its light could illuminate every corner of the dark universe. Lu Yin could feel the prayers of all living beings become even more obvious, and the region of space around his heart expanded once again. This was something he hadn't expected. He really just wanted to do something for history for this era. This was his responsibility. When he had undergone the tribulation of the wordless heavenly tome, he had made a great vow to redeem others for good. This inheritance of spirit and will was one such method. Anyone who could be touched by this spirit and will would not be evil. Not everyone could remember the heroes who had died in battle, and not all of them would be remembered. However, everyone remembered Luin regardless of whether they were humans or other intelligent life forms of this era. Luin wanted to use the fifth pagoda as a gift for this era to the future generations. It was like a boundless cemetery, but in reality he himself was the greatest symbol of this era. On this day Luin had been cultivating for exactly 100 years, not counting the time he had spent cultivating in the Mirage domain and the Dies Times Top Space, which had a different flow of time. He had been cultivating for exactly 100 years. 100 years. In other words, in the past 100 years, the entire human history had undergone a huge turning point. In just 100 years. There was a place in the starry sky of the astral tree that was rarely visited. It had once been a magnificent battlefield, the front line of the astral tree's resistance against the Eternals' invasion. It had also been the peak of the astral tree's power for an era. That place was the mother tree's treetop, the ruler's realm. The astral tree had split off from the fifth mainland, creating the ruler's realm, the upper realm, the middle realm, and the lower realm. The ruler's realm was a place that the progenitors of the astral tree had to protect, and it was the battlefield of the progenitors. However, the battles here had never been as intense as the ones on the other side. The Eternals rarely had any ideas about the ruler's realm, even though most of their battles with the human progenitors had taken place there. This was because the Godhawk was there, and the astral tree never left the ruler's realm empty. Today was an exception. The Eternals had been defeated, and the 5 array bases on the other side of the battlefield had been greatly reduced. The Godhawk had left the mother tree, and only Nong-E was left to guard the ruler's realm. The ruler's realm was divided into different regions based on the location of the progenitors. Luin and the others had been to the Withering Glory domain, where the Withering Ancestor resided, and the Spirit Void Temple, which had been passed down from him. On a tree branch far away from the Spirit Void Temple was a place called the Frenzied Sword domain, where the progenitor of the astral tree lived. The Frenzied Sword was from the Lu family, and he was a progenitor of the Lu family. His sword was wild, and for a period of time, he had swept through the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield, which had caught the attention of the Eternals. After coming to the ruler's realm, he had been located much closer to the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield than the Withering Glory domain. However, after the Frenzied Sword's death, this place had been abandoned. No one had expected the sole true God to be here. The sole true God was still covered in the golden 6 paths of reincarnation realm, but the blood-red light had suppressed the light. Otherwise, he would have been like a bright lamp wherever he went, and there would have been no way to hide. He looked down and saw countless people in the upper realm bowing in the direction of the wordless heavenly book. He praised, "Humans are a strange race. They can always stand up in desperate situations, and there will always be someone who will lead them out of the darkness. Even if it is not Luin, there will always be someone else. This child is like an illusion created by the entire human race to reverse a desperate situation. However, the illusion will eventually disappear." The ancient god and He Wuxian stood behind the sole true god and watched on calmly as well. Qinggo quietly crouched by the sole true god's feet. After so many battles, it still showed no signs of dying. It was clearly just a captain of a true god's guard, and its strength was nowhere near the 7 sky gods, but it was still extremely resilient. "I'm just afraid that this illusion will take you away before it disappears," an old voice rang out from behind them. The ancient god and He Wuxian turned around at the same time, but they were shocked to find that they had not discovered who it was. The sole true god's expression did not change. "He can't take me away. No matter how resplendent the illusion is, it's still fake. Long time no see." He turned around and looked at the old man in the distance. Grass Grandmaster. The person who had appeared behind them was Grass Grandmaster. Luin had seen this old man before and asked him about him, but he had not been able to find anything strange about him. He was the old man who had led the Windrift Hall to save people and had a great reputation in the Innerverse and Outerverse. The ancient god stared at the old man in the distance. He had never seen this person before. Who was this old man? He was a primordial realm expert, and even the sole true god might not be able to silently appear behind him without being discovered. The ancient god knew that he was strong enough to fight the sole true god, but he had not sensed this old man who had suddenly appeared. Could this person be an eternal realm expert? Was he the fated one that the ancient god had been searching for all this time? Grass Grandmaster carried a bamboo basket on his back and looked just like an ordinary old man who had gathered herbs. He slowly walked over with a smile on his face. He looked at them and said, "Of the mighty Eternals, only the few of you are left. How sad." "You are?" He Wuxian could not help but ask. "Oh, Xianxia barked, but when Grass Grandmaster looked at it, it was instantly terrified. It curled up and buried its head under its body, not daring to make a single sound. The ancient god frowned. He knew Xianxia's strength very well, but he did not know why it was so resilient. Even he was not confident that he could kill Xianxia. Xianxia was actually so afraid of this old man. Grass Grandmaster looked at He Wuxian and said, "All of your schemes are nothing, not to mention that your schemes are nowhere near as good as that child called Huiwen. You did not lose unjustly." He Wuxian clenched his fists, but he dared not retort. He was not stupid. He could guess what was going on, so he backed away silently. Grass Grandmaster looked at the ancient god and praised, "Primordial's disciples are all impressive. If it weren't for the fact that Primordial Realm had forcefully suppressed your cultivation, preventing you from breaking through to the Primordial Realm, the former Above Heaven sect might not have been defeated so easily." "Who are you?" the ancient god asked. Grass Grandmaster smiled faintly and sighed, "Who am I? I've even forgotten about it. I've lived for far, far too long. Not being able to die is a vexing matter. Eternal Realm. You want to reach Eternal Realm even in your dreams, but little do you know that Eternal Realm is the beginning of the nightmare. You can't understand what it's like to never die." The ancient god's eyes narrowed. Eternal Realm. He really was an Eternal Realm expert. This old man was fate, the existence behind the protectors of the four directions. He had actually never seen him before. The one true god looked at Grass Grandmaster. Not being able to understand is even more lamentable than being able to. Grass Grandmaster smiled faintly. The universe's restrictions on Eternal Realm experts are too severe. Even though Eternal Realm experts can never die and are invincible in the universe itself is the greatest enemy of Eternal Realm experts. If it weren't for the restrictions, I wouldn't have taken away a period of time from that person called wuxia. I can't let him take away that period of time. You should have killed him directly, said the one true god indifferently. Grass Grandmaster shook his head. That's why there are restrictions. Tianen is too useless. He can't even kill that person under those circumstances. But it doesn't matter. He'll never get the time that was taken away. The ancient god listened quietly without any change in expression. 3 of the protectors of the 4 directions have died, and only Tianen has escaped. My Eternals have been defeated. Either you help me remove the 6 paths of reincarnation, or I'll let your spiritualized universe do it yourself. Although the Above Heaven sect has many experts, they might not be able to stop your spiritualized universe, said the one true god. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3289. Master Xianxia sighed. It was a mistake to choose them as the protectors of the 4 directions. For trash who didn't dare to cross the bitter adversity added together couldn't compare to you. But you were too ambitious and didn't want to be the protectors of the 4 directions. The one true god looked at Master Xianxia. You were too ambitious. If you want to break through that limit again, you can only restart the universe. I just want to step into the eternal life realm. In the end, I will always be below you. Master Xianxia laughed. The eternal life realm is the limit. There is no breakthrough. I just want to shorten the limit. The one true god did not speak. Master Xianxia must have a plan for appearing. The current situation did not allow him to not appear. They have already set off, Master Xianxia said. The one true god's eyes flickered. Spiritualized universe? There is no other way. I thought that there was no need for the spiritualized universe to take action. After all, fighting 2 universes at the same time will do more harm than good. Who asked Luyin to rise in the Tianyuan universe? Master Xianxia said helplessly. With that he left. It is a pity that Taihong died. Among her generation I thought the most highly of her. She was stubborn and pure. What a pity, what a pity. His voice became fainter and fainter until it finally disappeared. The one true god looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Was it a pity? It was not a pity. If she did not do this, she would not be Taihong. If she did not do this, she would not be able to cross the bitter adversity. This was her personality. A few days later, the ancient god stood in a dark corner of the Fury Sword domain. A strand of power fell, penetrating the sovereign realm and heading towards the top world's heavenly border. This strand of power disappeared before it could penetrate the sovereign realm. The ancient god's expression changed. He suddenly turned around. Behind him, Master Xianxia looked at him with a smile. When I first saw you, I told you that Absolute Beginning's disciples were not bad. You endured humiliation and joined the eternal race, endured infamy for countless years, and did not expose yourself even when facing the extinction of the human race. It was all for me. In the distance, the one true God walked over and looked at the ancient god. You are clearly under my control, yet you still have thoughts of rebellion? The ancient god's gaze was calm. He had expected to be discovered. You have been watching me all this time? A cold glint appeared in the eyes of the only true God. There are definitely human spies in the seven heavens. Excluding everyone else, the only possibility is you. Actually, when you betrayed humanity and joined me, I didn't trust you. That was why I controlled you. I didn't expect that you could even resist my control. At the critical moment, you wanted to leak the information. Grandmaster Greengrass sighed in admiration. I've waited for countless years for this moment. I've appeared, but you can't spread the word. The ancient god suddenly attacked. His palm god realm battle aura covered him as he punched at Master Grass. Only Master Qingqiao could stop him. The only true god was trapped by the 6 paths of reincarnation. He Wuxian and the heavenly hound could not stop him. Moreover, he also wanted to test the strength of the eternal life realm. Master Greengrass sighed. I'll give you a chance. Give up your human identity completely, lest I have to do anything. The ancient god remained unmoved. Not only did he punch at Master Grass, but he also wanted to shatter the entire sovereign realm to attract the attention of the starry sky tree. The fist swept past Master Grass and hit the back. In the next moment, he disappeared without a trace. Let alone shattering a sovereign realm, he couldn't even shatter a speck of dust. The ancient god stood where he was in disbelief. How was this possible? Master Grass stood before him, less than a meter away. He looked at him calmly and gently. Child, you only have one life. You can't redo it. I'm giving you a chance. You should feel the difference between us. The ancient god stared at Master Grass. There's a limit to you. Master Grass was helpless. Is it worth it to exchange your life for a little limit? The ancient god's body was covered in black and gray. Yes. He grabbed at Master Grass and the black and gray power erupted, covering the surroundings. This was a power that had never been used in the battlefield of the ancient city and the disaster realm. This was the peak power of the palm god realm. At this moment, it was all unleashed, attacking Master Grass. Master Grass still stood where he was. The black and gray power that was enough to shock He Wuxian vanished in an instant, as if it had never appeared. The only true god's gaze landed on Master Grass's wrist. There it had increased a little. No matter what, the ancient god was still a primordial realm expert. Eternal life experts could not ignore primordial realm experts, but outsiders could not tell. In the eyes of the ancient god and He Wuxian, all of the ancient god's power was like dust before Master Grass. It would vanish with a single blow. There was no need to even blow. The ancient god was stunned. He had never thought that he would be suppressed like this. Was this still the power that living beings should possess? The primordial realm? Misery? None of that was possible. Even his master at his peak could not ignore his current power. Only eternal life experts could do that, making all matter disappear. That is the eternal life realm, Master Grass said slowly as if he was talking about something unimportant. To this old man, everything in this universe, including the sequence laws, is nothing but a fleeting cloud. Nothing can get close to it. This is the eternal realm. Child, I'll give you one last chance. I will guide you carefully. If eternal life can reach the eternal life realm, so can you. After all, you've taken that step. The ancient god stared at Master Grass in shock. Nothing can approach them? Was this the power of the eternal life realm? Who could stop it? It was impossible. To them, the eternal life realm was equivalent to gods. That was the power that only true gods possessed. This was the power that the only true god wanted to obtain by sacrificing the entire universe. The ancient god pulled back and stared at the ground blankly. This power was enough to bury everyone. Numbers were meaningless. Master Grass smiled as he watched calmly. In the distance, He Wuxian and Tiango watched silently. They dared not make any noise. They saw the power that truly stood at the apex of the universe. The power to control everything and prevent anything from approaching them exceeded their imaginations. Primordial realm experts could prevent anything from approaching them, which was already quite terrifying. However, no power could approach the eternal life realm. They were basically undying existences. The ancient god had already struck out as hard as he could, but he could not even cause a ripple. He only wanted to create a disturbance so that the starry sky of trees could sense it, so that Lu Tianjing could sense it. The mighty primordial realm, the former ruler of the 3 worlds and 6 paths, had only wanted to do this but he still could not. In the distance, Nongyi stood on a tree branch and gazed at the Garden of Seeds. He could see this place as a progenitor, but no matter what the ancient god did, he was unable to attract Nongyi's attention. To Nongyi, the ruler's world was very peaceful. The ancient god's eyes were terrifyingly sunken. The black and gray on his body vanished. He Wuxian's eyes flickered. Had he accepted his fate? In the next moment, the ancient god's body rumbled. His skin cracked open and blood dyed the air red. His bones shattered. The veins turned into fragments and exploded in all directions. An indescribably terrifying aura erupted at this moment. He Wuxian was shocked. What kind of power was this? Just the fragments of his bones and meridians were enough to make him constantly retreat. The ancient god was actually hiding such power? However, his body had already shattered, so what could he do? The only true god was surprised. He had never thought that the ancient god could erupt with such power. This power was definitely not below the power he had used to uproot the Black Mother Tree with the freedom of the true god. The ancient god raised his head. His eyes were scarlet red. This was his law of sequence strengthening. Since there were strengthening methods in the world, he could also strengthen himself. At that moment, the ancient god used his own body as an object to strengthen himself endlessly. Even when his body could not bear it, he continued to strengthen himself. He strengthened himself until his flesh and blood were shattered. He strengthened himself until even his meridians were shattered. No matter what kind of power he could unleash at that moment, he would definitely die in the next moment. Master Xianxia frowned. What? Any power that is trapped in the universe cannot break through the eternal life realm and control it. The ancient god growled and closed his 5 fingers. The terrifying power made the only true god take a few steps back. He Wuxian could not even get close. The heavenly dog wailed and kept retreating with its tail between its legs. Whoosh, he punched out. When the fist hit Master Xianxia, the ancient god's body started to shatter from his legs. His bones, meridians, flesh and blood were all shattered layer by layer. It spread to his torso, arms and head. In just an instant, the ancient god's flesh and blood were stuck to his bones. It was as if he had experienced countless years of decay and vicissitudes just to throw out that punch. That punch should have been earth-shattering. It should have been the most terrifying punch since the beginning of human cultivation. That punch should have caused even the long river of time to ripple, making it difficult for future generations to trace back. That punch should have brought out the glory of the 3 realms and 6 paths. However, that punch still did not cause the slightest ripple. In the distance, Nongyi looked at the seed garden below. When he was old, he wanted to look at the younger generation as if they were his descendants. This kind of familial happiness was really good. If he looked to the side, he would be able to see the ancient god's fatal punch. But he did not look. The ancient god's punch did not even have the ability to divert Nongyi's gaze. It was completely obliterated in front of Master Xianxia. Master Xianxia looked at the ghastly white bone fist and looked at the ancient god. Your name is Guizhi. I will remember it. Since stepping into the eternal life realm, you are the only person who can hit me so close. The ancient god stared at Master Xianxia. The white bone shattered weakly. It was useless. It was still useless. No matter how hard he tried, he still could not hurt Master Xianxia at all. Was there no future for humans? Impossible. There must be something that he did not discover. Otherwise, why didn't this person restart the universe earlier? To him, what was Immemorial City? What was the Above Heaven sect? What 3 realms and 6 paths? What Luin? They were all just a snap of his fingers. But he did not make a move because of the restrictions. His restrictions must be very serious, so serious that he needed to restart the universe to shorten the time. He might not even be able to make a move himself. The ancient god's pupils that were sunk into the white bone eye sockets burst out with light. He opened his mouth and said, "The heavenly Tao has given," swallowing and spitting out hundreds of rivers. The ancient land is harmonious, imitating the supreme sage. The only true God was shocked. Not good, the primogenitor's scripture. Master Xianxia waved his hand casually, and the ancient god's body retreated, almost falling apart. At the same time, in the starry sky of the universe, everyone who cultivated the primogenitor's scripture saw a face in an instant. Master Xianxia. That was the remnant of the ancient god's gaze. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3290. In the Cosmic Sea, Outside the fifth pagoda, Lu Yin had just put away the wordless heaven book when he suddenly heard the progenitor's sutra. He also saw a face. Although that face had appeared and disappeared quickly, Lu Yin still saw that it was Grandmaster Grass. His expression changed as he used the reverse step and disappeared toward the above heaven sect. When he returned, he found the life maiden who had stayed behind. Under her puzzled gaze, he said anxiously, "Start immediately." The life maiden did not dare to ask. She tore through the void and appeared beside the flower bed at the back mountain of the above heaven sect. Xiaoran was humming and reaching for a flower. The life maiden was faster than her and plucked the flower. Lu Yin looked at this scene. The life maiden heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaoran looked at the life maiden blankly and blinked, not understanding what had happened. "This is for you." The life maiden smiled and handed her the flower. Xiaoran was happy. "Thank you." She looked at the life maiden. "Sister, you look familiar." "I'm sorry, I can't recognize you." The life maiden quickly said, "We haven't seen each other before. It's normal that you can't recognize me." "Is that so?" Lu Yin had already left. He had gone to Windrift Hall. At the same time, Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and the others walked out of Immemorial City to look for the ancient god. The primogenitor closed his eyes. De Chong was gone. Child. In the starry sky of the tree, the ancient god was lying on the ground in the mad sword domain of the mother tree. Only his human form could be seen. His flesh and bones were shattered and he looked extremely miserable. Master Grass was no longer as calm as before. His face was gloomy. The only true god walked forward and looked at the ancient god. "You gave up the chance to enter the eternal realm so easily because of Taichu?" The ancient god's mouth, which was only left with bones, moved and made a hoarse sound. Even the only true god could not hear what he said. It was not that the sound was soft but that there was no sound at all. The ancient god had been prepared to die when he had punched. At this moment, he was immersed in his memories and smiled as if he had seen something. Master Grass looked at his wrist, and his expression turned ugly. "Eternal, you shouldn't have accepted him." He then turned and disappeared. The only true god looked at the ancient god calmly. After a long while, he raised his head and looked into the distance. There, Nong Yi was still smiling as he looked at the central plane realm, enjoying the joy of family reunion. Humans have weaknesses and emotions, but they are also strengths. It is really difficult for you to completely eradicate them. The one true god said calmly. Then he stomped down and crushed the ancient god's body. The ancient god's body shattered and he died. In the distance, He Wuxian let out a breath. Another one had died. One by one they died. Could he really see the rebooted universe? Wolf Tengu ran towards the only true god. The one true god looked at Black Wuxian. "Let's go." Not long after, the berserk sword domain quieted down. Along with a gust of wind, the broken bones of the ancient god flew towards Nong Yi. The fifth mainland's inner verse, Windrift Hall. This was Lu Yin's second visit. The last time he came, he was also looking for Master Greengrass. He remembered that Master Greengrass had said that the universe was breathing, so he specially came to look for him. He thought that Master Greengrass was a hidden expert, but he didn't see anything. This time he had come with a towering killing intent. Windrift Hall trembled as everyone knelt down in shock, not daring to look at Lu Yin. Coco and Zora weren't around, so only Xianxia was here to manage Windrift Hall. "Where's Master Greengrass?" Xianxia didn't understand why Lu Yin was acting this way. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Although he didn't express his anger, the killing intent that he unintentionally emitted caused even the heavens to tremble. Master isn't here. He hasn't returned since the last time the Path Master asked him to cure the poison. Lu Yin's gaze swept over and he stepped out, arriving at Master Greengrass's residence. Master Greengrass's residence was very simple, similar to many of the senior cultivators that Lu Yin had seen before. The house was simple, the courtyard was simple, and the herbs were simple. From this place, one couldn't tell that Master Greengrass had been sent here by the ancient god. Lu Yin didn't know how the ancient god was doing, but Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others were definitely frantically searching for him. Lu Yin knew that he had acted rashly. So what if he found Master Greengrass? The ancient god wasn't weak, and if Master Greengrass had relied on the primogenitor's scripture to spread the news, then it meant that there was a huge gap between the two of them. Even if Lu Yin found Master Greengrass, he would be courting death. However, Lu Yin wasn't willing to accept this. Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others, Jialan Jilua, and the others who would be willing to accept this. Even if he knew that he would die, he still had to find the ancient god. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find him here. The ancient god had relied on the primogenitor's scripture to send out only Master Greengrass's face and nothing else. Lu Yin recalled every word that Master Greengrass had said. The goo flow zone is sick and I'm treating it. The poison circulation is abnormal, just like how a person's breathing is abnormal. When the day comes when you can see that the grass is looking at you, you'll be able to see that the goo flow zone is breathing. Or rather, it should be said that in the universe, any natural state or operating order can breathe and have life. These words appeared in Lu Yin's mind more than once, and he regretted not being able to see through Master Greengrass's strength. Was this something that an ordinary cultivator could say? He stood calmly in Master Greengrass's courtyard, not knowing how to search. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, Chu Yi, and the others were all frantically searching for the ancient god and Master Greengrass, but they couldn't find anything. The universe was vast and there were countless parallel spacetimes. It was too difficult to find a single person. The primogenitor's scripture couldn't pinpoint the ancient god's location unless the ancient god spoke up. The longer this dragged on, the heavier their hearts sank until they received news from the astral tree domain that an ancient god had been discovered. Lu Yin hurried over to the astral tree domain and arrived at the unfamiliar madsword domain. The first thing he saw was the shattered bones of the ancient god. Lu Yin cultivated his strength, and he could tell at a glance that this was a power that the ancient god had not been able to withstand. It had exceeded its limits, and it had not come from the enemy, but from the ancient god himself. What kind of desperate situation had the ancient god been in for it to suffer such a terrifying backlash? However, there were no signs of battle in the surroundings. Nong Yi stood nearby with a shocked expression that had yet to recover. The next moment, Lu Yuan and the others arrived one by one. When they saw the ancient god's corpse, they fell silent. "How did you find it?" Lu Yin asked. Nong Yi came back to his senses and said solemnly, "There were no traces at all. Nothing caught my attention at first, but I know the ruler realm too well. I've been here many times and I'm a good friend of the madsword domain. I noticed a slight change in the terrain and instinctively came to check it out. That's when I saw this scene. Aside from this, there was nothing else. I can't even be sure that this person is the ancient god. The ancient god's corpse was just a skeleton, and there wasn't even much flesh left. Most people would not be able to recognize it, but Nong Yi had participated in the war on the backside and confronted the ancient god more than once. That was why he was able to recognize it, but it was only a guess, so he reported it to the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yuan. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. A few people stood beside the ancient god's corpse and did not have much of a reaction. However, this was the most intense reaction. The relationships between the 6 paths of the 3 realms were very deep, and Lu Yin admired them. No one had betrayed them, even if Jialan Zhilua had been sealed in Tianfeng's body and had suffered the torture of being skinned and disfigured. Wu Tian had been hung in the 3rd Calamity region. Beauty Mavis had been trapped in the Mirage domain for countless years. Even if the ancient god had been controlled by the one true god, none of them had betrayed him. Just as the one true god had said, Inception's disciples were all good people. Lu Yin did not have much affection for the ancient god, so he could not understand the hatred that was engraved in their bones. However, the ancient god had died for humanity, and such a will was worthy of respect. Lu Yin slowly bowed to the ancient god's corpse. Nong Yi hurriedly bowed as well. There were only a few people who had cultivated the primogenitor's scripture. Outside of the 3 realms and 6 paths, only Lu Qianni and Kuei Luo had cultivated it. Kuei Luo had also seen Grandmaster Bluegrass, but he was only a half-step ancestor and did not understand what it meant. Thus he had not come to the sovereign realm. In silence, the group took the ancient god's corpse away. There were not many powerful cultivators who could preserve their corpses. For example, in the primeval city battlefield, once they died, most of them would turn to dust. Only after the ancient god's corpse was brought back did Elder Chan and the other progenitors find out. Grandmaster Bluegrass's identity was only known among progenitors. Those who had not reached the progenitor realm did not need to know, and Grandmaster Bluegrass would not cause trouble for them. Lu Yin looked at the lake with a heavy heart. His guess had come true. In the past, no matter how he guessed, a guess was still a guess. As long as fate did not appear, it would remain a guess. He had even hoped that fate would never appear and that it would just be a dream. But now fate had appeared. According to Nong Yi, when the ancient god died, Lu Yin was not far from the frenzied sword domain and could see it. But from beginning to end, no matter how much power the ancient god had unleashed, he had not been able to sense it. Lu Yin was very clear about how terrifying this power was. The ancient god must have used the power that had reached the limit of the current universe. Even Lu Yin was not confident that he could withstand such power. It was comparable to when the one true god had uprooted the Black Mother Tree, but he had still not been able to do anything. This power had broken the limits of Lu Yin's understanding of this universe, and it was like a mountain pressing down on his head. Lu Yuan and the others were silent not only because of the grief of the ancient god's death, but also because of that power. It was indescribably terrifying. Path Master Ancestor Ku requests an audience. The second Night King's voice rang out. Lu Yin turned around. Invite him in. The back mountain of the Above Heaven sect was not an important forbidden area, and many people did not greet him when they came. Ancestor Ku was an exception. He was low-key and had his own way of doing things. Senior, what's the matter? Lu Yin asked directly. There was no need for formalities. Ancestor Ku's face was solemn. Was the ancient god killed by that Grandmaster Bluegrass? Lu Yin nodded. Withered Ancestor said, I think I've seen this Master Grass before. Lu Yin was surprised. Master Grass had always kept a low profile and had never participated in any of the wars between the Eternals and the humans. Before the ancient god's death, he hadn't even made a move. Perhaps no one knew that he had made a move. Senior, have you seen him before? I can't remember, but I'm sure that I've seen him before. Ancestor Ku said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The lost memories. The desolate ancestor nodded. I've seen this person. I'm sure I've seen him before, but I still can't remember him. Maybe it's not that I've lost my memory, but that I've been deprived of time. Otherwise, with my strength, it's impossible that I can't recover my memory. Thanks Ghost God 11 Zhang Daming Cold Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you, thank you. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3291. Lu Yin immediately invited Mu Zhu and the others over. Since time had been taken away, they could use tracing the ancients. Mu Zhu was fine, but Qing Ping and Mu Xie could not hold on any longer. They had helped Lu Yin tracing the ancients to deal with Mr. Wei, and they had yet to recover. However, this matter was of great importance. If Ancestor Ku had really been deprived of time, then something important must have happened during that time. When Ku Zu had killed his way into the Eternals, he had never thought of returning alive. Instead, he had wanted to pave the way for his descendants. Even if he had died, he had wanted to leave some clues behind. When he had used the sequence laws to escape, he had not thought that he would actually be able to escape. Therefore, he had thought of a way to leave some clues behind. However, Lu Yin could not find any clues even after searching the Black Mother Tree and the Land of Disaster. Being stripped of time during that time was definitely related to Master Qingqiao. However, if Master Qingqiao had been in the Land of Disaster at that time, why had he not killed Kuzu? If he did not care, then why had Butterfly Tianan chased after him? Master Qingqiao had his own thoughts, and Lu Yin and Kuzu wanted to find out what had happened during that time. Qing Ping and Mu Xie went to the 5 spirit tribes and recovered through parallel spacetime with different flows of time. They returned after more than a month, having stayed in the 5 spirit tribes for a long time. This time, tracing the ancients involved a terrifying powerhouse like Master Qingqiao. Not only were Lu Yin and the others present, but even Mr. Mu had come as a precaution. The target of tracing the ancients was Kuzu. If Kuzu had really been deprived of time, then he must have existed during that time. He could not be found in the river of time. As tracing the ancients began, Lu Yin and the others could only wait. The ancient god's death brought great grief to Lu Yuan and the others, and it also caused the primogenitor beneath Immemorial City to fall silent. Immemorial City quieted down. The Above Heaven sect also quieted down. The Eternals had clearly been defeated, but only those who did not know the truth were happy. Those above the progenitor realm were not happy. Only then would a truly powerful enemy appear. One day, half a year later, Mu Zhu and the others suddenly shouted, "Found it!" They looked at the flow of time between the 4 of them. Gray light flickered as images flashed past, but they could not see them clearly. Suddenly, a pair of eyes opened and looked at the group. Lu Yin immediately recognized them. They belonged to Master Qingqiao. The 4 of them all fell to the ground. Mr. Mu waved his hand and the void rumbled. The river of time was faintly discernible, and his expression was grave. Under the starry sky, Grandmaster Greengrass frowned. Had he been discovered? Since that's the case, let's start the war. He got up and headed toward the boundary of the universe. In the back mountain of the Sky Sect, except for Mu Zhu, the other three fainted. Mr. Mu checked it and said, "It's fine. It was just a glance. That person didn't really do anything." Lu Yin brought wood carving and the others away to rest. He looked at Mu Zhu and asked, "Eldest senior sister, did you see anything?" Mu Zhu's face was pale as he tried to recall. Then he drew a picture in the air. This pattern was the one that the only true god had been staring at when Great Master Greengrass fought with the ancient god. It was the pattern on Great Master Greengrass's wrist. Ancestor Ku was excited. "This is the picture. Although I don't know why, this picture made me know that I have to live. Spread it out." Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu, Patriarch Lu Yuan, and the others. Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others were confused. Even Wu Tian, the one who taught the world, the one with the greatest knowledge, was at a loss, unable to understand this diagram. "Cause and effect," Mr. Mu said as he looked at the pattern. Everyone looked at Mr. Mu in confusion. What did this pattern have to do with cause and effect? Mr. Mu looked at the pattern in a daze and pondered for a long time. Finally he sighed and said, "I see. I understand now. No wonder I survived." "Master, do you understand?" Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu waved his hand to disperse the pattern. "In this universe, other than me, perhaps no one else can understand it, including Tai Chu. Because you have never encountered it. I've seen this pattern before." Mu Zhu looked at Mr. Mu. "In our universe?" Mr. Mu nodded with a complicated expression. "Yes, in our universe. At that time, I didn't understand what this pattern represented and didn't think much about it." He then looked at Ancestor Ku. "Why do you think this pattern is strange?" He shook his head. "Forget it. You don't remember anyway." Although Ancestor Ku didn't remember, something must have happened at that time that made him feel that this pattern was important and needed to be spread. Perhaps it was because of this pattern that Great Master Greengrass took away Ancestor Ku's time and even made Tianan the butterfly chase after him. "This pattern, I'm just guessing. Its purpose is to time." Everyone was puzzled. "Time?" Mr. Mu said seriously, "There is no limit in the universe. This is what I, Tai Chu, Wei Nu, and Tai Hong all agree. If there is a limit, such as the immortal realm, then there must be a limit for the immortal realm. This limit is most likely caused by karma. We don't know how the immortal realm is restricted, but we guess that this restriction must be very serious. Otherwise, how can the universe develop normally? It's impossible for the immortal realm to dominate the universe. When the immortal realm attacks, it's the cause. When the immortal realm attacks, it's the effect. Therefore, in my opinion, this pattern is a karmic chain, a unit of time to record the karmic backlash. The immortal realm is really invincible. Once they attack, they can change the universe in an instant. But if they don't attack, it means that they are restricted by the karmic chain. This is the only way to deal with the immortal realm." Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu. "Master, you saw this karmic chain when you encountered the immortal realm?" Mr. Mu nodded with his hands behind his back. "When I first saw it, I thought it was strange, but I didn't think much about it. I just thought it was the pattern of the immortal realm. Now that I see it almost the same pattern, I feel that something is wrong." Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. "Great Elder Dangu, please come here." In this universe, Mr. Mu and Great Elder Dangu were the only ones who had encountered the immortal realm. The universe where the Lost Clan was originally located had defeated their old enemy. But because of the appearance of an omnipotent existence, all their efforts were in vain. The Lost Clan had no choice but to escape. Not long after, Great Elder Dangu arrived. Mu Zhu redrew the pattern. Great Elder Dangu looked at the pattern and was stunned at first. Then his eyes suddenly widened, full of disbelief. This pattern. Have you seen it before?" Great Elder Dangu gritted his teeth. "Yes, Master Lu. Where did you see this pattern?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Senior, where did you see it?" Great Elder Dangu was excited, and his eyes were full of hatred. The omnipotent existence. "On the wrist?" Mr. Mu asked. Great Elder Dangu was shocked and looked at Mr. Mu. "Yes." Mr. Mu exhaled. "Sure enough, the immortal realm has this pattern and it can't be hidden. Is the pattern that Senior Dangu saw exactly the same as this one?" Lu Yin asked. After he finished speaking, his expression became solemn. "Senior, please recall carefully. This is very important." Great Elder Xianxia nodded. He did not know where Lu Yin and the others had seen this diagram, but he could clearly see the severity of the situation. This matter involved that omnipotent existence, and that existence was invincible. Was this universe going to repeat the tragedy that had befallen his own universe? He closed his eyes and recalled for a long time. Then he opened his eyes. It's different. The pattern I saw was simpler than this one. He drew a pattern according to his vague memory. I remember this pattern very clearly. Back then those comrades, seniors and juniors died, and their blood dyed the starry sky red. I remember this pattern the most. It was like the symbol of the omnipotent existence that lit up the starry sky. It left a deep impression on me and the entire Lost Clan. It was engraved into our bones and into our souls. This pattern kept appearing in my dreams. I remember it like this. Everyone compared the two patterns. They were roughly the same, but the pattern drawn by Great Elder Jianghu was indeed simpler than the one drawn by Master Xianxia. Now the facts were very clear. This pattern could be found in the eternal life realm. Otherwise, Master Greengrass was the existence that destroyed the universe where First Elder Jianghu was from. However, First Elder Jianghu had seen Master Greengrass's appearance and knew that he was not. Such an existence disdained disguising himself, just like how humans wouldn't disguise themselves for ants. If they were not the same person, it meant that this pattern was really as Mr. Mu had guessed. It was a restriction imposed by the universe on the eternal realm powerhouses. It was a kind of timing. It was obvious that the Grass Grandmaster's pattern had more lines than the other pattern. These lines were not complicated and were repetitive. Most importantly, this pattern appeared on the wrist and seemed to form a circle around the wrist. What would happen if it really formed a circle? Since fate has appeared, Master can recover, Wu Tian suddenly said. Lu Yuan and the other's eyes lit up. That's right. The reason why the ancestor didn't recover was that he was afraid of being targeted by fate. Now that fate had appeared, the ancestor should recover. However, Lu Yin thought of a more serious problem. Fate has been exposed. We don't know what his goal is, but since he can't do anything because of the karmic chain, what will he do? Let others do it, Lu Yuan blurted out. Lu Yin's expression changed. But there's no one in this universe who can help him. The guardian of the four directions. Jialan Jilua suddenly thought of something. Not good. Lu Yin hurriedly said to Mr. Mu, Master, go to the border. At the border of the Tianyuan universe, in front of a huge stone gate, Jiang Feng sat calmly with a long sword across his legs. In the distance a figure walked out. It was Master Qing Chao. He carried a bamboo basket and bent over, approaching step by step. Jiang Feng frowned as he watched Master Qing Chao slowly approach. He didn't know this person, but he was wary. He could see this person, but this person didn't seem to be in front of him. Who are you? Jiang Feng asked as he slowly stood up. Master Qing Chao looked at Jiang Feng with a smile. White Cloud City Lord, your rise also came from the turbid treasure. It has a trace of legend. I'm Qing Chao. Others call me Master Qing Chao. Thank you. Ghost God 11 Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. I'm too busy at the end of the year. It's not easy to stay up late to write. Fortunately, I have the support of my brothers. If possible, it's best to subscribe to Horizontal Web. Thank you, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3292. Jiang Feng looked at him and asked in doubt, Where are you from, Grandmaster Qing Chao? Why are you sitting here, City Lord Jiang? Grandmaster Qing Chao did not answer his question. Jiang Feng stared at Grandmaster Qing Chao and asked again, Where are you from, Grandmaster Qing Chao? Grandmaster Qing Chao smiled at Jiang Feng. The cultivation of White Cloud City comes from the turbid treasure. You call it force. It's a power that conforms with the laws of the sequence, and it's also a shortcut. However, it's only a shortcut at the beginning. The further you go, the more difficult the path becomes. It's basically impossible for you to find a way to break through this path. However, I can help you make it through. Making it through is the path to eternal life. Jiang Feng gripped his sword tightly. The path to eternal life? Grandmaster Qing Chao, you're an expert of eternal life? Grandmaster Qing Chao smiled faintly. The path to eternal life is before you. How do you choose? The protectors of the four directions are your people. Jiang Feng's voice turned cold. Grandmaster Qing Chao shook his head and sighed. I cherish the fact that you're a talent. It's a pity that you're just like Guiji. Time can change many things. Civilizations and universes can all disappear, but eternal life can't. Why are you so fixated on the current universe and your current race? Isn't it great? Great, of course it's great. Can I lead the entire White Cloud City to eternal life? Jiang Feng replied with a question. Grandmaster Qingqiao could not help but laugh. The reason why I chose eternal life and not you humans was because you were bound by emotions. Whatever. Since you've given up on this opportunity, you can vanish from outer space. With that, he took a step and made his way towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng stabbed out, and the purplish-black substance gradually approached a blackish-gray color. Coincidentally, he and the ancient god had both cultivated this power that could strengthen humans. The ancient god had reached the primordial realm earlier than Jiang Feng, leaving the realm of palm gods. Jiang Feng failed to take that step, but he watched the ancient god break through and take another step forward. With a thunderous boom, the sky shook. Grandmaster Qingqiao was amused. The two people who had attacked him both possessed this power. It was quite a coincidence. The ancient god had used the laws of sequence to strengthen himself endlessly, delivering the most resplendent punch of his life, but it was useless against Grandmaster Qingqiao. Even Nong Yi failed to sense the punch nearby, let alone Jiang Feng, who had yet to reach the primordial realm. However, Jiang Feng was different from the ancient god. He was more realistic. He had walked out of the apocalypse step by step. He wanted to survive. He still had his family. On the other hand, the ancient god had always stood at the apex. As the disciple of the founding ancestor, his dignity did not allow him to retreat. He could only try to advance. Even death. He thrust out his sword and saw the dark gray matter dissipating. Jiang Feng's thunder was also dispersing. He stopped in time and passed by Master Qingqiao, intending to leave. Master Qingqiao smiled and said, "You are smarter than Guizhi." Jiang Feng had no intentions of fighting him to the death. He had used his full strength in that strike, and he had also sensed the unparalleled power of the eternal realm. There was no need to fight. If he continued fighting, he would just be courting death. As a result, he wanted to flee decisively. He would rather bring this person's information back. Unfortunately, he failed to escape. The starry sky was like a cage. As soon as Jiang Feng passed by Grandmaster Qingqiao, his body seemed to be dragged by an invisible force. With a thunderous boom, he injured himself. In the end, he could not even hold onto his sword. Grandmaster Qingqiao turned around and looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was in disbelief. He had been injured by his own power, so why did the lightning injure him? It should have been his own power. No one could answer him. Grandmaster Qingqiao was the only Eternal Realm expert in the history of this universe who had attacked. No one could answer just what powers the Eternal Realm experts possessed. We are different. I rule this universe while you are just following the rules of this universe. I can strip away your power at any time, such as the lightning. The black pearl emerged from Jiang Feng's chest and hovered before him. He discovered that his lightning was gone. How could this be? Your power. Jiang Feng felt powerless. His breathing stagnated. He could not breathe in this starry sky. He could walk in the void a long time ago, but at this moment he was like an ordinary person. Everything you have can be stripped away. Lifespan, color, 5 senses. As Grandmaster Qingqiao said each word, Jiang Feng lost himself. He could not see color. It was pitch black. He lost his sense of touch and taste. All he had left was his hearing. He listened to Grandmaster Qingxiao's words. He was like a corpse that had fallen into the abyss. Even his understanding of height was blurred. Following the rules of the universe, you will always be below me. I value your understanding of the power of the sequence rules. That was brought to you by the turbid treasure. Unfortunately, you went against me. It is just a turbid treasure. Today I will take it away. As soon as Grandmaster Qingqiao finished speaking, the dead wood appeared in Jiang Feng's body and floated in the starry sky. The sword, the dead wood, and the black pearl were the 3 divine artifacts that Jiang Feng possessed. At this moment they were all taken out. Jiang Feng stood in the starry sky. He did not know anything and could not see anything. Everything was taken away from him. For Grandmaster Qingqiao, it was easy to strip Jiang Feng of his power. Humans were very mysterious creatures. No one knew what many people would do when they were in a desperate situation. From Grandmaster Qingxiao's point of view, Jiang Feng was already crippled. He had lost everything. In fact, he was not really stripping away these powers. What he was stripping away was the time that Jiang Feng had these powers. Once the time was completely stripped away, the things that happened during that time and the opportunities obtained would also completely disappear. This was not the power of time, but the control of this part of the universe. To Grandmaster Qingqiao, the long river of time was just a force in this part of the universe. It was just a force that he could use. He could decide the life and death of anyone in this part of the universe. He could decide what kind of power anyone had. It was just that simple. This was not a battle but a trial. It was a trial for any creature in this part of the universe. However, at this moment, Jianghu, who had lost everything, had a different feeling. He was in the darkness. He could not see, touch, hear, or smell anything. There was nothing. There should be nothing. However, he felt breathing. It was the breathing of all things. It was the force that he had comprehended, the force of all things. In the past, during the doomsday of Earth, he had comprehended many forces. In the end, he had comprehended the breathing of all things. As he stepped into the starry sky, he had comprehended the breathing of the universe. Those creatures and plants were all breathing. He could feel it at any time. However, this was the boundary of the universe. There were no stars or anything. Where did these breaths come from? Grandmaster Xianxia, an eternal realm expert, was here. Why were there so many breaths around him? All things, all laws, everything, and the breathing of the starry sky. What were all these? Right, the closest thing to him were the 3 divine artifacts? Grandmaster Xianxia opened his hands. The 3 divine artifacts moved and were about to fly towards him. Suddenly Jianghu, who should have lost everything and stood there quietly, grabbed the sword, the dead wood, and the black bead. He threw them out. The black bead distorted the void and disappeared instantly. Grandmaster Xianxia did not expect Jianghu to still be able to move. At this moment, there was a flash of lightning in the distance. Golden lightning whizzed past and smashed over. It was the primordial thunder locust. It had finally found Jianghu. The second disaster during the domain war, it was taken to the primordial city by the primordial city welcoming monk and was captured by the ancestor of the giants. During the decisive battle between the humans and the eternal race, it immediately escaped after escaping from captivity. Now, as the battle between the humans and the eternal race came to an end, it came out to find Jianghu. It had really found him. Jianghu could not hide from it wherever he went. Grandmaster Xianxia frowned. A small insect. He wanted to attack but hesitated and looked at his wrist. It was not worth increasing the karma chain for a small insect. The primordial thunder locust was horrified. Even if Grandmaster Xianxia released a trace of killing intent, it would be a disaster for it. It turned and ran without hesitation. After the primordial thunder locust fled, Grandmaster Xianxia suddenly looked to the other side. There, a gray color approached and froze the void. Mr. Mu had arrived. Senior of the Eternal Realm is here. Junior Mu Ji pays his respects. Grandmaster Xianxia looked calmly into the distance and then looked at Jianghu, who was at his mercy. He turned and left. 1 insect or 2 insects, there was no difference. Since the turbid treasure had disappeared, so be it. There was no need to increase karma for these insects. They would die anyway and this universe would start anew. When Mr. Mu came to Jiangfeng's side, Grandmaster Xianxia had disappeared. Mr. Mu looked at the stone door. That person had gone to the other side. He retracted his gaze and came to Jianghu. Jianghu did not move. He stood in the starry sky like a statue. Soon Lu Yin and the others arrived. They only saw Mr. Mu and Jianghu. Master. Mr. Mu shook his head. We can't keep him. Lu Yin did not know whether to be relieved or regretful. Was it really possible for them to keep an Eternal Realm expert? Even if the Eternal Realm did have restrictions, what could they use to increase the restrictions? Wife? Uncle Jiang? Lu Yin hurried to Jianghu. Jianghu was still immersed in the darkness. His 5 senses, cultivation and talent were all lost. In Grandmaster Xiangxiao's opinion, he could not move, so he did not kill him. However, Jianghu could feel that someone had appeared around him. But he did not know who it was and he could not speak. Lu Yin shouted a few times but Jianghu did not respond. Mr. Mu could not tell what was wrong with Jianghu. The means of the Eternal Realm seemed to be a simple deprivation of time, but if one did not know in advance, one could not guess in that direction. Even if one guessed it, it was impossible to get back the time deprived by Grandmaster Xianxia. Now, even an ordinary person could kill Jianghu. Unable to wake Jianghu up, Mr. Mu and the others tried to open the stone door, but there was something like a door bolt behind the stone door. In desperation, they could only leave someone to guard the stone door. I'll stay, Lu Yuan said. Lu Yin was shocked. Whoever stayed was likely to face Grandmaster Xianxia. If Grandmaster Xianxia really wanted to attract the outer universe and start a war, the person who stayed would be the first to die. This was a mission that could almost be regarded as a death sentence. Lu Yuan looked at everyone with a smile. The Lu family is the war flag of mankind. When the war flag flutters, war will come. The first to face the war should be the war flag. But the war flag can't fall. I'll stay, Wu Tian said. Lu Yuan shook his head. The war flag that can't fall is Xiaoqi. My war flag has fallen a long time ago. Thank you. Ghost God 11 Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3293. Lu Yin's heart was heavy, as the power represented by the spiritualized universe was definitely extremely strong. Even if Master Grass did not make a move, Patriarch Lu Yuan would not be able to withstand the spiritualized universe's first wave of attacks. However, someone had to stay behind, and the person who stayed behind couldn't be too weak. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be enough time to send a message. The primordial realm ancestor Lu Yuan was the most suitable. I'll accompany you, Hongyan Mavis said. Lu Yuan refused. There aren't many powerful cultivators in the first place, and one is enough for this place. What's the point of having so many? Eternal is still here, and there's still the primordial monster who attacked Immemorial City. Those enemies haven't been completely eliminated yet, so I'll stay here alone. You are indeed a suitable candidate, Mr. Mu said. Remember, once the stone door is about to open, leave immediately. There is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Facing the attack of an entire universe, your sacrifice alone will not be able to stop anything. The possibility of you dying together with the enemy is not high. It is better to fight with the entire universe. Lu Yin also hurriedly said, Patriarch, don't fight alone. Listen to Master. Once the stone door moves, leave immediately. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not Guiji. I'm much smarter than him. I won't sacrifice myself for nothing. Wouldn't he? Looking at Lu Yuan's smile, there were some things that had to be done. Lu Yin clenched his fists and he thought back to his ancestor. If he did not want to be passive, then he would have to take the initiative and unite the consciousness universe to attack the spiritualized universe instead of waiting for it to attack. In the end, only Patriarch Lu Yuan was left at the universe boundary. Mr. Mu and the others headed to Immemorial City. It was time for the primogenitor to recover his strength. Lu Yin then took Jiang Feng to White Cloud City. Jiang Feng's current condition was even worse than an ordinary person's, and staying in outer space would only result in death. Looking at Jiang Feng's state, Lu Yin was reminded of the tragedy of the ancient gods. The Grass Grandmaster was the greatest enemy that the humans of this universe had to face. Meanwhile, in the Ice Spirit clan, the Ice Master was directing the reconstruction of the Ice Spirit City. The whole Ice Spirit clan was bustling with activity. Back then, the Eternals had launched a sneak attack with the illusory poison, killing 3 of the 5 Spirit clan's patriarchs. Now, the 5 Spirit clan's strength had declined greatly, but the Eternals had already been defeated. They only needed to wait for time to recover. A ripple passed through the invisible void. No one noticed it, not even the Ice Master. The ripple passed through the void and arrived outside the Ice Heart. It floated there quietly as if it was thinking. The Ice Heart had a coldness that could freeze everything. Could even freeze life and death. It was not something that anyone could approach. Lian Yi tried several times but failed to enter the Ice Heart. You're the consciousness that I don't want to disturb the most. You're too innocent. You only have him in your world. Even I'm affected. If it wasn't for your consciousness, I wouldn't have saved him and caused such a disaster. But I have no choice now. I can only look for you again. Then, white mountains and rivers appeared around the ripple and blasted towards Bingxin. In the distance, the Ice Master suddenly turned around. Not good. It waved its snow-white arms and an extremely cold whiteness swept towards the Ice Heart, freezing the void along the way. This was the rule of the freezing sequence. The rules of sequence were blocked by the white mountain and white water. The 8-front formation appeared behind the ripples, trapping the Ice Master along with the rules of sequence. Bai Wuxian? How is that possible? Didn't you die? The Ice Master was shocked. She hadn't expected Bai Wuxian to still be alive. News came from Immemorial City that Bai Wuxian should have been buried by Master Lu's attack. As the white mountains and white waters approached the Ice Heart, they were also being frozen by the Ice Heart. In the distance, the 8-front formation that had trapped the Ice Master suddenly appeared. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. It soared and trapped the entire Ice Spirit clan. The creatures of the Ice Spirit clan couldn't leave, nor could they send messages to the outside world. The 5 spirit clans were connected to the origin space, but at this moment the entire Ice Spirit clan was trapped by the 8 front formation. The origin space couldn't detect them at all. The Ice Master had removed the illusory poison, but her strength hadn't recovered. Once she left the Ice Spirit clan, her sequence particles would be greatly reduced, so she didn't even participate in the Battle of Immemorial City. Now, she couldn't escape from Bai Wuxian's siege unless she borrowed the Ice Heart sequence particles. However, once she borrowed the Ice Heart sequence particles, the Ice Heart would be shattered instantly. This was a dilemma. She could only watch as the White Mountains and White Waters shattered the Ice Heart and took Ming Yen away. That was Ming Yen, the most important person to Master Lu. The White Mountains and White Waters kept shattering the ice, but they kept getting frozen. As time passed, they approached the Ice Heart little by little. Just as the White Mountains and White Waters were about to touch the Ice Heart, a jade-white palm reached out and collided with the White Mountains and White Waters. The palm was soft and boneless, but it stopped the White Mountains and White Waters. A pleasant voice said, "Bai Wuxian? The most mysterious 7 heavenly gods, you've disturbed my slumber." A graceful figure walked out of the Ice Heart. Her snow-white skin was crystal clear, and her long hair reached her waist. She was flawless. A pair of bright eyes looked at the ripples, and there was an unfathomable brilliance in her gaze. Bai Wuxian was surprised. "Who are you?" She thought there was only Ming Yen here, but this woman was obviously not Ming Yen. This woman was very strong. Since she could block her attack, she must be an expert of the same level. The woman stepped out. She was dressed in white and smiled. "My name is Bai Qing. I'm from White Cloud City." The ripples suddenly disappeared. Bai Qing was surprised. An extreme microscopic creature. So this is Bai Wuxian. Beautiful plants bloomed under her feet and wrapped her up in an instant. She frowned and looked around. Bai Wuxian was so strong that he wasn't easy to deal with. When she was asleep, White Cloud City hadn't started a war with the Eternals. She didn't know what this battle with Bai Wuxian would bring to White Cloud City. Because of the pain she had inflicted on Earth, she didn't want to stay on Earth. She just wanted to sleep here. If she brought a powerful enemy like the Eternals to White Cloud City because of her, thinking of this, Bai Qing hesitated. Suddenly, the void distorted, and the 3 divine artifacts flew out and floated in front of Bai Qing. Bai Qing looked at the 3 divine artifacts in shock. How could this be? Jianghu? She didn't have time to think. Bai Wuxian was next to her. If the 3 divine artifacts were taken away by him, she would be in trouble. Bai Qing grabbed the sword. The black bead and the deadwood entered her body, and the plants scattered. She held the sword and stabbed at herself. The sword pierced into her body without any resistance. Ripples appeared in front of Bai Qing. "I see. The power to control consciousness. But you don't know what kind of power this sword contains." Bai Qing wasn't injured at all. She hit the ripples with her palm. This palm pushed the ripples back. Bai Wuxian was shocked. He tore the void apart and retreated. Bai Qing pulled out the sword. This sword had the power of time and could be reshaped with time. The only reason it pierced into her body was to heal her injuries. But if it weren't for this sword, Bai Wuxian's control over consciousness would be terrifying. At least she would be injured. Bai Qing put away the sword, stepped out, and disappeared. White Cloud City. Lu Yin sent Jiang Feng back. Looking at the statue-like Jiang Feng, Lu Pianran helped him sit down calmly. Jiang Feng didn't know where he was and he couldn't feel the warmth of Lu Pianran's support. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He was being manipulated. Jiang Qin, Jiang Qingyue and Kong Tianzhao were all there. It was their first time seeing Jiang Feng like this. The Lightning Lord was once invincible and overbearing. He dared to enter the E-domain alone and face the Eternal Race directly. The Eternal Race was afraid of him and he even talked to the great heavenly venerables. But now he was like a dead man. "Little Seven, what happened?" Lu Pianran asked calmly. Lu Yin told Lu Pianran what happened. Lu Pianran was shocked. "Is there really an eternal realm?" Jiang Qin shouted angrily. "I don't care if he has eternal life or not. I will kill that old thing." "Shut up," Lu Pianran shouted. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth and didn't dare to speak anymore. "Little Seven, thank you. If you didn't come in time, Ah Feng might have died." Lu Pianran bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Lu Yin quickly stopped her. "Aunt Lu, it's my fault. I didn't know that Master Qingqiao would go to the boundary of the universe. Otherwise, Uncle Jiang wouldn't be like this." Lu Pianran smiled faintly. "It's normal for cultivators to die. I have nothing to say when I'm not as strong as others. But I need your help with something." "Aunt Lu, just say it." Luin said. Lu Pianran glanced at Jiang Feng. White Cloud City is duty-bound to wage war against the outer universe. Luin was impressed. Lightning Lord Jiang Feng was crippled, but White Cloud City still wanted to participate in the war. This was not only for this universe but also for Lightning Lord Jiang Feng. They wanted to complete the unfinished battle. I understand, Luin said. At this moment, Jiang Feng suddenly looked towards a direction. A white figure walked out from there. It was Bai Qing. Jiang Chen's expression changed when he saw Bai Qing. He opened his mouth and looked at Lu Pianran subconsciously. Jiang Qingyue was also surprised. She actually came. Lu Pianran saw Bai Qing with a calm expression. Lu Yin looked at Bai Qing cautiously and stood in front of Lu Pianran. Who are you? Bai Qing looked at Lu Pianran. I'm here to deliver something. As she spoke, the 3 divine weapons flew out. She did not give them to Lu Pianran. Instead, she circled around Lu Yin and Lu Pianran and appeared on the other side. Jiang Feng's head turned towards the direction of the 3 divine weapons. Goodbye. Bai Qing left after speaking. Lu Yin felt strange. What was the relationship between this woman and White Cloud City? The atmosphere was strange. Lu Pianran waved her hand and the 3 divine weapons appeared in her hand. She handed them to Jiang Feng. The 3 divine weapons lay in Jiang Feng's arms. Jiang Feng lowered his head and seemed to be able to see them. When Bai Qing appeared, Jiang Feng, who had lost his ability to perceive the outside world, suddenly looked at her. Although Lu Pianran did not show anything, she must have felt uncomfortable because Bai Qing was Jiang Feng's woman. Jiang Feng acted as if Bai Qing was more important to Jiang Feng than Lu Pianran and the rest. On the other hand, Bai Qing had purposely circled around Lu Yin and the rest to show Lu Pianran that Jiang Feng cared about the 3 godly artifacts, not her. This was White Cloud City's past. Lu Yin did not know much about it and did not intend to ask. He was about to leave. Jiang Qingyue said, strange. Shouldn't she be at the Ice Spirit Clan? Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. The Ice Spirit Clan? Jiang Qingyue glanced at Lu Pianran and nodded. She looked solemn. Her name is Bai Qing. She should be in the Ice Heart. Lu Yin quickly left. Ice Heart? She is the person Uncle Jiang placed in the Ice Heart? If this person appeared, then Yen Er? When Lu Yin arrived at the Ice Spirit Clan, the Ice Spirit Clan had returned to normal. The Ice Master had also informed White Cloud City about their encounter with Bai Wuxian. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3294. What's going on? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. Bai Wuxian had designs on Yen Er, which was intolerable. The Ice Master told Lu Yin what she knew and he frowned. Actually, the Ice Master didn't know much. She had been trapped by Bai Wuxian the entire time. Lu Yin suddenly looked into the distance where Bai Qing walked out. Lu Yin was no longer wary of her. Jiang Feng had placed her in the Ice Heart to sleep, which meant that she was from White Cloud City. At least she wasn't an enemy. Master Lu? Bai Qing's expression was calm as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her. You are. You can treat me as someone from White Cloud City, she said. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you. If not for Bai Qing, Ming Yan would have been taken away by Bai Wuxian. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Yin hadn't expected Bai Wuxian to still be alive. I heard what Bai Wuxian said. Bai Qing looked at Lu Yin. But only the last 2 sentences. If not for your consciousness, I wouldn't have saved him and caused this disaster. But now, I have no choice but to look for you. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Bai Wuxian had controlled Yen Er's consciousness? When? He had no idea. Also save him? Was she referring to him? During the battle in Immemorial City, Bai Wuxian, who was also Luo Shen, had said that he owed her a life. Was that true? When? Thank you for telling me, Lu Yin said gratefully. Bai Qing said, who made Jiang Feng like that? Lu Yin had told Lu Pianran and the others in White Cloud City, but Bai Qing hadn't been there. Otherwise Lu Yin would have found out. She had come specifically to find Lu Yin. Lu Yin told Bai Qing about the Grass Grandmaster. Bai Qing silently thanked him and left. After Bai Qing left, Lu Yin went to the Ice Heart, and the boat appeared. He wanted to cross the River of Time to find Bai Wuxian. Bai Wuxian had touched his bottom line. No one could hurt Yen Er. No one. He also wanted to find out when Bai Wuxian had controlled Yen Er's consciousness. The River of Time rolled over and Lu Yin took a deep breath. He stepped onto the boat and entered the river of time. Every time he crossed the river of time, it was very dangerous. The first time was because he wanted to eradicate the Eternals. The second time was to find the Book of Destiny. The third time was for xianxia. This was Lu Yin's biggest weakness. In the distance, the Ice Master was shaken. Was that crossing the river of time? It hadn't expected someone to be able to do it. It was too shocking. Master Lu's current power level must be the strongest in the universe. Elder Chan and the other ancestral realm experts had all rushed over after receiving news from the Ice Spirit clan. As soon as they arrived, they saw Lu Yin crossing the river of time, and they all fell silent. Lu Yin was truly enraged. Within the river of time, images flashed by one after another, and Lu Yin soon saw the battle between Bai Wuxian and Bai Qing. Fortunately, the battle had happened very quickly, so he quickly found it. After crossing the river of time, Lu Yin appeared beside Bing Xen. Images constantly flashed by. Lu Yin had crossed the river of time and changed his position, but he could not change the past. He was like a wave in the river of time. He watched as Bai Qing obtained the 3 divine artifacts, defeated Bai Wuxian, and left. He also saw the Ice Master arrive in front of the Ice Heart. He hurriedly notified White Cloud City. He stared at the image of Bai Wuxian leaving in that direction. Time returned to normal and Lu Yin continued his journey. This time he found time and stood in a new position. This position was where Bai Wuxian had left and torn through the void. As he stood there, images constantly flashed by. When Bai Qing had defeated the ripples had torn through the void, and Lu Yin had also been beside her. The torn void had taken both Lu Yin and the ripples away. The images around him returned to normal, and Lu Yin appeared under an unfamiliar starry sky. He crossed the river of time again, and he refused to believe that he would not be able to catch up. He could cross the river of time, and as long as he was given a clue, he could find anyone he wanted. The prerequisite was that not too much time had passed. Of course, accidents could easily occur, but Lu Yin did not think too much about it. Bai Wuxian had crossed his bottom line and he had to deal with him. This time, Lu Yin saw the ripples rushing in a certain direction and he followed them. As long as he lost any clues, he would cross the river of time again. He stared at the images that flashed by in the river of time, searching for traces of Bai Wuxian. Once, twice, thrice, 5 times, 9 times. He crossed the river of time again, and his eyes were bloodshot as he continued to track Bai Wuxian. He had finally found Bai Wuxian. Bai Wuxian appeared on a barren planet. There were no humans on this planet, and there were only some strange-looking creatures that burrowed out of the ground and then burrowed back in. Lu Yin landed on the planet and looked into the distance. There was a ripple there. "You want to catch up to me so badly?" Bai Wuxian said. "If you're not careful, you'll be swept up. That's something that even the one true God would not want to do." Lu Yin stared at the ripples. "Why are you looking for xianxia?" "Because she's very important to you. That's why I want to find you." The ripples changed and turned into Luotian. She looked at Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, you've already killed me once. Do you want to kill me again?" Lu Yin looked at Luotian and memories of her appeared in his mind. He felt guilt and pity for this woman, but now there was only fear and killing intent. "You're not dead. You won't die a second time." Luotian smiled beautifully. "More than one person can die a second time. Isn't the ancestor the same?" Lu Yin's expression changed. "How do you know?" "I'm the same as her. I'm from the consciousness universe." Lu Yin understood. No wonder she hadn't died. The ancestor had also survived progenitor Chen's attack. It wasn't impossible that Bai Wuxian hadn't died in the ancient battlefield. "Brother Lu, have you ever liked me?" Luotian suddenly asked. Lu Yin frowned. "Everything you've done is fake. You pretended to like me and got close to me on purpose. You even chased me to the starry sky tree. It's all just a disguise. Why are you saying all this now? Since you dared to attack xianxia, I won't let you off." The ancestor had said that the life forms of the consciousness universe weren't humans. They weren't the same species, so how could he like her? Bai Wuxian, or rather Luotian's actions were all fake. On a barren planet, a rough wind blew past. Luotian was as beautiful as a painting, and she was the only decoration on this planet. What if it's true? Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart and enveloped the surroundings. "Stop pretending. You can't escape. Let me ask you, what do you mean when you say that I owe you a life? When did I owe you a life?" Luotian smiled. "I won't tell you that. You really do owe me a life. I hope that this question will leave a deeper impression in your heart." Lu Yin stared at her. Did you take a hit for me on a planet at the edge of the outerverse? Luotian shook her head. I intentionally got close to you. Even without me you would have been fine. So it really wasn't that time. I envy Ming Yen. Luotian looked up at the dim starry sky. The dark yellow atmosphere was like a demon's eye that stared at the ground. Actually, the root cause of the Eternals' defeat is Ming Yen. If not for her, the Eternals would not have lost. Lu Yin didn't understand. What does that have to do with Yen? Luotian smiled at Lu Yin. If not for Ming Yen, why would I save your life? I once controlled her consciousness and wanted to use it to attack you and turn you into the Eternals' redback. Unfortunately, she only has you in her life. I can change the minds of progenitors and make them kill each other. I can also change the minds of sequence laws powerhouses, but I can't change her. At most, I can only influence her. However, the one who was affected the most was me, as I developed a feeling called love for you. How laughable. My consciousness was actually changed by such a weak ant. Perhaps this is the tragedy of intelligent creatures. The power of a consciousness is limitless and unpredictable. Brother Lu, I really envy her. She bears all of your love and is your greatest concern. I, on the other hand, loved you as much as she did, but in the end I ended up like this. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he recalled the past. Night King Changfeng? Luotian sighed deeply. Yes, Night King Changfeng. He's a very handsome young man, isn't he? Lu Yin hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Back then, Lu Yin and Ming Yen had pledged their love for each other and had left Xianhu continent for 2 years. When he saw her again 2 years later, her feelings for him had become unfamiliar. Instead, she was happily chatting with someone called Night King Changfeng. At that moment, Lu Yin's heart had ached. It had been extremely painful. After 2 years of separation, feelings would naturally fade. Lu Yin had never blamed Ming Yen, but Ming Yen had blamed herself. Lu Yin had never imagined that the unfamiliarity back then had been because of Bai Wuxian. You had your eyes on me back then? Lu Yin couldn't believe it. Luotian smiled. The immortal list doesn't care about cultivation. It only cares about unimportant things. At that time you were very important. Lu Yin found it hard to believe that this was Bai Wuxian's method. Bai Wuxian controlled the immortal list and controlled many people to work for the Eternals. Lu Yin had seen how the Eternals had induced humans to betray them and become redbacks, but he had never thought that such a thing would happen to him. If Yenner had really betrayed him back then, what would have happened to him? Lu Yin didn't even dare to think about it. He could also imagine how Yenner, an ordinary person, had been able to maintain her original heart in the face of a change in consciousness at the level of a 7 sky gods. I never thought that that woman would be able to maintain her original heart. Even if I only subtly influenced her, she was still just an ordinary person. Her love for you was truly selfless and pure. You were the only one in her world. Brother Lu, a person like her would be happy to live. Even if she died, she would still be happy. Luotian was envious. Consciousness is a person's emotions. The deeper the emotional bonds, the harder it is to change one's consciousness. I could have easily erased her memories, but then you would have realized that a Ming Yen who was unfamiliar with your feelings would have dealt a much greater blow to you than a Ming Yen whose memories had been erased. But the two of you still ended up together and I was burdened by her feelings. I appeared as Luotian and gradually fell in love with you. Brother Lu, I really do love you. Whether you believe it or not, human emotions are the most difficult power to understand. This power is something that even I, a creature of a different species, can't escape from. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.